What's up, everybody, and welcome to a very special episode of Shapes of Gaming. This is going to be the second Spoilercast we've done, and it certainly won't be the last. We are going to do a deep dive into the wonderful painted world of Clair Obscure Expedition 33. For all of you that have played it and finished it, or people that are curious about listening about it. This time I'm joined by three fellow expeditioners. As always, the Retro Gaming Encyclopedia, Bob Harriman, Leon Lyon Hartley on PSN. What's up, man?
My, what lovely feet you have.
Yes, that's
How's
amazing.
it going, man? How you doing? It's a wonderful evening, ready to talk about a very special game.
Definitely. It's going well. It's going well. Also joining me for this special episode are two fellow listeners of the show. He's platinumed every single Final Fantasy to date, every single one, even the spinoffs. One of the most talented gamers I know. And you may recognize him from episode 8, Caleb Schiff, Admiral Merps on PSN. How's it going, man?
For those who come after.
Yeah.
I'm just diving right fucking into it, man. I can't. I've been waiting to talk to you guys about this for like a month and a half, and it's been killing me. So I'm glad to be back. I'm honored to be back. This is cool.
Dude, I've been wanting to talk about this for so long. I think I was the first one that finished it. So, oh my God, I can't wait.
Yeah, I think so.
And rounding out the Expeditioner crew, also joining us, he created our outro and intro, actually, and is a wizard with music production. And fresh off the game, actually, he just finished it. Alex, Goat Lord Sriobix. How's it going, man?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
So you literally just finished this game.
This morning. 2 hours before I had to be at work.
Tell everybody what time that is.
That was 4 a.m. this morning. I was at work at 6 a.m.
MST. Holy crap. So PST, 3 a.m. And what? 6 a.m. your time, Caleb.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I was still asleep. And I mean, I had to do some landscaping work today, and I usually get up early for that, but you got that when I was out like a light. Good job. Done.
Good work, man. You know what
Made
that
it just
also
in
means?
time.
You know what else that means, right?
What?
He finished it 1 hour before episode 8 went live.
Holy shit, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
'cause
because
we-
we listened to it on his way to work.
Yeah.
I was actually
yeah.
listening to it this morning at work, yeah.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Well, thanks as always for listening, and we love having you on here. And Caleb, welcome back.
Thank you.
Can't wait to talk all about Clair Obscure Expedition 33. This game came out of nowhere, really. 30 plus people made it. They were on their own expedition. And before we get into it, I got to say it, right? This episode will be all about Clair Obscure Expedition 33. We're going to crack this game wide open. And I don't think I have to say this, but, the title does say Spoilercast. So there is going to be all the spoilers. We're going to crack this game open. We're going to spoil the shit out of it. It is a spoiler cast. So if you haven't played this game or you're even remotely interested in it, please go play it. There are some twists and turns. There are some incredible surprises. And man, it is a wild ride that we are about to get into. So there's your warning. Rip Gustave.
Oh,
We had to tear the Band-Aid off. Jesus.
man.
Gotta.
Wait, what happens to him? What are you talking about?
Right,
I blacked out after like
One
10,
shot.
15
That's
hours.
all it was. One shot.
Yep. So this game, of course, is a turn-based RPG, and it's a what I like to call a FRPG, French RPG, but
Yep, a
FRPG. But it's in the vein of JRPGs, so it's a JRPG-like structured game, and so we want to tell the listeners, why the hell should they listen to us if we're talking about this Clair Obscure Expedition 33? And we're just going to go around the table, if you will, and say our favorite RPG IPs of all time. So you get a little bit of an idea of where we're coming from to have clarity on why you should listen to us regarding this game. So, Bob,
How many do you want? How many do you want?
3.
'Cause I can name 6,000.
Oh yeah, you're the RPG master for sure. So
Yeah, Caleb's right. I'm like, I'm sitting here going, what are the top 3? I've played so many over the fucking years. It's weird. But absolutely number 1 at that top of that list is always going to be Final Fantasy. You make a Final Fantasy spin-off, you make a Final Fantasy mainline, it could be attacked, it can be anything. I'm all for that, right? Secondly, I think it's another Square property, so I know I'm going to probably get some flack. You're a fanboy, but if you have not played the Octopath Traveler series, you need to go do that, please. I think those are great modern RPGs with awesome storytelling. So I'm going to just leave it like that. And I will tell you this much: to play those are not small, like what we're talking about here, where I finished it, I think 65 hours for Claire. Those are 120-hour RPGs. Those are the Dragon Quest 11s that came out of Square Enix. And then lastly, rounding it out, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. I gotta go to the Western group, and if you have to give me my gumption between Fallout and Mass Effect, or even, I don't know, let's just say Elder Scrolls, I gotta say Mass Effect, or I mean, Fallout is probably superior just because of the ambience. It's great. I love that like futuristic feel. Fallout to the bombs out, baby. Give us all of those tunes. I'll play them all day in the car.
I do have to ask you,
Some good ones.
New Vegas, is that your favorite Fallout or not?
No, it's actually 3.
Good choice.
Ooh.
I love Fallout 3. Sorry, I just needed to know which one you were thinking.
Yeah, now you can guess which one I'm wanting to be remastered.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah. Those are
Actually
good ones.
about that in ours, or in the Oblivion cast.
Yes, yeah, we had an Oblivion spoiler cast, and you and Bob did that, so that was awesome. Alex, you go next.
Okay, so if you guys heard the Oblivion Spoilercast episode, obviously massive Elder Scrolls fan. Always have been, always will be until the day I die. Second for me was a one-off game Sony did. Legend of Dragoon.
Yes.
Yes. Comes directly into why I love Claire so much, and I'll get into that. Thirdly, I've really got to give it to Dragon Age, honestly.
Hell yes.
As much as I'd love to give it to Final Fantasy, I think I've played more Dragon Age in recent years than I have Final Fantasy.
That's fair.
Does that include the latest one?
It was terrible.
Hey, I didn't hate it. I thought it was fun. I did not think it was Dragon Age enough. That was my problem with it.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Did he do 3 or that was 2? Third one?
3.
Oh, that was 3. Caleb, how about you?
Oh my God.
Or do you want to go last since you're the RPG master?
I appreciate that. Mine are going to be the ones that everybody's like, oh, well, duh.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy has always been my favorite. My specific favorite of all of them was the OG FF7. You can make a million arguments about whether it's the best one. I actually don't think it's the best game. I think 6 is the best of them, but 7 is my favorite for so many reasons. We don't have 16 hours for me to tell you why. Just, you're going to know that. But the other Squaresoft actually, Chrono Trigger. I mean, come on. Chrono Trigger is one of the best games like ever made, in my opinion. It's just got everything. It's like the Wizard of Oz of video games. There's, it's not a spoiler cast for Chrono Trigger, but it's about it involves time travel. It involves magic. It involves prehistoric stuff. It involves science fiction-y future stuff. It has it all. Yeah. The music's wonderful and blah, blah, blah. It's great. So another one of my favorite RPGs of all time, as silly as this might sound, I was a big fan of other than the ones you guys have already listed, because you've already listed very good ones. I loved the Breath of Fire series. Breath of Fire 2. Wait, did I steal yours?
Yeah,
I stole it. I'm so sorry.
That's awesome.
I loved Breath of Fire.
Hell yes. I hope that comes back. And man, Capcom is on a roll. They might.
Oh, yeah. No, just inject it into my veins, please. And so the third one, because Chrono Trigger was the one I was going to go with, and Breath of Fire. And then the last one for me would have to be, as tough as this sounds, boy, I had it, and then I remembered you said Legend of Dragoon, so that kind of takes that away.
Right.
Can I just say Clair Obscure? Can I just throw that on? I mean, that's what this is about. It's up there.
Yeah.
It overtook. I mean, Mass Effect 2 is probably my favorite Western one. I love that one, but I've already thrown out too many games. It's so hard for me to choose. There's so good.
You are a connoisseur of RPGs.
Yeah,
and yes.
Probably Lunar, actually. Lunar's the one. That's the third one. I got to go with that.
Yeah, that's fair. I was going to say I can give you at least three more right off the top of my head for the PS era. I mean, you've got Wild Arms, you've got absolutely Legend of Legaia series to go with it. You got the SMT series, so you definitely got some competition there.
Yeah, I was surprised you didn't say Wild Arms. Actually, I really thought you might, but. You know.
So yeah. You're right. That is in that list. But this is not a cast about that series.
Right. They're all so close.
Yeah. Right. Just mine, Final Fantasy top has to be. Final Fantasy VII is my second favorite game of all time. I'm absolutely in love with it. Love the Final Fantasy series. I loved 16 recently. It was amazing. Clive's my boy. And then I'd say the Tales of series. I'm a big fan of the Tales of series.
Nice.
It's more action-based RPG. My favorite one is probably Tales of Symphonia. I played it on the GameCube. I was pretty young, and the Tales of series holds a close place in my heart. And then the last one, it's kind of weird because you don't hear this in like the JRPG area, but Pokemon.
Hey. It's an RPG.
It's an RPG. And I've played the shit out of every single mainline Pokemon game. Playing Violet on the new Switch 2 now. So
this guy knows his Pokemon. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Dude, I swear to God, there's like a part of my brain that I access that I know every single Pokemon name. Like, and we're up to like Gen 10. It's crazy. Like I'm like, oh yeah, that's Combee.
I feel like when you're old and you're on your deathbed and your kids or grandkids or your relatives ask you a question, you're just going to be like, Charmander. Like, that's all you're going to remember. You're just going to know, like, the starting three. Just
Pokemon Dementia. Like, Grandpa, those are the old ones. So, yeah, those are all of our favorite RPG IPs. Yeah, we wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a backstory on what we love, and we'll probably mention these IPs during this game or during the spoiler cast, because man, this game is kind of a love letter to all of those games we talked about.
Oh yeah.
And it's heavily, heavily inspired by a lot of the classic and even modern JRPGs. So the structure of this podcast is going to go a little. So Clair Obscure has acts, and they have an epilogue and a prologue, and we're going to go, act by act. We're going to go prologue, Act 1, Gustave, Act 2, Verso, Act 3, Maelle, and then epilogue. And then after that, we're going to go into the end game and the builds we used, because holy shit, this game, the build crafting. Like, we've already talked off cast about this, and we have completely different builds. And that's probably going to be one of my favorite areas to talk about, because, man, the build crafting in this game is phenomenal. So I think we all love this game. It's my game of the year easily, and it's one of my top favorite RPGs of all time. They came out of the park swinging, and man, it's just an incredible ride. It's your game of the year too, right, Caleb? And then
God, yeah. When they showed the trailer at the Xbox show, like when they announced it, I remember Matt and I were talking, texting, and I was just like, I don't care if this wins game of the year. It's going to be my game of the year when it comes out, if it's anything like this trailer. I mean, I knew it then. They're those games that come across rarely for me, because I played for 37 years of my life, which is gross, but also awesome. And so when I get that feeling, it's like, boy, that doesn't happen every day. It doesn't happen every 5 years. Like, where did this come from? So yeah, it is safe to say, I don't think anything can top this game. It might even be my game of the decade, like, for real. Like, I think it's Rebirth and that are probably my two games of the decade. And I could complain about Rebirth more than I can complain about Clair Obscure.
Oh, that's a good point.
Saying something for me, as a Seven fan.
You're absolutely right, Caleb. And that's what makes this so interesting, is I saw the game and I knew it was going to be good, but I didn't jump on the pre-order train. Thank you, Microsoft and Oblivion remaster. I call it remake, but whatever. The point is, I've always been on that fence with JRPGs, just because you have some that are not always the greatest. And I can think back to the last RPG that I looked at and went, "Oh my god, that is my game, and I need to play it." And that was actually Octopath Traveler.
Nice.
Which
Did you play both of them? Did you play 1 and 2?
Absolutely.
Oh, I love them.
Yeah. So yeah, just to see this JRPG come out of the middle of nowhere. And then now I'm just finally happy, as we said pre-recording here. I finally they're up. The physical editions are finally up, available for pre-order on GameStop. So for anybody that's like me and sitting on a digital copy because you were schmuck and didn't order it in time, they're there. Go do it, because this game is probably, like you said, realistically, this is the game of the decade.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I was the first to finish it, and I was like, Bob, I know you're playing Doom the Dark Ages, but you need to wrap that shit up. This is the most Bob game I've ever played, because I know your tastes, and Caleb, I knew you were going to love it. And the moment I saw it, at the Xbox game show, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? And I believed in it so much, I drafted it. And it's the highest scoring game of the year. So, yeah. Alex, how about you? You're fresh off of it. You finished it less than 24 hours ago. Is this your game of the year?
Okay, so first off, I want to say I waited. When I first heard about Clair and I saw the trailer, first thing that came to mind is, oh, great, another RPG. Because there's so many of them, the market's a little flooded sometimes. And then, unfortunately, Bob here never shut the hell up about it. And eventually I caved. And honestly, yeah, I'm not going to say it's game of the decade for me. We're still
a big ask. That's a big ask.
Yeah, still a little early in the decade, and a decade ago I was only 18, so the games were different then. So, game of the year, absolutely, absolutely, bar none. As much as I've loved all the other titles I've played Doom. I stopped playing Doom so that I could play Clair. I stopped playing World of Warcraft again so I could play Clair. It's impressed me in every way, shape, and form.
Awesome. Very cool.
Whether it's the soundtrack, the art, the story, everything about it has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Literally everything. That's the thing that's most impressive to me is, when you can complain about, not that you want to complain. I mean, we love games. That's why we're here. Duh. But, there's like, man, that game was really cool. This thing didn't really jive with me. Or that thing was kind of weird. What did you think of that story twist? Everything about this game, I was just like, how did they do it perfectly? I don't understand. I feel like I've died and this is fake. Like, I don't know how they did it, but here we are.
Yeah, it's so well rounded. Everything is so polished, dripping with style. There are some minor gripes, right? Like there's no map in the areas, and they do encourage some platforming in some areas.
Platforming is a bit that's true.
Yeah, Chesterfield Beaches, man. That one you have to climb. Oh, or the volleyball one. Oh my god.
Do you want to hate yourself? Do you want to hate yourself right now? So another friend of mine who had gotten a little further than I did, because I was in France when the game came out. We can talk about that later. Otherwise, I would have been there day one, and I probably wouldn't have stopped playing it. But my buddy was complaining about this gestural beach where you have to climb. He was like, good fucking luck when you get there. And I didn't know what he was talking about. So I stumbled upon this beach, and my wife happened to be down here with me because she's not much of a gamer, but she recognizes art and she recognizes beauty, and she was intrigued enough, and that's saying something for her. She doesn't give a shit. She usually just like leaves me to my devices. I did that climb the first time. I didn't fall. I didn't know. I was just like, this is going on forever. And I texted my buddy Nick, and I was just like, so do you want to run into oncoming traffic? And he's just like, what happened? And I was like, you remember that thing you were bitching about? Well, I did it in one try, and I didn't even know I was doing it. And he was like, the platforming sucks. How did you do it? And I was like, I don't know. I just did it.
Thank you, Caleb. Because I screwed up that platforming, but that was more less on the game and more on me, because I was like, I'm curious. I was like, hey, I wonder what happens here, and I fell halfway down. But that was because I was dicking around, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But the volleyball stuff.
Ugh.
Can suck a fat fart out of my asshole.
I agree 100%. It's terrible.
That is terrible. And that goes to, and we can talk about it later, but that goes to why this game fits where it does. And it's so weird to digest into where it fits on my gaming lists of all time or whatever, because there are some things that objectively are not as good as they should be. And unfortunately, you have to be critical. It's just where they do shine, man. It's a 10 out of 10, right?
Oh, it's like a 12 out of 10 most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good.
Phenomenal. It took me about 3, 4, maybe 5 tries.
I mean, it was a bitch.
It was tough.
Like, I'm not trying to humble brag. It surprised me when I did it, because I didn't know that's what people were talking about. I was like, oh, this? No thing. No big deal. But it was a lot.
That's impressive, man.
I know which one you're talking about. That one took me over 2 hours, so I can't say anything at all.
Dang,
I'm terrible at platforming in RPGs.
Damn,
and that's where platforming is done well. And this, they're a AA studio, like whatever. It wasn't the greatest platforming, but if that's my biggest complaint, okay.
It says something when a game's so good you have to nitpick the tiny things.
Yeah, exactly. And that's required for the platinum. And for the listeners' information, I have the platinum. Caleb has the platinum. Bob has the platinum. And Alex, you're going to get that platinum, but you don't have it just yet. Right?
I have to get it on console. Game Pass doesn't track everything like that. Yeah.
Okay. What platform did you play this on? That's a good point.
I'm on PC.
Okay. Perfect.
I don't own any modern consoles past the PS4, so everything that comes out on PC, it's what I play it on.
So you have Steam achievements then, right?
No, because this one was on Game Pass.
Oh, gotcha.
Do they give you Xbox achievements for that?
Say it again,
yeah,
sorry?
right?
Do they give you Xbox achievements when you play Game Pass games on PC?
Nope.
Huh.
Okay.
That's a crime.
That is a crime. Yeah. I'm not too versed in the PC
At least not
world,
as far as I'm aware. I've never had a pop-up for an achievement for the game.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Dang. Yeah. So this game, you pop it in, right? Or you download it if it's digital. I got it physical. I think most of us got it physical.
Yeah.
You pop it in and it downloads, and then you launch that app. And you sit there with your controller in your hand. You're like, all right, cool. I'm ready to play this game. Let's go. And then that fucking music hits on the title screen. And you just sit there and you're like, I don't want to press X. I just want to fucking listen to this music. The title screen on this game just got me. It almost like, I teared up a little bit because I was like, holy shit, because I have my shit loud. And I have a system, right? And it's just all around me. And the track on the title screen. There are very few games that I will launch and then just sit there for about 5 to 10 minutes in awe. And this was one of them. I did it with Rebirth too, and 16. But yeah, the title screen was incredible. Did you guys feel the same way?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. I mean, it's one of those things where it just set that mood. Mm-hmm. Whether you wanted to or not. If you went to the grocery store and some jackass took the last milk and you're just pissed off, you come home, you pop in Clair Obscure, and I'm just like, well, now I'm in the Belle Epoque era of France and everything is going to be fine and sad and great and terrible. I'm going to cry and let's go. Like, those are all the things going through my heart and my mind when the title screen starts. I mean, usually, because I'm a big music guy, I do listen to more of the title screens than your average person. But this one, I never got sick of, ever. Like, I'm mad that it's not on my system right now while we're doing this. Like, I thought about doing it, and I was like, nah, that'll screw up the mic. Don't do that. But I'm hearing it in my head, for sure.
Yeah, and I can't play it because we might get copyright strike.
Oh, well.
Yeah. I mean, I can play maybe a lit'll clip. But, Bob, what'd you think?
You're right. It's interesting because you sold this game to me. You and Caleb both, quite frankly, sold this game to me. And when I finally got off of the other projects I was working on, to hit that startup menu and then to hear that soundtrack for the first time made me go, it was like a switch turned on. I went, oh, this is what you're about. Like, it set the mood and the stage for the rest of the game in such a way that is very unique. There's only a couple of small handful of games that I can sit there and go, oh, I know that intro, that menu intro off the top of my head. You know,
Yeah.
like Metal Gear Solid, Mega Man X. I can hear those in my head and just ring them naturally. Clair Obscure sits at the top at that list, which is a good sign because that's good sound and game design.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, you feel the
Yeah.
same?
Yeah, it the best way I can really compare it, like it felt like popping on Kingdom Hearts 1 for the first time. And like it really just like I was like, "Oh, this is phenomenal." Cuz booting up the game, I didn't expect a whole lot out of the soundtrack cuz you know, a lot of JRPGs or RPGs in general don't have the greatest soundtracks. Um booting it up though, it was immediate, like for me at least as a musician, there was that immediate emotional connection that I hadn't had in a game in a long time.
Yeah, because you have a unique perspective, and Caleb, I guess you do too, because you both are in audio design, right? And you can just kind of hear the subtle things within a track. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the way music moves, and I say that both literally and just sort of metaphorically. Like a person can be moved by music. You know, people might listen to heavy metal to get adrenaline pumping, or like go to a workout or something, as an example. But the way that this music moved was, I mean, again, it's not a surprise. My favorite soundtrack of all time was Final Fantasy VII OG, specifically like piano. You know, unless you had to have orchestral stuff. But I was a piano player for a long time. I still am, but not as good as I used to be. And this music was just instantly like I fell in love with music again. You know, I needed to play my piano. I needed to try to figure out Lumiere. I just needed, and that's something that hasn't been there for a while for me. You know, I've gotten excited about music before, but this one
Yeah.
was just like, I chose the wrong path in life. I should have done music forever. Like that's what this soundtrack did to me, which is crazy in a good way.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's awesome.
it definitely forced me to pick up my guitar a couple times, and I was like, "How do you play that? That sounds beautiful!" Like
Yeah.
it was so phenomenal. The everything about the soundtrack is just chef's kiss, honestly.
Yeah, that's how you know you have good art, is when art is your inspiration. And the main composer of this game was found on SoundCloud. And
Like what?
the yeah,
It's
the
crazy.
I know the lead creative director basically worked at Ubisoft, right? And he was tired of working on whatever they were pushing him, which I can't even imagine what they were pushing on him. And he either wanted to present this to the higher ups to see if it could get published, or did present it and it didn't get green light even in the early process. But he was like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to go make my own game. I'm going to build my development team off of Reddit and SoundCloud. And most importantly, we're going to make a game that we love to play and that we're passionate about. And you can see it throughout the entire game. The composer, now, if I butcher this name, Caleb, please correct me.
I will try.
Laurien Testard?
Pretty close. Yeah. I mean,
Cool.
I'm not fluent in French speaking. I can hear a lot and know what it means, but like
Yeah.
Lorient was like my wife tells me that I have a problem rolling my R's when I speak French because of my Japanese and Spanish. Like I have those too a little bit. So I'm gonna butcher that, but yeah, it's that's close enough. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh really? Yeah. Oui.
Really?
Oui,
Yeah.
mon
And
fils.
this game is dripping with French, right? They drop in at the beginning of the game, right? They drop you in. You're Gustave. You're in this nice fancy suit, and dude, the skyboxes in this game, the environments, you just kind of sit there and you just want to look around at everything. I got immediate, intense BioShock Infinite vibes the moment it started. How about you guys?
Yes, that's exactly what I thought. It felt like we were back in the sky, so to speak. I was because I only knew partially what was going on, so I kind of anticipated this to be the town that you're in Lumiere, to be in the sky and you're falling into the area, and kind of like I immediately thought of that. Naturally, that's not what ended up being the case, but that's exactly where I went. And if you don't mind, Matt, you mentioned something earlier, and I want to really quickly
Please do.
touch back on it. So you mentioned the studio of SoundCloud and Reddit. The story main lead story writer was actually found on Reddit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard people talking about, well, the studio is only 34, 33 people in size. And I've heard the discourse, and I appreciate it. But I've heard the other side of the aisle, and I'm going to take my stance on this, that, well, that's not that impressive. We really shouldn't, quote unquote, glaze that aspect of this game. I want to fight back and say, no, you should. Because you look at a game, you look at these were ex Ubisoft employees, and then you look at what Ubisoft has now of 19,000 people, and they still produce, quite frankly, mid-grade Assassin's Creed Shadows that is microtransactioned, that doesn't have an identity. 33 people made a game that's going to, quite frankly, I'm calling it now, going to be Game of the Year this year. That needs to be addressed, because that means this team is more focused. They're tight knit. They know what they were going to do, and they succeeded without being interrupted by shareholders who are more concerned about short-term gains. Because this game would have never survived in a corporate environment. It would have never.
Oh God,
been
it would have been murdered so fast, which makes me sad. That just
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to point that out. Is I get what other people are trying to say. Well, the number doesn't matter, and I want to argue that no, it absolutely does matter, because a small, flexible, and well-knit team that knows each other really well produces, quite frankly, the best stuff that you're going to see in any, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be video games. It could be movies. It could be whatever. Right? So Kevin Smith made Clerks on a budget of $50,000 and a couple of his best friends in the backyard with a camera. Guess what? He now has View Askew and has fuck you money, right?
Yeah. And what's crazy about that is, like, you could be a person who doesn't like Kevin Smith and doesn't like Clerks, and that's fine. Not everybody likes everything, but you can't take away the man's success. Like, one of the things that my dad taught me at a young age, because I always wanted to be an actor when I was a kid. And, when I got older and I realized, like, shit, there's a lot of really good actors. Like, if I'm going to do something, I want to be the best. That was always my thing. And my dad would sort of not yell at me, but he would just be like, what bothers you about maybe being like number two? Or, like, maybe you're number two to yourself, but you could be number one to so many other people. Like, it's not about that. And then, I mean, not to go completely off on a tangent, but I was talking about, like, I was bitching about, like, Kardashians and stuff when they started to get real big. And I was like, America's fucked. I hate it. And my dad said, and I will never forget this, he was like, you know what, though? They're successful. Like, you might hate them. You might think that they're like the worst. You might not like them. And I'm not like talking shit about Kardashians. Whatever. They obviously, my dad's right. And he came from film, so like, he knows. But he was like, you have to remember that not everybody sees everything the way that you do. And you don't see things that other people might, you might miss things. And that, even though I'm not an actor, I didn't make it, so to speak, in that regard. But I've never forgotten that. I thought that was really good advice. And the same holds true for this. Like, people might listen to this Spoilercast because they don't want to play the game. They don't have any interest. And they're just like, fuck you guys. You're all stupid. That game sucks. I would argue that they're wrong, and I could tell them why they're wrong. But again, maybe RPGs aren't their thing. Maybe they hate French people. Maybe they hate music. I don't know. Whatever it is. But the point is, they're still talking about it. And my dad was right. My dad will always be right about that. And, so I agree. The 32 people, 33 people that made this game, you have to respect them, even if you don't like it. They really they fucking did something that other studios who have been arguably better as far as like mainstream, when people think of RPGs, they're like, oh, Square, or like BioWare, back in the day when BioWare was like good BioWare and not controlled by asshole BioWare, different situation. But with this, it's new. Everything about it was new. And these guys showed that it was possible. And they fucking hit they hit a grand slam. It just, wow.
And real quick, you make the point of why we started this podcast, right? Video games are art, and art is extremely subjective,
Yes.
right? And there are different perspectives looking at the same piece of art, and you should just talk about it. If you hate it, if you love it, you still talk about it. And that's why I love video games. Video games
Sure.
are art. And these developers knew that from the ground up. And they're just like, man, we're just going to take our passion and pour it into this game. And it shows, dude.
And money be damned. They didn't, I mean, not that they
Exactly.
didn't care. Obviously, they
Yeah.
wanted to continue doing that.
Yeah.
But they were just as surprised as the rest of the world. Like, shit, you guys like this? Like, you know,
Right.
that was so cool.
And shout out to Kepler Interactive and Xbox Games Publishing.
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
They backed this. They saw the passion in this studio, and they said, you know what? We like what you're doing. We're going to support it financially. And they let them have creative freedom. And this is what happens when you have a small, dedicated, passionate team of individuals that have creative reign on their project, and we get a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely.
It happens all the time in the indie scene and with indie games all the time.
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Cherry was nothing before Hollow Knight. And
Yeah.
now look.
Now look at them. Their next game's 55 years late.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess it's not
Sorry,
the
I
greatest
couldn't help myself.
example, but yeah.
No, you're right though. You're right though.
Yeah, everybody
great.
starts somewhere. And god damn, this is a hell of a way to start.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys noticed at Summer Game Fest this year, but Jeff Keighley kept mentioning this was only 15 people making this game. It's just like, it's the cool thing now. And I love it. I love it. Quality over quantity.
Yes.
And like you said, Ubisoft, all these big publishers, all these big devs. I mean, unfortunately, look at Bungie now. They are misstepping and they're focusing on the wrong things. And look what happened with Destiny. They chased money and they turned it into a live service, games as a service, bullshit Fortnite clone. But it launched way differently and you saw the passion. And I want to see more of these games from these small developers that have the intent of, we just want to make a game that's fun and what we want to play.
It is that simple.
Succeed like this.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's same thing with movies. I think, they always, how can we like milk this for 55 versions of the same thing? And I'm going to leave the MCU out of it because there are comics that go back a million years and there are 100,000 stories. So that's different. But like Lord of the Rings, when it came out, that needed those movies to breathe. There were 3 books. There were 3, that was a reason. But there's no reason for most of these part 1 of 3 or 7. Oh, you never got the end of the story because nobody cared. And it's like the Aragon movies. I know, again, multiple books, but boy, they didn't give that IP justice. And it was like, well, you're making 1 book you're trying to like make it 3 movies. What are you doing? Nobody cares. You're not getting closure. Like you don't go to a movie to say, or think, how am I going to spend more money in 9 months? Like, no, you want that story. And I think that games went down that path in a very different way. A lot of them had sequelitis, but not in a bad way. Now it's just, you get a new chapter and then we're going to give you 55 things to spend money on. Otherwise you won't get the rest of your story. And it's like, I'm not going to do that. Ain't nobody got time for that because I'm old. No, give me a game that's done, please. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't, I'll take this from a different angle for you, Caleb, because this is video games are art, and we're talking about from an artistic perspective.
Sure.
I think from a very logical mindset. So Clair Obscure's team, Sandfall Interactive, has been they're a puppet without strings, right?
Oh, yeah.
They do not have their objective was to make a great game. There was no objective to make a great game that met market shares or sold X number of copies.
Right.
And I equate that to, and this is going to sound dark, but it just follow me, folks, is during World War II, U.S. forces were cut off in the force of France. And this is why I'm going to tie it to that because we're talking about France, right? Specifically soldiers from the 1st Armored Division. They were cut off. They did not have supplies. The only thing they had was some communication. What we learned out of that was what they call small squad tactics. So teams of 10 to 12 were more effective than larger organizations because there was no communication channel. So what I'm saying is Sandfall Interactive was given a free leash from Microsoft and Kepler, and they were just told, hey, go do your thing, right? Not go do your thing and then check back in every 3 weeks or whatever their communication
and
was,
do
right?
it this way that we're not going to tell you. Yeah, right.
Do it this way because it creates confusion in the trenches and it reduces morale. They found that's what we studied and found small, nimble teams actually produce greater results because the more you get, the larger it is, and the more the communication lines break down, and the harder it is to adapt to whatever your objective is, and that vision changes. And I think that's the big key, and that's why I like the indie scene, is because you have a small group of people who aren't answering to Phil Spencer necessarily, right? I'm not saying anything bad about him, right? You know, him, Todd Howard, the whole group, everybody, right? I'm not saying anything bad, but they run a business. These guys are making art, and that's a different lane.
For sure.
Yeah. The thing that I like to say, because I apply it to my music all the time, stagnation kills creativity. If you get used to doing the same thing every single time, and this applies to the JRPG and RPG industry as a whole, if you do the same thing every single time, eventually people get sick of it. So when a game like Clair comes up and completely innovates and flips the whole, even just as much as the turn-based combat on its head, people are interested.
Yeah.
And the team gave every single little thing as much attention as they could, versus a big company like Ubisoft. I love Ubisoft, but a big company like Ubisoft has a whole bunch of people breathing down just the artists' throats, just the sound guys' throats, whereas this team was able to come together and create one collective product. And they were able to do it their own way instead of, Microsoft, like you guys have already said, breathing down the throat, saying, hey, how about you, well, this worked in Final Fantasy 13, why don't you do it this way? This worked in Chrono Trigger, why don't you do it this way? We had innovation. That's what makes the game beautiful.
100%.
Yeah, exactly. And just the fact that this game was made by such a small team and just with a driven passion of making something they want to play is awesome. And you see it right from the get-go.
Oh, yeah.
You see it. Just
how the hell did we get here?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. So yeah, they make you Gustave, and you're running around Lumiere, and it's beautiful. It's a living town. You can talk to people. Who all found Trash Can Man?
Yo, right here, because I am a JRPG veteran.
I am embarrassed to admit that I did it twice, and then I just I was like, okay, I didn't do it, 10 times or whatever it is. And then Matt actually told me about it, like, I don't know, but I was probably halfway through the game, and he was like, do you care if it's about the starting town, and I was just like, sure, I've already done that. And I felt stupid. I was like, I lost some cred that I didn't just keep doing it, but I did go back, I did New Game Plus, I did. And I was like, okay, I needed to see it. So it was great. But I felt I was embarrassed. And I thought, man, how do I show up at class tomorrow? Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, now I feel even dumber because I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Oh no. Okay, so
to tell them.
I can tell them. So there's trash cans all over Lumiere, right? And a specific trash can, if you exhaust all the dialogue, I think it's like 10 of them, right? It's like, hey, what are you doing? And there's a guy living in the trash can, and he's like, this is my day of the gommage, lucky me. And he basically gives you a really OP item. He gives you a grandiose Lumina chunk, or one of the gold ones, right? A perfect Lumina chunk.
Yeah, I think so.
That's later on in the game.
Yeah. Oh, so he gives you a Lumina chunk. So, and then there's another one. Did you guys exhaust the options with the you go and there's 2 closed doors, and you basically hear people having sex, right?
Oh yeah.
And you exhausted all those options.
Yeah.
And they're like, here, take it, go away, you're weird. And I love it. It's so cool that the devs are incorporating all this, because the trash can is the thing you always check in an RPG, right? And then you're like, oh well, and you always exhaust the dialogue, right? You're like, you get one piece of dialogue, then you do it again, and you're like, oh, it's the same, okay. moving on. But if it's changed, you're like, how long does this last?
Right.
So yeah. And then, oh man, I sat in the street for about 5 minutes, just listening to Lune play that guitar and watching.
Oh yeah.
Our girl Lune. Oh, she's what I think as Lulu and Tifa had a baby.
Oh yeah.
And Lune was the result. So yeah, just dude, I mean, you could just run through this part, right, and go straight to the objective. But if you talk to everyone and you realize they're wearing the red flowers, the people that are wearing the red flowers are being gommaged, and you're like, what the fuck's that mean? If you watched the marketing and the material, you knew that they were dying on that day because the paintress was painting the number. But if you didn't, you go through the town, and it's just, man, it's just the style and the setting up for what's to come. And oh boy, it's just so well done. And you can talk to everyone. And that one guy that paints, you have to go in the battle and he paints the little portrait.
Yeah.
It's just, there were just so many small things that you could interact with. And like when you play this game and that you see the attention to detail and you see the care into it, you're like, oh, I'm in for a fucking treat. So,
do you want to hear a fun fact about the word gommage?
Yeah. It's French for something.
Translation?
Disappear or erase?
It means scrub.
Okay. Yeah.
And so at the time, and I mentioned this to you guys off this cast that my wife studied French in high school. I studied French in high school. She studied French more in college. She's more fluent than she gives herself credit for. So that's also partially why she was interested in this. But there were certain phrases or words or something that I'd be like, I know that means something. Like I can't remember. My wife was also an art history major. So this game was like the most perfect marriage of us trying to, like, things that I could figure out on my own were cool. But every so often I'd be like, what does that mean? And she'd be like, scrub. And I'm like, I knew. Okay. Yeah. So like they're all fucking toast. I knew that from the trailer, but that was actually my first clue as to like, oh my God, they're not real. Like I didn't know. I wasn't sure.
Shit. Really? Okay.
And other words too, which we can get to later in past the prologue. But yeah, from the get-go, like there's so much power in a name. And when you keep hearing these people getting gommaged, I was like, you're gonna get scrubbed. And you could take that not literally, but like, they're being erased, they're being killed, however you want to call it. But the woman's name was the paintress. This is about, everything looks like a painting. There are things about it that are almost surreal, but not quite surreal. And then you get that word and you're like, oh my shit. At least for me, I just knew. I was like, this game has figured it out. And then we were still in the prologue, like I was just like, I haven't even experienced that much and I'm already in love. And
wow.
Lune means moon. That's not that special because moon with magic and but still cool.
Yeah. Dude, that is amazing. And because when they were talking about gommaging, I didn't quite understand the context because it kind of felt like in a JRPG where they talk about something, it's lore building. They'll say XYZ is about to happen, but you don't understand the context of it until the prologue ends.
Sure.
So at the end of the prologue, when the gommage happens, I mean, I text Matt right afterwards. I was like, that's it. The paintress is fucking dead. I'm going to kill her. Because in an hour.
Did you know?
Yeah, this prologue is what, an hour or two? And within that time frame, I was already emotionally committed, which is just right out the gate. It speaks to the game's story and presentation and how they get you with music and visuals and everything else. So I didn't even catch that about the flowers. Until you just mentioned something. It didn't dawn on me. So good call out, man.
I got to ask Alex, if you don't mind, being a musician, when you were playing just the prologue, how did you feel about the music leading all the way up to the gommage? Was it one of those things? Because, we talked about the title screen, we talked about the opening, the intro. But when you get to the gommage and like the fucking song kicks up, were you just like, I hate myself and I love myself. Like, why did I wait so long to play this game? Like, what did you feel as a musician at that point?
Dude, honestly, I was way too busy crying. Like
That's-
that the whole Gamage sequence like hit like a punch to the dick. Like
Yeah.
it was a lot to take in because, like I said, I'd know nothing aside from the little teeny tiny bits of info like Bob and my brother had leaked to me.
Sure.
So like booting up the game, not even for me, it was it was about an hour in. Just everybody starts fading away. I'm in tears.
Mhm.
Like the music never even crossed my mind.
But it also helped, right? I mean,
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it
Yeah.
very, very, very much set the tone for everything that was going on.
Yep. I have a question for you all. How does this make you feel?
I don't want to talk about it.
So this hit me the
Exactly.
hardest. This hit me the hardest. And I can personally relate with what happened to Gustave and Sophie, right? It's something, it's devastating when you lose someone that you love, right? Just you love like a family member or something. But when you lose someone you're in love with and they're just kind of gone in an instant, I unfortunately relate to this personally and have gone through this. And I put my controller down for a good like 15 minutes and basically just fucking cried my eyes out.
Yeah, I was surprised that you were able to continue the game. Like for real, when I got to it
You know,
and experienced it myself, I was like, how did he not just be like, I can't, it's too close, goodbye. Like, like that. Yeah.
I knew that it was setting up for something grand and I was very excited for it. And sometimes you just have to feel it and you just have to press on, let go, and push forward.
Yeah.
The expedition has to move on. We continue.
Yeah.
When one falls, we continue
Oh yeah.
for those who come after. And the theme of this game being resilient through death, and even in the beginning, everyone accepting their death. Like, you know what? I've lived a good life, and just think what you would do with the time you had if you knew when you were gonna die.
Oh yeah.
They explored this theme, and people were like, I've lived an awesome life. I'm ready to go, and just the production and the quality of that cutscene. It was like it just hit you in the fucking soul, man.
Oh yeah.
It was awesome.
I remember
was
when I
awesome.
was 33, like when that scene was going on, I was thinking about the last like 6.5-ish years of my life because I just turned 40, and I was like, fuck, like I wouldn't have been able to do this and this and this, and like I wouldn't have had this much time with my wife, or whatever, just all of those things. And it was very, I mean, not in your your loss is a very different thing, but like just realizing I also put the controller down and I was like, well, I feel terrible. Just in a good way. It was very cathartic, and it
Yeah.
did make me appreciate, because like I said earlier, my wife and I were in France when this game came out, and I mean, I'm a gamer at heart, so I was like, damn it, why did we plan our trip on the perfect day? But like, I had a great time. But I was thinking I wouldn't have made it to France. Like we wouldn't have gone together on this trip we just returned from. Like that's crazy. And the game hasn't even officially started yet. How
Right.
dare you bastards? I was feeling it all. I was feeling it all. It was crazy.
Yeah. When you were in France, I actually I was going with a theme, and I went to a French restaurant here, just like a little French. I got a baguette, and I was like, all right, I'm ready for Clair
Baguette.
Obscure. Yeah. So, and there's even, dude, the mime when you get the baguette uniform.
Oh,
yeah.
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 That was the only mime I missed in the entire game, by the way.
Oh, the first one? No.
Yeah, that was the only one.
Dang.
Yeah, that game really had me thinking. Like, I'm 28, so I've got 5 years till I'm 33.
Yeah.
But it really had me thinking. Like at that exact moment, like shit, could I live the rest of my life in 5 years? Like, and that really it. I was shaking a little bit because there was like that harsh realization, like a little bit of like game reflecting reality. Like, holy shit, is 5 years enough time? Like, and it really, I kind of played the entire game with that perspective because it helped me understand things a little bit more. Because I'm like, obviously Gustave's it's his last year, Lune last year, What's her name? CL.
CL.
Yeah,
CL.
sorry, she's great value character to me. I don't care about her.
Oh no!
Fun fact: her name means sky, for what it's worth. It's not spelled the same, but if that makes you like her more because she wanted freedom. Anyway, move on. Continue. Sorry, I just wanted you to know that.
Love that.
It really helped me like almost internalize personally like what was going on, because like for everybody there aside from Maelle, it was their last year. So when I kind of thought about it like that, I'm like, okay, this is a lot darker of a game than I thought it was going to be opening it up.
You're right, and I want to point this out now because I'm going to say this now before we get to the end of this game and we start talking about it. This game is so beautiful. The themes that I took from it, from the very end, will relate all the way back to the Gomage. And I'm going to give you a hint. When they talk about the expedition and they talk about people being Gomaged and you're at the end of society because this is, everybody from 34 on up is dead. There were groups of people who said, no, we need to go fight the Paintress. Maelle is one of them, which, by the way, was a math problem, but that's to figure out our age. But that's neither here nor there. There were other people who said, screw it. I would rather stay here and wait until my time is up. And I want you to keep that in mind because when we get to the very end, I think those themes come back all the way together. And it just really drives home everything. But yeah, rest in peace, Sophie. And I was ready to go fight the Paintress.
Yeah, you were like, I'm gonna fucking kill this Paintress. And I knew what was really happening, and I was like, yeah, you go kill her, because I was trying to like play along. But yeah, dude, the prologue was one of my favorites. It just set the scene for everything, and the whole thing about all the expeditioners getting together and the speech and the boat ride, and they're all like, yeah, let's go. We got a fucking whole expedition, like 50 expeditioners, and they go on a boat, they land on the beach, and they just all fucking die.
Yeah, if you didn't feel bad enough, you're just like, okay, what is happening?
Yeah, and to touch real quick on the beginning of this game, it has the same themes. I felt the same way as The Last of Us. And this isn't a Last of Us spoiler cast, so I'm not going to go into the details on that, but you all know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And it hit me the same way as it hit me on The Last of Us.
It's a gut punch and then a gut punch.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Exactly.
On two opposite ends of the spectrum, mind you.
Definitely.
Right. So, yeah, like his girlfriend just died, and they were talking about not having kids because of the Gomage, and I related with that because I honestly don't want to have a kid in this world, and not because they're going to die at age 32, but because of other reasons, right? And that gave me a unique perspective. And Bob, as a parent, I know you got a different perspective on that for sure.
Yes, sir. To see Maelle grow up and take charge of a situation was absolutely just, as a father, that's what you want to see. You want to see your kids grow up to do what they do, but it also instills the worst fear, which is your kid is going to go do something and you have to stop and think about it from an objective standpoint and say, and I get Gustave is technically not Maelle's, biological father, but she really is, Gustave is really Maelle's dad at the end of the day. And we'll get into that. But at the end of the day, that deep connection of I'm going to do this because I want to protect you as a father, and then have the kid come along, no, I'm going to help you, is scary as they can get. Oh my goodness.
She mentioned I didn't really know if you were my father or my brother, but I loved you either way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Fucking scene. But yeah, they go on the beach and it goes all fucking Elden Ring. And Renoir kills everyone. And then Verso saves everyone. So thankfully.
It was just fucking brutal. I mean, I did not expect that at all. I mean, and not to say that I know things, but I've played so many games. I've watched so many movies. I've so many television series, read books. I usually can tell where a story's at least going partially, right? And this one, I'm like, okay, we just had this like horribly sad thing that, all right, now you get a little bit of a fire. You're going on your expedition. We're in the denouement. And then they fucking just all get murdered. I mean, you don't even get to play. You're just watching.
Right.
And you're like, is the game over? Like, I don't know what to do because you can't do anything. It sucked. And it was also awesome. Like, at the same time, it was just, wow.
And then you're like, is this old Gustave? Like, it looks like old Gustave, and he's just killing everyone with his cane. And why the fuck is he so old? I thought everyone 33 and up were dead. What's going on?
Yeah.
It leaves you with such confusion and anger and motivation
and interest.
Oh,
you're like,
yeah.
you're invested. You were already invested. Now
Right.
you're heavily invested. You're just like, I need to see this through, you sons of bitches. It's so
Yeah.
master stroke at storytelling, the way to start.
Did you guys catch who else was on the beach during that cutscene?
Verso.
Talking about Verso?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he saves Gustave
Yeah. And Maelle. Yeah.
from the Elden Ring two-hand face guy.
Right.
Fucking crazy. What in the soul's born is this?
Fuck
Yeah,
those
you're right, Caleb.
things.
That was the oh shit moment in this game for me. That early on, is you're right. You kind of get a sense that says, okay, there's only so many party members. So how is the party going to be separate from the rest of the expedition because the expedition's large? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, I see where they're going. We have an older gentleman. Maybe it's going to tell a story or something. And he just goes, nope, you're decapitated. It was like, oh. You're like that? That's
He
how
didn't
you
give a shit. He
I love
just straight up murdered them. Like,
I love when
instantly.
Alan is like, "You're old," and he's like, and just his fucking head rolls off.
Yeah, so cool.
It's like insulting an old man in the supermarket. You just don't
Right.
do it.
Yeah, like never again will I get mad at Grandpa when he cuts me off in traffic. Never again.
Exactly.
You're like, I'm not getting my head cut off today. Thanks.
You're gonna die now, Sonny. Yeah. The beach scene, dude. You're all motivated because the paintress supposedly painted away your, I'd say, future wife, girlfriend. They were very close, but there was kind of a animosity between them. Like they both had like roles in this world to play, and they were really focused on their mission where they couldn't really have a relationship, but they still loved each other, right? And that was explored with Lune very much. Like she was very focused on her mission because of her parents and being a scientist and finding out what the fuck is going on. So yeah, you 50 expeditioners and there's 4 left. We only think there's one. Gustave gets off the beach and he just runs into a bunch of corpses of frozen stone-like previous expeditioners, right? This game is like, oh, punch. It's just like, oh, you felt bad for that? Oh, well, guess what? And Gustave is like, go ahead.
Look, how interesting was it? I mean, in that moment, if you can remember how you felt when you see these corpses,
right?
And you're like, well, they're still there. So the people in this world don't just gomage when they die naturally. Like you didn't, we didn't know that at the time, like what was going on. And so I remember like staring and being like, are they statues? Like I didn't know. I had no idea. I was just like, this doesn't make any sense. And then of course, we find out a little bit later why that is. But it made me think about things. I'm not a particularly super religious person or anything, but in the games world and even in our world, but in the games world, I'm like, are their souls trapped? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is like even more horrible than I thought. Everything is worse the more I play this, and I want to continue, even though I'm upset for them. And I was curious if you guys felt the same way when you saw the bodies. You were like, what?
Well, that blood bag of bodies too,
Oh,
just
God.
dripping. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah.
I'll take it from another angle for you on this one. And I'm sorry if this is dark. So this is a true spoiler warning because I'm going to talk about some really dark stuff and I don't want to
It's a
trigger
Spoilercast, bro.
No. I don't want to cause an emotional trigger for anybody that's a listener. But when Gustave is sitting there and he pulls out that gun and then Lune snaps at him, your moment with Sophie, Matt, that was my moment in the game.
Oh, okay.
Because I fought those demons before, and to see Lune just go, no, you need to step in line and remember the mission. Do not give up. You're not allowed to give up on everybody else. You're not allowed to give up on Maelle. You're not allowed to escape your responsibility because you're in a moment of weakness. Really struck home with me. And if I'm quite frank, if I'm quite honest, I'm pretty sure that's when I pulled out a wedding ring and said, "Would you please marry me?" Like,
Yeah.
but all jokes aside, that was my emotional depth because I have been there. I've seen my friends there. I've seen my comrades there. So to see him go to that depth, I went, "Oh, I know what that moment looks like. I know what it feels like." And to see Lune come along and pull him out of that snap made me immediately say, "She's in my party 24/7." I'm sorry, she's got to stay there.
No,
And she quite frankly became one of my favorite characters.
it's interesting, and I don't want to push you too much because obviously it's a harsh thing, but um, I've had people in my life gone through similar things. Luckily, I've been able to avoid having that affect me personally. That's a really hard thing. But what I think, and again, this is just purely conjecture because I've never been around it directly. When she like straight up scolds him, when Lune scolds him, I remember, like, I mean, yes, that was a very harsh scene to watch, and in a good way. I mean, it was heavy, and it should be heavy. He just watched like literally everybody who already lost people important to him, and then he just lost 46 at least other people that were important to him 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. What is your mind going through? But when Lune scolds him, I remember thinking to myself, boy, that was like the most perfect way to handle this situation, and, in her perspective, but also for, I'm going to call him Gustave. He might be Gustave. I've actually never looked up which way he's supposed to be
I'll get
pronounced,
up.
but for Gustave, and I, again, not being in the center of anything like that, but from your angle, did you feel that way too? And did she handle that the right way for the situation? Or, I mean, I know every situation is
Yeah,
different, but
yeah, absolutely. Every situation's different, but I will tell you, in the situation where he was away from home, he was he had lost everybody that he was connected to. He was isolated. He saw no way out. He had no way forward because like he didn't know where he was. He didn't have
sure,
any idea. So to see Lune, a familiar face, who then gave him purpose, gave him direction, because that's where he was at. He had no purpose and direction. So at that point, he was like, well, I guess there's no reason for me to be here. And you could never say that 100%. But
right,
I think she made the correct call. And what makes that really interesting, specifically because Lune's parents, as we may discuss even more in depth later, is she's a logical scientific mind.
yeah.
But that shows great emotional intelligence as well.
It's it's interesting because I felt right after she scolded him, and I mean, it's super tense. It's a tense moment anyway, and you
Yep.
don't know how it's going to go because you just saw a bunch of people get murdered on a beach, and you're like, I just wanted to play this French game about beauty. What the fuck, But when she does that, when she scolds him, and again, being a person who's just observing this, his reaction felt so real. Like it just felt like, yeah, I mean, he sort of not really snapped out of it. That's not the right word I want to
Mm-mm.
say, but I don't know how else to say it. But he just kind of, moved forward from that moment. He didn't really belabor it until, a little later where somebody's like, you want to talk about it? And he's just like, no, we're good. Like, it's fine. Everything, like, for those
Mhm.
who come after, we got to keep moving forward. Like, I just thought, holy shit, like these people who wrote like the script writers, this is genius. And I'm like 2 hours into this game. I don't even know where we're gonna go from here, but like, can I live in this world? I mean, it's horrible. There's things about it that are horrible, but I'm so glad to hear. I'm not glad you to hear that
Yeah,
perspective,
yeah, yeah.
that way, but I'm so glad to hear it from somebody who can speak more to it, because I did wonder, that was one of the scenes that stuck out early in the game for me, where I was like, this is just wow. I can't even put it into words.
So the important thing and I know we're only 2 hours into this game, but I gotta really drive this point home, is the thing that you got to keep in mind is, what did she say when she showed up? He was at wit's end. She didn't come across come across and slap him in the face and say, no, get your ass moving.
Yeah.
She broke the ice. She connected with him on a level. and it kind of snapped him out of that moment because she broke the ice. What did she say? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure I'd want to be willing to do that, right? You might want to put that down. And it made him realize, oh shit, I'm not alone. And then she was able to establish a connection and then find common ground. Yeah, no shit. We're in a suicide mission. Guess what? We don't get to quit. And it kind of leads along that way, right? Because you never want to be General Patton and just slap people. But at the same time, she found that common ground and then elevated him and brought him out of that moment. So it was great emotional intelligence from a character who's supposed to be the high IQ individual or scientific IQ, book smart, not emotional, street smart. So I thought that was really cool. And that's why I fell in love with her right out the gate.
Oh yeah. I will just say this right now. She was my favorite character in the game. And I know that might be like a weird, as far as like the way she was written, because I love all of them. They're all great. It's like trying to pick your, favorite child. You're just not going to do that well. I don't know if it's because she's like a strong woman, and I have always had respect for strong women. I do. But I don't know if that was the moment for me, but like, man, it was so hard every time I had to take her out of my party after that, because I was there in that moment with her, and I was like, fuck you guys. Can I have a million people in my party? Like, I don't want to pick my favorites. Like, let me just have them all. They're all my children.
I wanted a Final Fantasy IV situation where, like, can I just have them all in my party, please?
Yeah.
Always a struggle.
So to kind of caveat, or I guess kind of piggyback off it, I think the exact thing she says was, "You probably shouldn't do that, or it'll kill us both." Something like that.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, that scene was that was the first scene in the entire game, the first of two, where I had to go outside, smoke a cigarette, sit alone for half an hour.
Wow.
Been there before. I've got a great friend group now that have helped pull me out of that. So I get it. It hit extremely, extremely close to home. As somebody who's lost friends to suicide, as somebody who's thought about that themselves, and it was done beautifully, and it was done in the best way possible. I hate to say that about this type of topic, but
right, that's tough.
It's the way that the writers approached it was done properly. It was done really well. It really gave you like the first deep dive into, hey, this guy's fucked up. Like, nobody expected anything like that to happen. He survived. He's fucked up.
Yeah.
It was a very powerful scene, and it impacted me for sure. And Lune coming in, I just loved Lune's character the entire game. She was so focused on the mission, and she did show some empathy there for Gustave. It is Gustave.
For a split second. For a split second.
But she's always like, it's honestly, when you look at it, she really understood the concept of the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right? And they were going and they're trying to get as much information as they can, and essentially until they die, and record everything and leave their journal for the next expedition. So she's kind of in the mindset like, well, we're on, like Bob said, we're on a suicide mission. What are you doing? And kind of connected with him first, and was like, okay, now what are we going to do? And then they see that 33 on the tree, and you're like, now what the fuck is going on? Right. I have Maelle. Like, okay. So apparently Verso did that, and he had Maelle. So
she's the only person, Lune is the only person that I think has come closest to solving the trolley problem. Really, where she just handled it so much better than any argument I've heard in my 40 years on this earth. And I went to college. We talked about crazy shit all the time, and even outside of college. I've heard this, that, and the other, but that's the closest in anything where I was like, fuck, she's right. Like, it's wow.
You know what she did, right? She used psychology to an effective manner, because the mission of the expedition is to kill the paintress, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what she told Gustave to do. She said, get your shit together and we're going to go to the rendezvous point. because they're reaching the rendezvous point at that point in time in Gustave's mind was more achievable than taking out the paintress, because he was like, I don't know. He's at a point where he's like, I don't know how the fuck we're going to do this. We just all got wiped, right? But I can make it to the rendezvous point, and then making it to the rendezvous point is the next step to doing X, Y, Z. So this is why I love the writing in this game so much.
Yeah, and she's driven by the mission, and Gustave is driven to find Maelle out of love and emotion, right? So you have these two very differing perspectives of their intent and objective and what's driving them. So
the driving behind, or the driving force of love and emotion, is essentially the basis of the entire game. Honestly, it's the entire story.
Yeah, and family.
Summed up in 2 words.
Oh, I wanted to ask you guys before we started, and I forgot. And if you could limit, how do I say this? If you wanted to describe this game, what it's about in 1 word, and it's difficult, do you have anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, easily. Death.
What's your word, Matt?
Death.
Death. What's your word, Bob?
Acceptance.
What about you, Alex? Grief is the one that grief is the one where I'm like trying to describe this game to, my niece or somebody who's important to me, that they're like, oh, you're always playing weird shit. What is this? What's it about? And I'm like, I don't want to tell you, because I didn't want to say grief because I don't want them to know. And I know that some people need to be warned about that stuff. Like, absolutely do that the right way. But I agree. I think grief is it's like written all over this game. And when you tell that to somebody, they might be like, why would you play something that makes you so upset? And to me, it's like, I feel like this game comes the closest to explaining to somebody what grief is like. Like for somebody who's never experienced it, like a child. Not that a child should necessarily play this. I think that games should be made for all ages. Like, that's great.
Feet,
But this one is like, I hope you're mature when you play it, so you understand what they're going through. And I'm sorry to like derail us for a second, but I was genuinely curious, because when the game was over, grief, that was it. And I was curious about you guys.
No, that's an awesome question. I want to change mine though. Existence.
Oh, yeah. Well,
because that theme
also fair.
Yeah.
What does it mean to exist?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you go through Spring Meadows, which was awesome. Every bit of it. It's just kind of the intro and the music, and you get into the combat.
Oh, you get to play finally.
Yeah, play, right?
2 hours in, I'm an emotional wreck, right?
Yeah, exactly. And now you get to fuck shit up with your sword and your gun and Lune's magic abilities. And man, the combat, it just shines in this game. It's incredible. Just the parry system, it's so unique. We'll get into the combat maybe Endgame.
Yeah.
So,
because people, I don't think we have 11 and a half hours that people want to listen to us, and we could talk for 11 and a half hours. I would be down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we really could. But we go through Spring Meadows, we get to Flying Waters. Actually, this is an important part. When you get out of Spring Meadows, what happens? There's a fucking world map.
Yes. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
How many games? Dude, my greatest or my best explanation of this game is it's the game that Square Enix gaslighted us into thinking we didn't want, but we actually wanted.
Oh yeah,
because they kind of they went in and they did more action. They scrapped the world maps, but we get out and we see the world map and we're just like, holy shit. So
Square had said at one point in time, and I don't think they were being like mean, but they were like, well, it just doesn't make sense. Like, we don't have to do that anymore.
Right.
And while I can understand, like, sure, if you're going for realism or whatever, but if you're going for realism, why my favorite character has a sword the size of a fucking truck? That's not real. I mean, like, maybe it is with Genova cells and shit. Sorry, spoilers, all that shit for 7. But like, what? I'm not playing this because if I wanted to do something real, I'd have to go and buy eggs, and that's not fun. So let me just like have this world map. Let me. And I do think when we were younger and world maps were more, like a creative necessity, because how you can explore a whole world on 16-bit. You're not really going to be able to get fully 3D towns and stuff that are to scale. But it let your imagination sort of fill in the blanks. And that's something that this game did while also keeping things somewhat grounded. I mean, again, masterstroke. I don't know how the hell you guys did this, but when you've got something that lets me fill in the blanks on my own, and then you tell me the other important stuff, the world really comes to life. I don't know if that's just me, the way that I take stories, but I thought, like you just said, you get to the world map and you're just like, well, fuck me sideways. Look at this. Like, I knew about it in the trailer, but
Right.
being here now is just like, thank you so much.
Exactly.
Like, it's like tears of joy for something as simple as I can just walk back there and then I'm in the zone again. Like, this is
Right.
great.
Yeah, it was so awesome coming out of that. And by the way, for our listeners, we are out of the prologue and into Act 1, Gustave, because that happens after the beach clusterfuck scene. So, yeah.
The massacre.
The beach massacre. Yep. So, yeah, we get into the world map, and it's like, go to the flying waters. And my God, the flying
cool zone,
waters.
right?
What an awesome, dude, the level design. It's probably has to be one of my favorite tracks. I think it's called Goblu in Flying Waters.
Sure.
And it's in every battle or every unique level has its own battle music, which is just absolutely incredible. The soundtrack is huge, and that Flying Waters music is so fucking cool. And I just love the level design, and yeah, it's awesome. It kind of reminds me of the Coral Highlands in Monster Hunter World.
Sure.
Like it's underwater, but it's not really underwater. And you're like, why is this the way it is?
Like, is gravity fucked here? I don't know, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, right.
It honestly reminded me of Blitzball in Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
Or any of the water traveling. Why am I able to sit underwater for 20 minutes without taking a breather or a mask? Who knows? It's part of the world. It's part of it's what you said. It allows you to fill the imagination. Because the key behind good storytelling is being able to get the reader to suspend belief, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody's been part of it. Well, no, technically you can't do that because you can't do it. Star Wars isn't accurate because you're still exposed to space. Who cares?
Star Wars.
Enjoy what's going on, and I think that's lightsabers, the Force.
Anakin and Spock are friends.
Midichlorians.
Oh, fuck midichlorians. We're not, no, absolutely not.
We're not
a
doing
huge
that
Star Wars fan. We're all huge Star Wars fans.
But yeah, that's exactly what Flying Waters was to me. I was like, this makes zero sense. Am I underwater? Is the water above me? And then I eventually said, you know what? It doesn't matter because the level design, the music, the battles, everything else is what's important anyways. And that was the moment where you went, oh, this is a Souls-like game when you finally hit an expedition flag and you go, wait, I just killed that guy. That's when I went, oh, this is a Souls-like, because it was also the first map where you realized that you could actually truly get lost. And I got lost a few times. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you there, Alex, you mentioned something about getting lost in that area.
A little bit of backstory here. I was on a Discord call with Bob, and I was lost in Flying Waters for, I shit you not, 3 hours.
Wow.
I could not figure out where I needed to go. The only place I knew that I could go to was the boss that kept killing me because I didn't understand any of the game's mechanics yet. Yeah, and then finally Bob was like, nope, that's where you gotta go.
Did Bob say 3 simple words? Follow the music. Did you guys notice that?
He told me about the glowing paths.
Yep,
and that was my hint, and that actually was what I followed for the entirety of the game from that point on.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure when I discovered that, like that the music changed when you were on the golden path, and like I remember because everything that had happened to that point it kept raising the bar for me, where I was like, holy fuck. That was probably when I was worried it was going to overtake my favorite game of all time and that my entire identity was just lost. Because I was like, how do you guys keep nailing this? Also, like, fuck yourselves. Like, I mean, in a good way. I was just so happy to figure that out. And it was, not everybody does, but I do pay attention to music more than your average gamer probably. But I just remember thinking, you go left, you go right, the music changes slightly when you're in like a certain part of the zone, and you're like, wait, So it actually helped me because I'm an explorer. I like to, cross my T's, dot my I's everywhere I go. I break games all the time. It's fun. But I was like, I know not to go this way because this music has been consistent. So now I can just like fuck off to this side of the map and get an item that's 400 levels stronger than it should be. And that was awesome. So
Right.
yes, I'm so glad that you guys figured that out and experienced that because it was so cool.
Yeah, for me, it was going off the path, and instead of going to the boss I was supposed to, I decided it'd be a good idea to get stuck at the first chromatic that you run into, and decided to do that at whopping level 4.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and this is the crazy part, right? Like Caleb, you were mentioning, yeah, I just went in and fucked up that chromatic a best, and I was like, you're not supposed to be able to beat that because it one shots you. And I mean, if you are skilled enough, you can basically take anything down in this game and do a no hit battle,
Yeah.
and that's incredible.
And I remember I texted Matt because I was like, I just, whatever, I beat it at like level 4, 5, 7, whatever. And I think I turned level like 17 or, I mean, I just, immediately,
Crazy.
and I sent you a screenshot and I was like, I don't like, is this good? Like, I didn't know. And then your first message back, you were like, I knew you'd be that fucking guy. And I was like, well, I mean, he killed me twice, like my party members. He didn't kill me, but I learned how to parry him. And then I was like, oh, I can just do this. He's got like 4 movesets. I'll just sit here for 25 minutes. And then that's when he was like, you're not supposed to do that yet, you dick.
Yeah,
and I was like, well, I did. And then I broke it. So I'm sorry.
You did the grandma's boy scene when they're playing DDR, and then he breaks the high record and he goes, wait, is that good? I don't know.
But I was sincere. Like, I wasn't trying to humble brag. I was like, am I in the right place? Like, I thought it was the boss for the level. I just assumed. I was like, shit, this game's crazy. And then he's just like, no, the chromatics. And I was like, what is that? I mean, I know what the word chromatic means, but I was like, I don't know who are. I mean, these things look like they're out of a child's play, children's book or something.
Yeah, it looked like a pink sheep.
Oops.
Yeah, and then I was like, go fight Sprong and report back.
And I did not know what that meant.
I know, exactly. Yeah, Flying Waters was so awesome. And the boss at the end, then you get one of the best characters in the game, one of the most key characters in the game, Maelle. And I love what I read online regarding this character. They're like, Clair Obscure Expedition 33 isn't about the art or the journey or the paintress. It's about turning this 16-year-old little girl into a fucking nuclear bomb.
Exactly. That blew my mind. Like, I finished the game low 50s. I was in Act 3.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I was in Act 3 in the mid 20s. When I say I grinded the game, I went. And it made no sense to me why this 16-year-old girl with a rapier was breaking the damage barrier out the gate in Act 3, or not breaking the damage barrier, but hitting 9,999 damage out the gate in Act 3. But other people were struggling to get above 1,000. Like it.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a child.
Right. Well, yeah. But
and then when you figure it out, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's the only painter.
Yeah,
one of 3, I think.
She's literally Jesus.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I am Jesus. No. Yeah.
Yeah, I akin her to Shauna from Legend of Dragoon, if you guys have played that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same concept the entire game. I was like, okay, this is starting to look a little familiar.
I would tell you the character that I compared her to, but it is in Tales of Symphonia, and it is a huge spoiler for people that have not played it, so I will not say it.
I haven't played Symphonia yet. Don't say anything.
Oh, gotcha. Tales fan? We got to talk after the cast. Yeah, so we get Maelle. We got our 3-character party going, and we get to the Ancient Sanctuary. There were some really weird enemies here. Just like, why are these puppets attacking me? And they're making weird noises. Remember the Ancient Sanctuary? Right before the Gestural Village?
Oh, yeah.
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 Wild. Like,
yeah,
what?
I've got a take on that one. I was still on the call with Bob on this one. And I swear to God, for me, for some reason, the single hardest boss in the entire game was the ultimate Sakapatate. I died over a dozen times trying to do that fight. Meanwhile, Paintress, first try. Like
Shit.
there was a super boss that I did first try. We'll get into that one when we get to the
Which super boss?
Clea, first try.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did that when I got home from work today.
I have a story on that one.
Nice.
Bob was here for that story. Yeah, those enemies were just weird, and there was like a trebuchet, just like fucking you up. And then it was really cool because they showed you like you can do your long range shoot attack, and you could just break them. It's crazy, and just render them useless. And every time they died, they would just barrel into you. I know, dude, I died from one of those. Like the timing on that was a little tricky. So
that's what I want to say. This is one of those. So this game has inspirations, right? We're talking about BioShock Infinite. I'm convinced that the design was BioShock Infinite, right? This I think was a Final Fantasy inspiration. And Caleb already knows where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And you probably too, as Matt is when you're dealing with a certain enemy. And when you kill it, particularly in Final Fantasy VIII, oh my God, that thing drove me up a wall. You get hit by meteor. You can kill it, but it still says, guess what? I get one more attack, and it's going to be the entire party. I saw that and went, oh, this is a behemoth. That was my oh my gosh moment. Spoilers for Final Fantasy, but it's happened in like 4 of the games. So, but yeah, that was that when they suicide in and then they just blow out your party. You're and full disclosure. For me, I always dodged it. That was the one thing I could never get the timing down on. So I just said, screw it. I'm going to dodge it because they're dead anyways.
What would you do if I told you that in French, Sakapatate meant behemoth?
Oh,
it doesn't. I'm just fucking with you. It doesn't.
I was like, there's no way. It sounds like Sakapatate, man. There's no way.
I had to. I'm sorry.
Well.
I had to.
you sold that so well. I thought
Thank
you were.
You really did.
Yeah.
You know what? Hold on, I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, but
I don't know if it means anything. I have no
Holy
idea.
shit.
Wait, what?
According to what I'm getting out of this, holy shit. You guys want to know? I just Googled it. Please. For their listeners. It means bag of potatoes.
Oh my God.
Sack of potatoes.
I should have known that actually. I mean, really, I thought about it.
Yeah, that.
Wow.
We'll get to them, but that explains a lot of the characters that we meet later on.
Do you know how to say sack of potatoes in Japanese? It's being
it's soka potato. Yeah. Anyway,
soka potato.
Actually, I did want to ask you, Matt, for just a second, not to backtrack, because I do like the pace that we're going because it's a game. We gotta get to the meat, right? What did you guys think of the mansion where we found Maelle? Like the first time you went.
I wanted to touch on that. The moment I get in there and hear that track, one of my favorites in the games.
Very cool.
And I was like, okay, so this mansion is kind of the anchor of this world. And I knew it was special and I knew it didn't belong. And I immediately thought, this makes things interesting. And this is out of the reality I think we're in and in another reality. So yeah, the mansion was awesome. I love that track.
Okay. And then, what about you, Alex? I'm curious. I mean, just get a round of everybody and then
So the mansion actually pissed me off because I wanted to open up every single fucking door.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like, oh well, obviously to get Maelle leave, but I couldn't open anything, and it pissed me off. Lo and behold, later on in the game you can, but that's beside the point. It's the soundtrack though, phenomenal, and for me it didn't I didn't quite put together anything just yet out of that until I saw it again later on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I was similarly. I was just like, the fuck does this mean? I try to let things just happen to me, but then with this, I was like, what is going on in this game? I love it. What about you, Bob? What were your thoughts when you approached the mansion for the first time?
So from a storytelling perspective, I knew this thing was important
Sure.
because it just didn't fit within the world, right? This game was silly and goofy at this point, so I totally understand that. But it was my moment that went, my JRPG instincts kicked in, and I immediately went to the dining room area, and I was walking along the walls. I'm inspecting every aspect of this. I don't know if it's my JRPG or my tabletop RPG background, but my combination said I have to inspect every little thing with detail. And then I found the candlestick, and I went, "Oh, you can turn a candlestick." And then I turned that, and then I was like, "But I heard a click." But I didn't see anything move, so I was
Right.
like, "There's got to be more to it." And then I went to the next thing, and the next thing, and that kind of gave me. That's when I knew not only was this a good game, this was a JRPG that gave a callback, because that is a callback 100% to classic JRPGs, where you're like, oh, this is just a story beat, and then you miss something because you didn't move the candlestick, right?
Yeah.
And then of course Matt gave me a hint later on that I didn't think about, where he's like, just channel your inner Mario 64.
That's the same hint that Bob gave me, actually.
Excellent. I love that my hint transcended
Yeah.
two people. That's awesome. When you go through the mansion as Verso, did you catch that? Did you catch anything in that dining room? Maybe a specific bed? Did you guys catch that?
No.
It was a dog bed, and it said,
Oh.
"This is Minoko's bed."
So
Minoko is painted from the dog.
yes,
He's your best friend.
so I didn't catch that. But the one thing that
Yeah.
I didn't catch, but I noticed afterwards is, which room do you find Maelle in?
What do you mean?
Alicia's room.
It's in
Yeah.
Alicia's
Oh, yeah,
room.
yeah.
Yeah, you find her in Alicia's
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course you don't realize it until later, but it was like a whole.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for
Yep.
me, it was noticing
Foreshadow.
that their theme songs were exactly the same with
Yeah.
different words.
Yep. Yep.
And dude, their eyes were the same. Alicia and Maelle, their eyes were the same. And I was like, they're connected. I thought it was more of time travel, but I
I
didn't
mean,
know.
Alicia only has one eye, so I guess they're kind of the same.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you do find Maelle in that room. That's crazy. But yeah, Caleb, I think I was like, did you get the collect all the records? And you're like, yeah. And I was like, there's no way you didn't look up the one in the dining room. And you're like, but I just like clicked on everything. And I was like, there's no way. Because I didn't get it. I had to look that one up.
Well, it's hilarious because I kind of like Bob, it was the same thing. And Alex, I was so worried. So I was like, why can't I go in these fucking rooms? Like, what am I missing? I was afraid I'd never be able to go back, just from a gameplay perspective. I mean, I thought it was a cool set piece, but
Yeah.
I found one of the candles and I turned it, heard a click, ran around to every fucking door, thinking one of these doors unlocked. I just found them, and that's not it at all. And then
Right.
I found another one, and then I just got mad and left because I couldn't figure out what it did. And then I think there are 4 of them, right?
Yes.
To unlock the way. Yeah. I naturally had found the 4 like throughout other visits when I was just pissed off, but I still didn't know what it did. And then I discovered that little alcove, had no idea that they were related. like none at all. And so when Matt was asking me, I was like, fuck you, I turned candles. What are you talking about? Like I had no clue. And yeah, so that was fun. I was like, I'm gonna flex my RPG prowess and just click on everything except
Thank
the
you.
trash guy 10 times because I am old and nobody's perfect.
I'm
You know what?
convinced, by the way, that you said the trash can guy. You mentioned, you remember the door in the prologue where the people are banging. Spoiler for Borderland, for another game. I'm just gonna give me 15 seconds. I think that's a reference to Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, I
Yep.
hope it is.
Yep, I actually agree with you on that one.
Okay. All right. So you know what I'm talking about, gentlemen. All right.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Was it Asterion banging the bear in there?
No.
No.
I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3. I just
Right.
saw like hair
So
banging.
there's a door, and they tell you to go away, but because it's
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3, you can break down the door or lockpick it. But when you
Mhm.
do, and this is going to sound vulgar, but I don't care. It's a bugbear banging the fuck out of an ugly ass 300-pound troll.
It's
Hell yeah.
nuts. It's
it's
nuts.
nuts.
I mean, you're just like, okay, I deserve that. I broke the door down. That's on me. Oops.
This was another one of those. This is why I'm calling these out, because this game has inspirations, and that was another one. But yeah,
Yeah.
that manner, rolling this all the way back, Caleb. I'm so glad you were just like me, because I thought I was crazy for a minute there. I was like, I can't be the only one who did this, right? So thank you.
Of course.
I didn't even notice the candles. I'll be completely honest. When I play RPGs for the first time through, I tend to just speed run, and then the second time I'll go through and I'll go and do everything,
Sure.
which is what I'm in the middle of right now. So like I got to the manor, couldn't open up any of the doors, I left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The manor was incredible. I loved the music the moment I got in there, and I just wanted to explore everything. And yeah, I tried every door, right? Yeah, you get out of the manor, and you get out of Ancient Sanctuary, and you hit Gestural Village. This place is crazy. You meet the Gestrals; they're so fucking funny, and you're like, okay, now we have walking, talking paintbrushes. I mean, it makes sense to the theme, but why?
It was awesome.
I know, it's great. I love it. Yeah, Jester Village was awesome. And then they're like, oh, go to the chef's house. And you're like, oh, chef. And it's just because they can't spell, and it's the chief's house. And if you look at the sign later, when they get corrected, they corrected it and they put an I in there.
Oh,
Did
I
you guys
missed
know
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a reference to the Snickers commercial?
Maybe.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Not really.
All right, so back in the late 90s, I want to say early 2000s, there was that commercial of a guy who was doing he was painting an end zone in a football field, and he was painstakingly painting it out. And then afterwards, he finishes and he's looking at his work, and some dude walks up and says, nice work, but who are the chefs? Because he was supposed to write Chiefs.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That wasn't
probably
how I
a call out.
correlated that one. I actually thought of the original Oblivion, because there's a whole side quest for the Fighters Guild where they scribble the corrected name on a sign. That's what I thought of when I saw it.
Nice.
I
Yeah, that's
did-
the beautiful thing about this game.
I did want to bring this up because I don't actually know if this was their intent, but do you guys know what? I'm probably going to pronounce it wrong, and my wife's going to yell at me. I think it's pronounced gesso. It's an art style of art. Do you know, any of you know what that means? You ever heard of that before?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so I guess it's not a style of art, but it's used in a style of art. Typically like sculptures. And so I thought gesso, like, is it close? Because they're like little sculpted things, like they're people, but they're not like human. And that was another one of the hints early on where I was like, we're in a fucking painting. Like there's something like this world, because the rules don't apply. We're underwater. Things are, the art team did such a great job making things real, but also not. Like when you could see the Eiffel Tower in the background that's like bent and like twisted to the side, things like that. There were these hints. I'm jumping a little bit ahead here, but like Verso, his name is very important, and I just recognized the translation right away. I'll get to it when he comes up, like in Act 2. But I was curious if anybody else thought about like what the gestuals were, even after you discover that you're in a painting. Like, what did you think? I mean, to me, it's like it's a kid bringing things to life, not really knowing how to create something the right way. And of course, we find out that a lot of that is true later on. But I thought, because gesso is I want to say it's like a type of glue that's used in sculpture, and I thought that maybe that's why they were named gestrals.
Oh, so the thing that I'm glad you made that jump there, Caleb, because I recognize the dolls, and I don't know. They may be literally called gestural dolls, but they are a type of doll that's used in arts and crafts. You can go buy them at a Hobby Lobby.
Shit, I didn't know that. That's like way more. That makes way more
Yeah,
sense.
they're yeah, I know what you're talking about, Bob. They're like used as like for posing for artwork.
Bingo. That's
Oh.
what they're used for. So when I saw that and then saw the paintbrushes, I was like, for me, I saw it as more of the thematics of the game and not a literal translation.
Huh. Yeah, I did get stuck on translating a lot of things. I will fully admit, from the soundtrack too, because a lot of the things they say, I wouldn't recognize every word because I'm not fluent. Like my wife is very fluent. But also, little fun fact, I'm gonna get the I can't remember all of it the right way, but they in one of the songs they say things like dim sum tum, or like it's like little words, and I'm sitting there hearing it over and over. I'm like, what the fuck does this mean? And so I called my wife downstairs and I was like, what are they saying? And she would recognize the phrases that were actual translations, you know, some of the stuff that I would too. But she was just like, it's fucking gibberish. I don't know. So then after the game, like way after the game, I looked it up and I was like, oh, it is just like gibberish. It's just like when people sing in a choral, in a choir, and they're just saying like fa la la la, like that doesn't really mean anything. You could argue that it means notes like fa and la, but like they were just saying words to sort of make the syllables and the cadence of the song move on, and then they would say things that were translated. But I felt so stupid because I was like sitting there for like 20 minutes like, what are they trying to tell me in this song? And sometimes it helped, other times it didn't. But I definitely focused a lot on translation things because they kind of tell you a lot of the story in a good way. I mean, it's not so much that they're just ruining it for you, but it's enough if you pay attention that you're like, wow. So I was curious if anybody else, you know, did that for certain locations or things like gestrels, things like the gommage that I mentioned earlier, meaning scrub. You know, just wondered.
Yeah. So to backpedal a little bit, specifically the dolls Bob's talking about, those are called Gestalto dolls. They're little mannequins used for sketchwork.
Which is why, by the way, which is amazing. Which, by the way, I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to to the group, but I'm going to ask you first, Matt. Did you catch the reference to the notorious meme in the Gestural Village?
Oh yeah, the one where he's sitting in the fire and he's like, "This is fine."
Greatest point in the game.
Yeah,
no questions.
I only asked because that was my point in the game where I went, okay, so they're telling a serious story, but they're not willing to always take themselves too serious. This is fine.
Yeah, I was over at your house and you showed me that, and I was like, I gotta play this fucking game now. I hate to say it, I think that was the turning point, was the meme.
Yeah, I was sitting down here by myself. For listeners, I have a basement that's like semi-finished for my game room. So I was sitting down here. My wife had gone upstairs to like shower or something, and I ran into that. And I said to nobody because I was by myself. I just said, I fucking love this game. Like, because it was perfect. And again, like to compare to other classic RPGs, they, back in like the Super Nintendo days, more than anything else, they also had fun. They had a sense of humor, and I think a lot of RPGs now, and it's not a slight when you're playing something like The Witcher, or maybe that's a bad example because they have a great sense of humor too, but they take themselves so seriously, and they're too afraid to have fun. Older Final Fantasies had fun. They would just have ridiculous things that would make you giggle. Like, oh, this is fun. And it doesn't ruin the game. It doesn't ruin the mood. It actually adds to it. And so when I saw what you're referring to in Gestural Village, I was just like, God damn it. Thank you. I fucking love this game.
Yeah, it was awesome. I definitely picked up that meme. It was crazy. Yeah, Gestural Village was so awesome. The music, everything. It was kind of like your first village or town you encounter. I think it's kind of like the only one, right, where you have merchants, and I mean merchants are all over the game, but a specific area.
Yeah.
And then you get into the arena and you meet our girl CL. I use CL a little bit. She was my least used character, unfortunately. I thought she was really awesome. I thought she had a really cool story, but you find out she's alive and she's like, oh my God. She finds out you guys are alive and she's like, well, let's fucking do this. We're on this expedition. And you get her. And that fight was a little hard. And whoever you used for that fight, they got a pretty awesome weapon. I used Gustave.
Oh, you did?
Not Maelle. Yeah. Maelle had the best weapon for sure. It was a rapier that started you in Verso stance. It's so broke.
Wait.
But
Whoa. Time out, folks. You got a unique weapon depending on who you used for that fight?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Oh, God. I love this game even more.
I did it 3 separate times so I could get the weapon I wanted.
Oh, wow. You just like killed it and then reloaded your save?
Yeah, I was like, okay, well, that's... I don't want this one. I'm not going to use this character. Yeah. And I ended up getting the one for Maelle.
I didn't know it until about, 5 hours after the fact. And I was like, God damn it.
Yeah, I had no idea. I just happened to use Maelle. because she
Right.
was broken as hell.
Mhm.
And I was like, yeah, this fight will be fine. And her weapon was even more broken. It was great.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It stays her best weapon for quite a long time. Yeah.
I used Gustave
Me too.
because I was using the weapon that never drops you below C. And he has the ability that if you're in C stance, you can remove all status effects and heal at 100% health. So it
Oh.
was a
Thinking of
dual. It
Verso.
was, yeah, it was a dual. Well, never mind. Never mind. I used Gustav because of the one shot capability later on, because overcharge at that
Oh,
point
yeah.
was probably the most broke ability in the game.
Yeah.
At that
I mean,
point,
for
Until
those
you
who come
level up.
after.
Until you level up Maelle's relationship, yeah, it is the most broken thing in the whole
Yeah.
game.
I don't know.
Right.
It just felt natural to use Gustav because of the way the play. Now I'm remembering the way the cutscenes worked out. It seemed more natural, but I did not know that. Thank you, because now I want to replay the game.
Yeah.
You should replay it anyway.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to do
replay
New
it in
Game
French.
Plus at some point.
I almost played
Ooh.
it in French the first time
Ooh,
because I played Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth in Japanese because I did study Japanese in college. But I did it in English first because I didn't want to read a bunch of shit and have to take forever. I wanted the story, and the voice actors are actually pretty good in that one. But in this, I was like, man, if I were as fluent as my wife, I absolutely would play it in French first. I would have. And I decided not to. And the voice actor's wonderful in this. But for my New Game Plus, I'm definitely going to play it in French. It's probably going to
Oh,
take
yeah.
me a little bit longer, but I have to.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you get a unique weapon, and then they're like, well, to cross the sea, you got to go find this, basically this mythical creature, Esquier,
Oh,
and
yes. More like
so
yes,
good.
yeah.
The Esquier.
Yeah, SK is the real relationship option in the whole game.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
I only romance Luna because SKA wasn't an option.
Mhm.
All right?
Any entity that's filled with wine is a winner in my book. So
Exactly. As long as it's not like barefoot, yeah, we're good.
right, yeah, it's got to be good wine. So yeah, you go and you find Esquier, and man, his introduction is awesome. And I don't know if you caught this throughout the game, but he's the one that saves CL, and he's kind of like the god or the guardian angel of this world to protect everyone. Him and two others, right? It's a trio, and Francois. Right,
And we
When you're like,
don't know at the time like what that means. You're like, oh,
right,
what the hell? So you don't know what to expect, right? When you're going to
exactly,
find this mythical thing that everybody says is bullshit,
yeah,
except for the Gestrals. Like the people back in Lumiere were like, oh, we've heard stories, but what does that
yeah.
mean?
Sometimes I'm we, and sometimes I'm woo. And sometimes I'm a little bit of both. I
Would you say that you're
I'm wee woo.
I'm woo-wee.
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 Woo-wee. Woo-wee.
So,
Verso the Angst Lord right there?
you're right. Can
SK is awesome.
I say for SK right there, Francois, when he goes to the other side, I just want to give. I don't know I haven't looked. Whoever the mocap artist was for Gustav, that dude deserves an award, because if you look in game when they go and they ask about the rock, you know what
I
I'm
do.
talking about. You know what I'm talking
I
about,
do.
right?
I think it's the same. The mocap actor is the same voice actor as Esquier.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Actually, I
Okay.
think
Yeah.
I did look
He
that up.
deserves an award, because when they ask about that painted rock and Francois freaks out. Did you guys catch what Gustave actually does in there? And our listeners aren't going to be able to understand, but he kind of gives the rest of the party this look of, who the fuck is what the fuck is this guy's problem? I love that 100%, dude. It just, he looks at the party like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? When when Francois starts screaming, that's how you do acting. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, and the back and forth between them. He's like, he stole my rock. And Francois, I did not steal your rock.
Esquier, the
I don't
voice actor for Esquier, does the English and the French.
Beautiful.
Boys, and I like, so I really want to hear what he sounds like in French, because what does half the nonsense that he utters that's also beautiful nonsense, like what does that sound like in French? I want to know.
Right.
I will
Yeah.
report back to you boys when I get there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. So you get Esquier, you go and do his mission, and then you get him, and you get the surf ability. Now you can surf around the world map. And this is kind of when the game opens up and you can explore and you realize, oh, the red portals mean you're going to get fucked in here. Or if you're good enough, you're going to go a little further and potentially beat it. But yeah, I liked how they did that. I like how they color coded the portals of the world. And sometimes I wouldn't even go in if it was red because I wanted to, because if you go in, it shows the name. And I wanted to see the destinations that I haven't gone in from a bird's eye.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was like, if it has a name, I've been there, I've explored it. If it doesn't, I haven't. And that really helped with the in-game cleanup. Yeah, you get to explore a lot more of the world map, and you get to Stone Wave Cliffs, and this another banger track. That's amazing. Yeah, and there's a lot of silence in that track too. And there's like, dong, and it's just very bass heavy, and I love that track. But you go through Stone Wave Cliffs, you get introduced to the stone enemies that are defense, like just crazy tanks that take forever to kill. And Stone Wave Cliffs at the end is where our
Peak
boy
comedy. It's peak comedy.
yeah, peak comedy. Right.
Yeah.
Lampmaster though, that boss, dude, another one of my favorite themes.
Such a cool fight.
Just, dude, I gotta say, Lampmaster was probably in my opinion, one of the best designed fights in the entire game.
Oh yeah,
so
like
cool.
It was like, because the first time I did it, I was like, why is this dude just raffle stomping me? I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Shoot the lanterns. Yeah.
In order.
Yeah, in order. So yeah, it took me a couple tries. Then I was like, you know what? This was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first boss where I was like, holy shit.
Yeah,
like,
that boss
has a lot more to it than just face check everything.
Right. That boss was one that I kind of like put the controller down. I was like, okay. Because I loved I don't know, it's kind of like I don't even know what instrument it was. Was it a violin or just an organ? It was very Castlevania like. I loved it.
Yeah,
it was.
You mean for the theme of the fight?
Theme of the boss. Theme of Lampmaster, yeah.
I would guess off the top of my head an organ, but I don't know that. Don't quote me on that at all, but I know the theme you're talking about, the feeling you're talking about, it just evokes like almost like a gothic vibe or something. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Immediately was like, oh, Castlevania. Just thought of it. So
beat the Lampmaster. Give me like the bloody tears feeling. Yeah, actually, now I'm thinking about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, exactly. Good call.
Yes. Bloody Tears is peak. So yeah, then you fight the Lampmaster. You think you beat him, and then it goes into that cutscene, and you see Alicia. You don't know who she is yet, and you see Renoir. You don't know who he is yet because when you fight him, it's like it says old man. But yeah, he traps Maelle into a paint cage, and our boy Gustave stands and fights, and he just fucking kills him. He aeriths that guy. So I was like, I compared it to like playing Final Fantasy VII, and if it's like Cloud got killed by Sephiroth and was replaced with Zack.
Spoilers for Final Fantasy VII, by the way, folks.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
Yeah.
Spoilercast.
I mean,
all right.
Look,
The game's been out for 30 years. Okay,
yeah,
it's had plenty of time.
There is a statute of limitations, and I think we've reached it.
I agree. You know how I knew it was real, Matt?
What?
I went and looked at. So we were going to talk about him later, but I went and looked at the next character's inventory, and when I saw the weapons were the same, my heart sank.
Yep. I still didn't think it was real. I was in denial. That's the first stage, right? Or anger is the first stage. I don't know. First stage of grief. But I still didn't think it was real. But yeah.
I thought, not to ruin spoil another game, but I was hoping for 45% of the remainder of the game. I was like, please be a Chrono situation. You know, like I really thought there's
Yes.
going to be something. I don't know what it is because anything's possible in this world. Like the further you get, the more you like learn things. And I was like, there's got to be a way. Like there's no fucking way. And then of course, kind of like the stages of grief. I was like, oh man, he gone. But quick interjection. The funny thing. So Matt was watching my trophies to know what he could talk about, and I had done that part. I got to that part. Obviously, it hit me. I was like, fuck, you know. But I think I was used to being really upset because the game was so good at just upsetting you and making you push forward.
That's true.
And I don't remember if my wife and I had to go out to like dinner with friends or whatever it was, but on PlayStation Network, he had messaged, "Do you want to talk about it?" And in a group with another guy, and I didn't see it for like it might have been like a full day. And then the next day, like I saw another message from the next person, and the other guy just said, "I think he killed himself," and I was just like, I mean, it's kind of how I felt in that moment. Like that was rough, man. It was absolutely rough. But it
put me down.
Yeah, you know, it was a downer for sure.
Yeah, Bob and I were at Metric last week, and I was like, I don't care what happens. I just want Gustave to finish his mission. Like, I wasn't even at Stone Cliffs yet, and he's like, "Keep playing the game, buddy. Keep playing the game." And then, like, first off, why did we have to fight out his death scene? Okay. Like,
I loved it.
That just makes it worse because, like, up until that point, and I think honestly, post game, Gustave is still my favorite character. Like be all end all. Like, yeah, Luna's awesome, but Gustave is my favorite.
No, that's fair. He's awesome. He's a wonderful character for sure.
It was far better than Verso. Anyway, yeah, to make you play out the fight where you know he's gonna die and then just kill him anyway. Like, come on.
I think they were trying to give us hope. Like,
no, we had already suffered enough.
No, that's not what that scene was about, gentlemen. At least from my perspective.
Let's hear it.
So that scene, so when first off, I'm going to say I knew Matt was stalking my trophies because I played that scene and immediately went to bed. Like I was impacted that bad. I went outside, smoked a cigarette, and went to bed. Like I was devastated. And then I got a text message. Want to talk about it?
This bitch, he's just like trolling people.
No, I really wanted to talk about it, like we're doing right now. Like I experienced that a week or 2 weeks before, and I didn't have anyone to talk about it. So I was like, right, you know.
So Gustave is talking to Maelle early on, previously about this, and they were talking about it, and he goes, "No, if I see that fucker, I'm running." But he didn't run. He didn't run because he was protecting his child.
Oh yeah, wonderful moment for him. It was so badass.
That was his last stand because he at that point he valued Maelle's life, and he didn't understand what Maelle really was all about, right? Mm-hmm. He valued Maelle's life more than his own, and as a parent, I feel that. So that's so. Out of all of the scenes, that one right there probably wrecked me the most. I turned off the PlayStation, my PlayStation, and went and had a cigarette and went to bed. Like I spent 2 days processing that entire moment. Was like I can't believe I like just from all of the different angles that hit me hard. But yeah, he was protecting his daughter at the end of the day.
The crazy parallel on this, right? You said Gustave was protecting his daughter, but so was Renoir. And
we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Spoiler alert.
You didn't know, but they had, this is a spoiler cast, but they had the same objective, right?
Yes, they did.
And I mean, he was even protecting Alicia, which, one and the same. Let's take a moment of silence for Gustave.
For those who come after.
Awesome.
Can I break the moment for just a second and say, just a quick interjection? Did you guys know that Andy Serkis was even in the game?
Yes.
Before you played it?
Yes.
No, I didn't look up anything. I mean, we saw the first trailer, and I was like, I'm not watching a single thing because this game is very special to me. I can just feel it. And so when we get to that scene, I went upstairs, wherever we were going, I was obviously devastated. But I was trying to like make myself feel better. And I looked at my wife and I was like, pretty sure that was Andy Serkis. And she was like, who's Andy Serkis? Like, she didn't know what just happened. I mean, I told her about Gustave, but she doesn't know Renoir. She didn't know any of that shit. And she was like, do you want me to look something up for you? And I was like, kind of, but also kind of not. Like, I want to know, but I don't want to know because he's a master voice actor. He can voice anybody. So if he's like multiple characters in the game, I didn't want her to be like, no, he's, a painter. Like, I had no idea. So, but then she looked it up and she was like, what did you think his name was? And I was like, Renoir. And she just nods at me. Just like,
no.
And I'm like, what are you hiding from me? Because I wondered if there were, at that point in time, I actually wondered if there were multiple versions of characters. Again, French stuff that I heard in the songs, and then knowing Verso's name, like learning it, I was like, oh, that translation means back or reverse, like the other side of something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was just like, mind blown. Like, I don't want to know more. But Andy Serkis, man, like that dude is just
Killed it.
I mean, they were all awesome. All the voice cast was great. But Andy Serkis, to play that kind of a role and sort of have multiple of the same character, if you will, that's kind of complicated. But the dude is just a legend for a reason. And like the fact that they got him as well, as a villain. I'm not going to say the villain, but like as a villain.
Right.
And you still, by the end, you're like, I get it. Like the performance he brought, just, I'm going to say wow 6,000 times during this podcast because that game is just wow.
It's incredible.
Yeah. If I can, because you said the voice acting, I want to roll back just a little bit as a one last moment for him. My favorite Gustave moment right before then is when you meet SKA and he gives him the password.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, get out of my way. And then you don't have to yell it. And he's so confused. He's like, what do you mean? No. And then apologizes afterwards of, I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Yeah. And Gustave was so just nice, and he's just like, get out of my way. And he's just like, and he's like, well, I don't even know the password. You don't have to yell at me. Incredible writing.
He's going to give the password, and everybody looks at him and goes,
right.
It's going to be you, right? And he's like, fuck, why me? But rest in peace, Gustave.
Oh, Gustave. And you were like, oh, Gustave's my favorite character. I can't wait to. And I was like, yeah, just wait till you max out his skill tree. It's awesome. Yeah. I wanted to build it up, right? Because the impact of the game and I don't know, the sadness and the feelings you feel, if they're more impactful, you resonate and you connect more with the game. And yeah, Gustave death put me down for a while. Dude, I was like, ooh. There were a couple times with this game I just had to put it down and really just, cry in the shower and think on things. No, it was like when you step back from this game and think back on it, some things come to light and you really start understanding the tones and the writing, and you just kind of have to process what just happened, because they just do a 3-punch right in the prologue and act 1. It's just like boom, boom, boom. And it's just, you got to step back and you really have to process like what the fuck just happened. So yeah, I thought with Gustave's death, I thought it might have something to, I thought Renoir was Gustave older, and I thought there was time travel involved. And I was like, oh yeah, they'll bring him back. It's fine.
Yeah, that was my initial thought too.
Yeah. So, and then, when we get to Act 3, I definitely thought Gustave was coming back then, but nope. So, yeah, he dies.
We all hope so long.
Yeah. When he dies, my favorite character joins the scene. And speaking of incredible voice actors, the
Ben Starr,
very
man.
talented Ben Starr. And dude, I just wanted to listen to him the whole game because, of course, he voices Clive in Final Fantasy 16, and he's just an incredible voice actor.
Talk about going to a legend kind of overnight too, right? I mean, nobody, not to say nobody knew who he was, but you didn't know the name Ben Starr before 16. I mean, most people wouldn't. I didn't. Not that I'm better than most people, but like I had no idea who this guy was. And I remember thinking, you voice a brand new Final Fantasy protagonist, I'm going to pay attention to you no matter what. So you better be on your game. And boy, he brought it in that game, obviously. So when he was cast in this, I was like, well, yeah, I'm there. And of course, when he brings Verso, I didn't know he was that character. Actually, in the initial trailer, I thought he was Gustave. I did. I like the guy we see in the trailer, and you hear Ben Starr's voiceover of, for those who come out, like he says all the shit, Expedition 33, everything. And I was like, well, that's the front man. And then I learned it was Charlie Cox very quickly. And I was like, well, where the fuck is Ben Starr? Like, I had no idea. And then, of course, he shows up. And I was like, oh, my God. Now the game, like every time I turned around, the game began again. It was just like, now the game begins.
Exactly.
Ben Starr. Just,
Ben Starr did the voiceover of the reveal trailer when he's like, the paintress is painting. Yeah, he was the voiceover for that.
That's why I thought he was Gustave, because I thought Gustave was like telling people in Lumiere. I mean, again, this was like the first trailer, so who knows?
And then they brought in Charlie Cox for that Daredevil. Yeah. Like, he's super famous and big, and you're like, oh, there's there's no way they're going to kill him.
Right? Well, that's why I don't want to glaze too much onto Ben Starr, but keep in mind he got to the fame too, right? Yeah. He got to fame because of Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah,
but let's be honest, he was opposite to Ralph Fiennes. In this one, he's the opposite to Charlie Cox and Andy Serkis.
Great.
Not only is he a great voice actor, he's a great voice actor that stands out amongst some of the best. Because you're right, Final Fantasy 16 is he did amazing, but I give it up to Ralph Fiennes for Sid, in that game all day long. But all that aside, is that just shows how well and how good he does. And I kind of jokingly say with my wife, I'm like, you know what? I'm not gay, but if I was gay,
Ben Starr's the guy, right?
Ben Starr's kind of the
guy. Yeah, for me, it was like every time Verso spoke, like I felt like my eardrums were being made love to. I was like, shit, that's a seductive ass voice.
I have bad news for you. They were, and your ears are pregnant.
Yep.
I believe it, honestly.
Yep. He was on a podcast recently, and they were like, what do you think makes a good voice actor? And he's like, if you can take their voice and hold it in the palm of your hand like an object, and it has depth and weight. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I listened to that, and then I listened to some of his work, and man, it's just the gravelly, low, very articulate, and he's like,
dulcet tones.
Yes, I'm Verso. It's crazy. I can't replicate it, but yeah, Verso is my favorite. Go ahead.
So now nobody can replicate that voice.
Yeah, it's a little English. He's like, I'm Verso. Maybe a little, but yeah. Anytime during the campfire, I would want to initiate those conversations and get the relationship levels up, and just incredible writing, and it delved into all their backstories. In Verso was kind of the keystone to all that, and he's from Expedition Zero, which is so cool. Like, why? How are you like 30 years old, and why is your hair so glorious? Yeah, I loved Verso when he came in. You're just like, who the fuck's this guy? Where'd Gustave go? Wow, I love the new guy, but I miss Gustave. I'm so conflicted right now.
They kill your favorite character and replace them with a better version, and you're like, how did you do that?
Right?
Like, it shouldn't be legal.
And that still managed to make you cry over Gustave too.
Yeah. I want to know. I was like, where did this French Aragorn come from? Like, that's really what I thought. I was like, like Aragorn's my favorite character in the Lord of the Rings, like just hands down for me. And I was just like, I'm so sad right now, but like, who is this guy? And I will admit, I know Matt's going to be upset with me. Verso wasn't my favorite until like much further into the game. I just thought, you're not him, get away from me. Like, it was like going through a bad breakup, just, get off. No, you're not my team. He's obviously very strong. All the characters can be very strong and broken if you build them that way. but I didn't. The only reason that I kept him around was because Ben Starr did such a great job. Otherwise I would have said, fuck this guy. But yeah, he wasn't. He grew throughout the course of the game on me. But right away I was just like, what, Aragorn? why are you French? Get out of here.
Yeah, and they kind of make you like question his motives, and he does have some questionable motives.
Oh yeah.
And hate him in the beginning. I was talking to Bo, our friend that we were talking to during this game, and he's like, I hate Verso, and it was right after Gustave died, and I'm like, keep playing, and he's like, no, I still hate him. He's a douchebag. I'm like, keep playing, and he gets to around Act 3, and he stopped, and I was like, so what do you think of Verso now? And he's like, okay, he's kind of growing on me. But yeah, dude, it goes right into the Forgotten Battlefield. You go and they give you a tutorial on his awesome fighting style, the grades and everything like that. He's so strong. He does replace Gustave as a stronger Gustave. He is stronger. And yeah, the Forgotten Battlefield was so cool. The boss at the end, the Dueliste,
probably. Yeah.
And then the cutscene we get at the end after you beat him, just amazing. What?
Cancel that one. I cannot talk about that cutscene, man.
Yeah, it's peak action. Oh man, and Duelist, or however you pronounce it, that's a hard boss, and you're like, get it. They just taught you Verso, and they do send you through a gauntlet through the Forgotten Battlefield, and you're seeing all these corpses, and you're like, what is going on? And yeah, that was a really cool level, and that's when I really was like, oh man, Verso is my guy, and he's staying in my party. And him and Lune, I know Lune is your favorite character, Caleb, so I won't dig you for not having Verso as your favorite character, because Lune is my girl. But Verso and Lune were pretty much always in my party.
That's fair. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, my party the entire game up until Frozen Hearts, because I felt the need to swap out. Was Lune, Verso, Maelle, and then Frozen Hearts I put I'm gonna butcher his name, Minoko, in replacing Maelle.
Yeah.
Verso says his name all the time. He's like, Minoko. Yeah. So, I mean, that's where we go next after the battlefield. Did you guys want to talk any about the battlefield and the duelist fight, and just epic? And then, dude, you get Verso's weapon, Duelisto, that I use for almost the whole game until I was going into my build crafting and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used it for the entirety of the game from that point on.
Was it the lightning one? Which one was the Duelisto? I don't remember.
It was the lightning one, and it gained rank very quickly, and it gave you 2 attacks.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
I will say the Dueliste, that fight was what I really appreciate that fight is at that point I had started to learn the patterns and get the audio cues about parrying, and that's when they hit. You know which attack I'm talking about, where he hits you once, twice, 3 times, and then he jumps up in the air and he charges. And I was like, oh shit, I'm ready to parry. And I parry, and then he hits me with a gradient attack. That was my, oh, you son of a bitch. From a game design, I absolutely loved it. It only got me, the first time. But it was great because that is a good progression of how you teach the player the mechanics of your game versus a shotgun shell of, all right, you can do 12 different things, go figure it out on your own. They were teaching you through that environmental storytelling, and I loved it. That fight was probably one of my favorites.
Oh yeah. And by the way, our introduction to Verso, after Gustave dies, we just get a black screen that says Act 2 Verso. We're in Act 2 now. Yeah. So after the battlefield, we basically fight the duelist, right?
That's I think that's how it's pronounced, but I would have to ask my wife. I don't know, but I think
we're gonna butcher French words here, and we go to Minoko Station.
Oh
We
yeah.
go into the mountains, and we're looking for our friend. Verso's like, no, I have a friend. It's Minoko. And we go into the station, and we it's a really cool area. And we meet Minoko. And Minoko's so awesome. First of all, his theme is one of the best in the game.
Wow, wow,
Right.
wow, wow. It's just so good.
This is another this is another inspiration or reference moment.
Yeah.
This is Persona 5.
Mm.
That Minoko theme is Persona 5.
It's style.
100%.
Just
So-
straight up style. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
style. As soon as I heard that saxophone break in, I almost wanted to shut down the game so I could go install Persona 5 again, because that's one of my top favorite like soundtracks out of a video game of all time. So I just immediately went to it, and then of course I'll let you lead into it, Matt. That was one of the many reasons why Minoko was easily my favorite.
Oh yeah. All right, that's enough.
It's never enough. You can't stop playing it. It's so good.
I
It's
know,
so
it's
jazzy and
good.
awesome, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The next part is like it's
I'm
crazy.
pretty
It's
sure
awesome.
when I heard that the very first time, I think again I was down here by myself and I was like, how did they fit fucking jazz into this game and make it awesome? Like I just, it just kept happening. And then of
Right.
course, I actually my favorite animal are monkeys. Just fun fact about
Nice.
me. And so Minoko is almost like monkey-esque gestural. There's some, he's not a human. He's just his own thing. But I was just like, oh my God, is this my new favorite character? And I loved him very much. I really did. Again, I love strong women more, I guess. I don't know. But like he was in my party, I think, for basically the rest of the game. He was like
Yeah.
my guy. 'Cause part of it was I wanted to learn all of his skills. It's still the gamer in me, but I was just like, I love him and I want to hold him and I want to lead him everywhere and I want him to protect me in times of danger.
Yeah,
And
he
he's-
was
Go
he
ahead.
was in my party for all of like the really random like hard fights. A lot of the chromatics he was in my party for just because like I needed somebody else that could break.
Yeah.
Because the way I built Luna, she couldn't break. Verso took too long to get up there, so he was able to do it out the gate. So
Yep.
he stuck around for all the chroma fights.
I had to get that part in there.
Yeah, in his introduction to the party, when Verso's like, "I sense something," and then Minoko comes out and tries to attack him, and Verso blocks and is like, "You're getting slow."
Yep.
It's great. It's set up the dynamic and the relationship so well, and really what Minoko is, which you mentioned that earlier, right, Matt?
Yeah, he's a painted version of Verso's childhood dog.
Mm-hmm. It's
So-
his best friend.
It's his best friend.
Cool. Just so fucking
So
cool.
awesome.
Like what?
Right. So yeah, and we get introduced to our epic blue mage, right? And the crazy twist behind this is he collects the monster's feet, and he's a feet collector. And I love his little audio clip when he enters battle. He's like, "Oh, what lovely feet!"
I told my wife that Quentin Tarantino wrote that in as a character.
Mhm.
Tarantino has a foot fetish, and I was just like, I'm here for it though. Whatever, this is great.
Yep.
Random
Yep.
as hell.
And he's hesitant. You fight him, and you get that epic battle music, and you get him by the campfire, and he's hesitant. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to do this again." And Verso's like, "Yeah, but we have her this time." And you're like, "What the fuck's that mean?" And he's like, "It's different now because they've gone through all these expeditions, right, from Expedition 0 all the way to 33, and Minoko and Verso have been involved in pretty much all of them." And Verso and Minoko's like, "I will never join you again." And Verso's like, "There will be fighting though." And he's like, "Yes, there will be. There will be fighting, won't there?"
That's a good
Okay,
point.
I'm in. That's a good point. Okay, I'm in. It's so good. That little scene is amazing.
Even after that, there'd be a lot of fighting. Okay, I'm in. Good.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Right.
Good. They continue that bickering even after that fact.
Yep. So Minoko was a very, very cool character, and building his relationship level and the mission you do for him and learning more about the gestrals, so cool. And then we go to Old Lumiere, and man, that that place was epic. All the swords. I'm like, dude, this is straight up a Soulsborne if I've ever seen one. This is Miyazaki like no one else. It's crazy. And yeah, Old Lumiere was cool. And man, you're like, what the hell happened here? There's all kinds of swords. There's a dead fucking giant in the middle, basically the third Axon. And then you find out who actually killed that third Axon in Endgame. But Old Lumiere was beautiful. Loved the music there. It was kind of like you're like there was an epic battle here. What'd you guys think of that level?
Old Lumiere gave me more of a end game like feeling than the actual end of the game did.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was mostly like the swords everywhere, like how things were explained. Obviously, all the plot twists that nobody saw coming. Like it had a big, huge, grandiose feeling about it, and they're like that's where the story, in my opinion, at least, really started to come to fruition.
Right.
I spent a lot of time in Lumiere before I finally left.
Mm-hmm.
I
It
was
has some
nervous.
cool enemies too.
I was nervous the whole time.
Enemies.
Like it was almost like not quite the same thing, but like if anybody's seen The Dark Knight, that feeling of the Joker when he's not on screen. You know, you're nervous the whole time that like what the fuck is going to happen? Like he's going to something because he was such a good Joker and you know, it was filmed really well. But I felt like am I near the end? Like I'm not sure.
Right.
You know, like you said, Alex, it did feel more Endgame than some of the Endgame stuff. And not that that's a bad thing because the Endgame was very strong. But this was just like, I feel like some shit's going to go down and I don't know if I'm ready for it. You know, like that was I was hesitant to continue. You know, I just didn't know, should I? And I do think that was intentional because again, it had been a while, at least for most of us, since a really awful, sad, horrible event happened. And I'm just like, who's going to die next? Like, I'm just ready for it now, but I'm not. But I did think the level design was really cool. I like the golds. I mean, you know, all the levels, you said it earlier, all the levels are very unique. They another home run out of level design team and everything. But it felt, again, just different. And we're making this journey. But then, of course, I do have to touch on this for a minute. When you come across the other expeditions' flags, like throughout the journey, and I don't know if you guys were as excited as I was to see the numbers. I'm like, 67, like we're getting further, you know, or like 48, or you know what? I don't remember exactly, but I was like, I remember at that point in time, I was like, these numbers are getting a lot lower, and I'm not ready for that. You know, I was, yeah,
Especially when you see the 00 flags.
Oh God, yeah.
You knew shit was about to go down when you saw those.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, little beacons. And then you go through Old Lumiere and you fight Renoir again. And pretty tough fight. I didn't have a problem with it. And you see the mansion in the background, so you're like, oh, what's going on? And then he's like, we gotta get there. And it disappears, and he's like, shit, we can't go back. And you're like, what is going on, Verso? What aren't you telling us? And you eventually you're like, okay, well, if you want to fight the paintress, don't go near her because there's a huge barrier that'll zap you, basically. And if you want to know how to get that barrier down, you have to kill 2 Axons. And you get to choose. There's Serene and Visages. And these Axons are the painted versions of, what was it? The paintress, his wife, and Aline, and Verso. So, and Verso, when you realize that the Visage's boss is the painted version of Verso and all those masks, you're like,
Propose a question.
What?
Are you sure the Visages are the paintress in Verso? Or
The Axons?
Yeah, the Axons. or are they
Or-
somebody else? I'll let you.
Yeah.
I'll let you think
so
about that one.
I don't know.
so
I think they
we
said that.
know we know which one is like, because there's 4 axons. We know which one is Clea.
Yep.
Clea was
Yes.
the one that Simon shot down in Old Lemire.
Right.
The Visages are interpreted as, at least how I see it, they're interpreted like, I see them as like original real world Verso, because he didn't want to be a painter, he wanted to be a musician, so he lived his life behind a mask.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
And then Serene was how Renoir interpreted his wife
Mhm.
prior to her entering the canvas.
There you go. Thank you.
And-
I wanted that exposition in there.
Yes, there are 4 accents because Alicia has an accent too in the Reacher. Yep.
And the Reacher.
Oh,
Yeah. That fight sucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Serene, that level, that vocal track in the background, just those vocals, my God. And then they started getting more complicated and louder the more you got closer to Serene.
That was
So,
such a cool design. Like the whole
so cool.
thing, the set piece. I called it a set piece when I was playing
Yeah.
it, trying to describe it to a friend of mine who was never going to play the game, you know, and I was like, I got to talk to somebody about this thing that's like here in my face right now. And I was describing what we see, how you're traveling around this zone, let's say, and she's just dancing in the background. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, it was an artistic piece. And then, like you said, the music just gets louder or more complex, like the closer you get to her. But, you know, I mean, that's a pretty big level. Honestly, like even if
It
you
is.
steamrolled it, it was a big level, you know, for compared to what we had gotten before. Even if you didn't explore, it was pretty big. And I remember yes, I was that guy. I went there first instead of the Visages first because they told me it was harder to go there. And I was like, yeah, all right, let's see. I did it because duh.
Of course you
But
did.
it
Yeah,
was
same.
such a cool zone. That might be my favorite designed level. Not necessarily because of the music. The music was awesome, but I just love the idea of this like breathing world. Kind of like when you see things in the background in the rest of the game. You're getting closer to the paintress when you're at the campfires. You know, you see she gets like bigger and bigger as the game progresses.
Yeah.
But that one was almost like, you know, one place that did it in real time almost. You know,
Right.
you're traveling down and getting closer. And then, of course, when you like go up to her and she's fucking huge and you're just like, how am I going to deal with this? And the fight was super cool. Music was super cool. She was, you know, beautiful in this bedazzling way. And of course, a lot of the mobs in that zone sort of, I don't remember if it was a specific charm, but that's what they were supposed to do. They didn't live long enough when they fought against me. So I don't
Right.
know. But like,
They were glass cannons.
yeah, it was such a cool idea, and it was very unique. It was like every other zone in the world in the game, super unique. But that one, I loved the color palette. I loved the feel. I loved the music. It came together in a way that was like, I mean, for me, it was serene. There was something about it that was oddly calming, and obviously,
Right.
her name is similar to that, giving you comfort. And I was just like, man, there's such power in names, and like I don't know how they keep surprising me every time I go somewhere. It's insane.
Yeah, they just keep one-upping themselves.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know how like I said, I played the whole game on PC. I don't know how serene that whole zone looked for you guys, but with the ray tracing on, I had so much like it's almost like when you're looking into the sun.
Hmm.
Or like when it's a sunny day and you're driving the car around. There was a lot of that, and it just brought so much to life in that zone for me. Because there was this like bright glare everywhere if you looked towards her.
Oh yeah, and especially when you get on the discs and the light shines on those dancers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was incredible shading and incredible lighting.
I
it
didn't
looked
know if
gorgeous.
you guys got any of that or not, but
Uh,
god damn, it was so gorgeous.
we all 3 played on the PS5 Pro, so it ran just beautifully. So
PS5 Pro with OLED TVs.
Oh yeah.
oh, yep, exactly. I went to Visages first. Dude, when you go through that level, I was getting that callback to Ocarina of Time, and
Yes.
Sure.
yeah, getting the stones. So, and it was the same color palette too, right? Red, green, blue. And it was awesome because it's anger, sorrow, and sadness. And just that was my favorite of the two. I loved Visages. Uh, and the boss fight at the end, just one of the biggest bosses you've encountered so far. And it was just like, how the fuck am I going to parry these attacks? This guy's like the size of a freaking small city.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really like that level. Anything else we want to touch on with the 2 accents to get the sword the curator asked for? I forgot to mention that we got the curator in the mansion, and he's the one that says, "Hey, I need this chroma from these accents to create the weapon to break the barrier."
Mm-hmm.
So,
I will say, just you can interpret it because this is the way the game is at the end of both Visages and Serene, you do the boss fight and then you finish the boss fight, right? Which, by the way, both of them are amazing. One is audio, one is visual. Like you can talk about their artistic interpretations. Is if you mentioned talking to individuals in the campfire in extending their story. You got to think about who actually finishes off each of the Visages.
Yeah, at the time,
Caleb
I had
saw
no
smiling.
idea.
So
Yeah, at the time, I had no idea how symbolic Luna finishing off Serene was. In all honesty,
yep,
yeah, that
because of that side quest.
Yeah, then when I did the side quest last night, I was like, "Holy shit, it makes sense now." Like,
yeah, emotionally, based on Lune cannot be charmed, essentially,
Right.
because she's a woman of science and logic. And then
Love that.
Ciel with what she's doing and removing the masks and revealing who you really are and staying true to yourself. Mm.
I do have a question. Did all 3 of you go to the Visages first?
Yes.
I did.
no,
Alex, did you?
I went to Serene first.
Okay, so you won't be able to answer this question. So Matt and Bob, this is weird. When you went to the Visages, did all of the doors open for you to go to the end boss right away?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because I
and
didn't know.
you had to create the path with all the masks.
Yeah, but like I didn't
Did you have to
did
fight
that
the mask?
naturally, like when I beat Serene first and then went there, I thought I was like, did they just like let me skip the level because I did the hard thing first? Like I didn't know. And then I just explored because that's who I am and I needed to explore.
Mhm.
And I was genuinely curious. I was like, I wonder if the game just like knew, well, like fuck this, we're not going to waste your time. Just go straight to the guy.
Oh.
And I was curious. So that's
No, they open 4 paths.
Okay.
One to the golden path, but the others you have to go fight all 3 masks. And did you fight all 3 masks?
I don't think so, but I to be honest with you, I don't know.
What?
But like, so all I remember is the dude, who shows up and he's just like,
Yeah.
what he told me was, you can either just go through that door and like show up right now, or you can look around. That's what he told me, and then he opened all the doors, and I didn't know if that was like for since you got to choose in the game, and I can't wait to go all the way in New Game Plus. I'm gonna see with my same file to to see if like, is it different if I go to Visages first? Am I not allowed to go through the big door? And I wondered, and I didn't want to look it up because I thought, I'll just figure it out on my own someday. But I wondered if you guys could have, because he straight up told me,
Yeah.
you can just go.
I think you can go through the big door, but there's no path to the boss.
Okay.
And each section of the path, you have to fight the masks. The red mask of anger, the blue mask of sorrow, and the green mask of joy. You didn't fight those?
I don't
I didn't
remember
have to
that
do that
at
either.
all.
No,
Some of the best parts of the game.
no,
That's crazy.
I went and fought Serene, went straight to Visages, and the dude was like, "Yeah, you can just go straight here." I was like, "Oh, cool, fuck it, the boss is right there. Let's go."
So you did okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think because we went to the other one, they were like, all right, peace.
Dude, those mask fights were so cool. They were themed from the mask emotion. So the anger ones would just wreck you. The sadness ones, they wouldn't even like attack you. They were just like sad, and you could just kill them.
Yeah, my
Wow.
brother had spoiled it.
crazy.
My brother had spoiled it for me and let me know that, hey, the fight's actually a little bit harder if you don't kill the masks first.
That's
So yeah, so like I was
Oh.
like the inner power game in me was like, you know what? The game hasn't been that hard yet. Let's go. And Vice just was way easier than Serene.
Oh yeah, I murdered him.
Serene wasn't even the hardest boss in Serene, but
Mm.
so
the third master was.
you're right, Alex. That's the key difference. If you don't take out the masks, and you were over leveled, I'm assuming at that point.
Oh,
Caleb?
hell no.
Oh, I
Alright, well,
probably was. We skipped
I
this
know you were,
earlier
Mike.
when we came out of like from the very beginning of the game. The first thing that I did fighting that chromatic, I did one then, and then I did another one. So I was like, oh man, I'm strong as shit. And I personally, this is a personal thing, I think one of the best things that RPGs can do is let the player break them. I feel like that makes the game replayable. It makes it enjoyable. And I know a lot of people are all worried about balance and shit, and that's fair. I personally love the idea of rewarding somebody for being able to just be like, "Oh, you're good. Have a great time in the sandbox that we made for you." So like, yeah, I was OP basically the entire game. Like like after I did that early on, and part of me when I do a brand new game, like when I play this game again, because I will, because it's one of the best ever made, I probably will intentionally not, just to see how much harder it is. But I also broke the parry system like real hard. So many times a boss wouldn't even get a move in, or I wouldn't even get a move in because I would like counterattack and then it would just die. And I was like, well, that was fun, but I did enjoy it still. Again, speaking of the majesty of the game, like despite the fact that I steamrolled a lot of it, I still thought it was very well crafted and very well executed.
Yeah. So specifically for when you get there, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry if this is a little bit of a spoiler, but think about it. The anger mask.
Spoilercast.
Anger mask deals from my understanding, anger mask deals additional damage.
Sure.
Sadness hits you with, and I don't remember the status effect that allows you to not get AP.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
Yeah.
Happiness heals the boss.
Heals, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It
it's
just makes
awesome.
me
I can't
happy.
believe you guys. I
So
can't believe you guys didn't fight the masks.
All right,
crazy.
that's what I'm saying, Matt. Thank you.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, just blasted that bitch.
And what drives me up more of the wall for that is, do what you want, guys. That game provided you 2 different options, but they literally, Verso literally says, well, you can't find one because he's in a mountain. Another one's dead. All right. Well, we've got 2. I would go to this guy. He's going to be a lot easier to kill. And then 50%, apparently the outlaw averages is 50% of people didn't listen to that dialogue and just said, no, I'm going to go to Serene next.
Part of it for me is the fact that again, Matt was very generous when he introduced me and saying that like I'm one of the best gamers that he knows, and I appreciate that. That's very sweet. I'm not bad at games. Like I know that. I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not a world first of anything, but like I don't know, in a different life maybe I could have been. I'm not really sure. But with this type of game, when Verso said, "No, we got to go here first," I'm like, "Nah, fuck that shit." Like I'm going to challenge myself, And it wasn't a slight against Verso, even though he still hadn't grown on me quite yet. But a lot of that is like, all right, let's see what you got. And there have been games that I played that have said, "Don't do that," and I do it, and then I immediately regret it. Like that's going to happen. But this one, I was just like, no, I got to see what I can do, and so I went to Serene first. Plus, it sounded prettier, like that. Just the name, or Serene. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but
neither do I.
Yeah, for me it was I literally just forgot what he said and where to go first. So I was like, okay, well I'll go here. It's closer.
Yep. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, so we get both Axon Chroma. We go to the Curator. We forge the sword for Maelle that she can use in battle, which is awesome.
Such a great addition that it wasn't just a cutscene weapon.
Exactly.
Like, oh, you get this now. Have a great time. That's so good.
Yeah. And we get to the barrier around the paintress, and she shatters it, and we get to the monolith, and the lead up to the monolith, man, holy shit. Like just the scope.
Yeah, how about that visual, right?
Yeah, it
Jeez,
was
that was
awesome.
so cool.
Then you get to like her feet and you realize the scale. Crazy. Then you go through the gauntlet in the monolith. And you revisit each like world, little chunks of it. And the enemies are fairly similar, but you're getting those visuals of Aline and Verso, or the family, each section you go to, and you're getting that little piece of the story. And I just love that section. It was a gauntlet though. That level was real long.
Yeah.
So, but I love the storytelling element of that, where they're kind of you're starting to piece things together. You're like, oh shit, okay, I see what's going on, and you finally get up to the monolith, the top, and man, Renoir comes out, and he's like, "What are you guys doing here? You're not supposed to be here. I told you to not pursue this. Go away." And then that fight music. I think this is my favorite track of the game.
God, that was such
It
a good track.
it's just
So
all
good.
the vocals, the choir. It really reminded me of something Supergiant would do, like Hades esque. In that fight, man, he turns into a lion, and
It's like,
so nuts.
I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it.
So good.
That was the first spots where I had my big oh shit moment, because
Mhm.
that's when I finally realized I was dramatically underleveled, because if I didn't parry him when he was hasted and was in the lion form, I was one shotted.
Mhm.
Like, I was only in the high 20s, low 30s, somewhere around there
Dang.
at this point.
Oh wow.
Like, so he was one shotting me if I didn't parry everything. So I got good.
Yeah.
Because I was
Yeah.
not going to go back to grinding the game. Because at that point, like, Bob had already mentioned the spoiler cast, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to grind this game out. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to love it. Yeah, so there
Right.
was no grinding from that point on. It was just go.
I actually got that fight Renoir first time. So, and then yep.
It took me 2 nights.
I'm a big explorer, so I did a lot of exploring when you got SKA's new abilities, and I did a lot of exploring in between the Golden Path sections. So I was pretty leveled pretty high. So yeah, you basically render Renoir, I don't know, incapacitated, I guess. You don't kill him, and then you do what you set out to do. You find the actual paintress, Aline.
What a beautiful moment. Like, I mean, a lot of beautiful moments in that game, but
yeah,
shit.
the top of the monolith, and you just the night sky. Yeah, it was just gorgeous. And that fight, that fight was amazing. And her attacks were very sporadic. And when she brings out the actual, I don't know, puppet paintress, you could say, and she pulls apart reality, and like all those little shooting stars come at you, you're just like, what the fuck is going on, man? It was crazy. That fight.
It felt like. Sorry, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, for me, that fight felt like the end of every Final Fantasy game ever, where you're fighting God. Like, there's there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, she is this essentially the god of this world, and holy shit, it was reflected.
Yeah.
No, it's funny that you say that, because like there's always the joke about a lot of times in Persona games now, because you're gonna fight God at the end of it, JRPGs typically have that, but some of the better ones, at least in my opinion, you sort of earn that fight. Like a lot of the games where you might fight a deity or fight the creator or whatever, in recent history, some of them aren't done as well as others. It's just like the trope, how do we make this go bigger and bigger and bigger? And this was probably the first time in a long while that I felt like they earned all the things that we are getting at this point in the game, where I'm just like, I knew that I was ready for it, like as a gamer, but I didn't know narratively. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. Like I don't know if I'm ready to do this thing. I was like putting myself in the shoes of the expedition because the weight of all the things that you learn up to that point in the game and certain things that you might not learn, but you might be theorizing in your head or whatever. You're just like, what does this mean? Like, what happens when you kill the god of this world that you still don't fully understand? Like, we might all just fucking vanish. I don't know. How does this work? And in doing so, you know, you still find yourself pushing forward again because you're part of the expedition and that's what you got to do. That's your mission. And to be fully honest with you, I knew that we were like in a painting or like in another alternate version of the world. Like I wasn't sure because we couldn't be sure. They could drop all the hints in the world, but like they did such a good job of letting you sort of figure it out for yourself, but then also
Breadcrumbs.
not be sure. But in this case, I was really, really worried that we were going to become the next Renoir. And our job in the like end game, post game, I was so scared that it would be my job to kill Expedition 32 and I wouldn't be able to do it. Like I was nervous because I was just like, what could this mean? And I mean, I'm not upset that that wasn't the case, but part of me like secretly hoped, like, are we going to go there because they've gone other places? I'm very happy with where they went with this game. I mean, I am. It was so good. But that was the moment in this game where I was like, I don't know that I want to continue for real because I don't know what it means. What does this mean? There's a reason that Verso has been trying to like break the cycle and won't tell us everything. And when Renoir is saying like, I'm doing this for your own good, you don't know, like killing them is a sympathy or, you know, all the things that he would say. And I was just like, I can't become the next Renoir. I can't fucking do it. I can't ask Maelle to do that after Gustave died. Like all the things are going through my head while I'm fighting the paintress. And
Right.
you know, the gamer in me is like, let's see what happens. But like the human in me, I was like, I don't know if I can process this. You
Yeah.
know, it was very heavy and I loved it. I think that they nailed what they did. But part of the magic of a good story is also being able to tell the story without ruining it. You know, like foreshadowing exists for a reason. And a lot of the things that were foreshadowed in this game were coming to fruition in this fight with the music,
Yeah.
with the visuals, with the paintress herself. And it's just like, holy shit. You know, I mean, a lot of the game was holy shit. And again, what, 33 people made this game? 32 people and a dog? You know, like, come on.
Yeah.
Just, wow.
That's amazing, dude. I didn't put it. That was your Final Fantasy X moment,
Yeah,
then.
it really was. It was.
Which is amazing to hear. For me, it was a more literal translation. So then this will come back to later when we get to the end game, right? When we
Sure.
get to the final stages. But Verso was literally trying to destroy the world that was being created. Like in his mind, I had an idea I didn't quite understand, but
Sure.
conceptually I understood that destroying the paintress was going to destroy everything, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Break something.
Break
Right?
something. And I didn't understand conceptual, like from a literal sense in of how the story was going to tell that, from a mechanical standpoint, should I say, of how that was going to happen. But I was more of on the side of Verso of no, let's break the cycle because breaking the cycle is a theme that you see in a lot of RPGs and video games. So I didn't I guess I didn't have that French artistic mindset and background. I'm more of a German guy myself, so it didn't dawn on me. I just thought the backdrop of paintress and painting and everything else was just more of a way to tell the story versus less more into a literal sense.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask Alex actually, in this point, specifically as a musician, um, because I mean, we're all creatives in our own way, or we all used to be. Like, I mean, I'm not as creative as I used to be. I fully admit it. But a lot of times, some of the best art comes out of grief, sadness, despair. I mean, some can come out of joy, some can come out of great. Like, you know, art is everything. Um, but for me, I was picking up on the themes of grief very early on, and not just the literal stuff like Maelle losing Gustave, you know, and then being worried about losing all the other people and everybody dying and everything being miserable. Um, but in this fight specifically, I think that might have been my turning point where I was like, I thought this is a story about grief on a grander scale than we could ever imagine. I think that like when I was approaching the monolith that last time, for the official the scale being ridiculous, I'm fairly certain that was my moment where I was like, this is about grief. And I don't know. That was another reason I wasn't ready. So my question for Alex was, as a musician, did you feel that way as well? Like with, as far as grief, did you pick up on it that early I mean, it is the end game technically, but did you pick up on it that early in the game, or was that something that you didn't experience until later?
Yeah. I think for me, like where it finally like fully started coming together was with like you go up to and you see the giant puppet at the foot of the monolith. She looks like a woman that's crying.
Yeah. Yeah.
She very much does. Arms crossed, face buried in her arms, like looks every bit of a woman that's crying. Then you're going through everything. You fight Renoir, and you finally meet the paintress, which apparently at that point I didn't realize it until I saw her. That was the second time we've seen her.
Yeah.
Because we saw her at the manor too, in Old Lemire. But it wasn't until she was talking to Verso and who she thought was Alicia, where I was like, holy shit, she's just a grieving woman.
Yep.
Like her family died in the fire. Like there's a little snippets that had occurred, and like her family's gone. So I was like, shit, are we the bad guy?
Yep.
Like
Exactly.
I didn't know. I didn't know how to feel. Like on one hand, like yeah, we're saving people. On the other hand, are we saving people? And then it all ties in like immediately. The whole long prolonged cutscenes afterwards. We're like, yep, this was a mistake.
Oh yeah, the greatest stories are usually have you questioning if you're on the right side, or the villain, or the protagonist or antagonist, and you definitely felt this. And you dropped the paintress. I got her one shot again. I did Renoir and the paintress one shot, so that was cool. But yeah, you drop her, and I love how Verso just pulls a stone and just throws it at SK. He's like, "Here you go, now you can fly."
That motherfucker has just been holding on to it the whole time.
Right. And then you definitely are like, you question his motive. Like, wait, you had the stone that could make us fly the whole time? You go back to Lumiere, everyone's excited. You did the thing. You killed the paintress. That's what you set out to do, right? Expedition 33, all the expeditions up until 33, kill the paintress. You killed the paintress. Everyone's celebrating, and you're like, you see Verso's face, and you're like, what's going on here? There's something coming, because this isn't how this game ends. It's not going to end happy. And everyone gets Infinity War snapped.
Everyone.
Every single person except two, get Infinity War snapped. And Verso's sitting on the dock and looks at that letter. This was probably my favorite part of the game, and the huge twists of the game, right? Sure. And it's a letter from Alicia, and it's like, the paintress was trying to warn everyone. The real evil is under the monolith. She painted the number to try and warn that everyone of that number is going to die. Or like she was just trying to warn everyone when the real evil was under the monolith. Well, crazy.
And keep life around as long as possible, because her power was waning. And it was just like, fuck you guys, you've done it again. You raised the game again. What a beautiful thing that she was actually, I mean, sure, it came from grief, being a mother who lost basically everything and didn't know how to cope. So she went into her son's world. I mean, it's just such a magnificent way to tell that and try to explain that to people who might not have ever experienced something that heavy before. But then to know that she's actually been like doing everybody a solid by giving them as much time as possible instead of the other way around, where you just think, what a bitch, when Bob at the beginning, when he was like, paintress is gonna fucking die, at that moment, how did you feel, Bob? Were you just like, I've been wrong this whole time? Like, what was going through your head?
So this is this whole game is a roller coaster, right?
Sure.
There were three big roller coaster parts where I was like, "Oh shit, I was wrong." First one was the paintress must die. The second one was after I got to the paintress and I said, "Oh, Renoir must die." The third one we'll get to later,
Sure.
but this was the point where I was like, "Oh no, Renoir's the bad guy." This was the I'm an asshole kind of.
Yep.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about with the Key and Peele skit where where they're both playing the gay guys in the office?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, where you guys like, well, maybe I'm not persecuted. Maybe I'm just an asshole. This was maybe I'm just an asshole moment. But yeah, that's kind of like where this was that second moment where I had to reassess what I was looking at in this game because I was so confused, like I was in my preteens again.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually called Bob at that point.
He did.
Yeah?
I have the
And I was like,
messages.
what the fuck? And I was like theorizing everything. I felt like every bit of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he's at the fucking floor.
Charlie, yeah. Yeah.
I'm like trying to connect all the dots. And yeah, fuck.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
was a turning point in the game. And then after you learn that the paintress was trying to warn everyone, it goes to Act 3, and it's Act 3, Maelle. And then it goes to modern day. Or not.
Modern
it goes
in
into
that
reality.
world. Yeah.
Yeah, modern day in that world, and which you actually understand when this is happening, what time period with Verso's ending. But yeah, it goes into the mansion, and you learn that you were just in a painting the entire time, and it's crazy. I immediately got vibes of Tron. I immediately got vibes of The Matrix. You were literally just in the Matrix, and the real world is outside, and there are writers and painters. And who are these writers that set their house on fire where Verso died?
Maybe we'll find out in Expedition 32.
Yeah.
However that's gonna go.
Exactly.
Yeah. That point in the manor was the first time where I actually like looked around and I was like, holy shit, like, well, there's the painting of Serene, here's the painting of Visages.
Yep.
Like, oh, this is one of the gestural merchants. So I was like, holy shit, Verso did make all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
The entire thing was his idea.
It was such a beautiful moment. I mean, the game is filled with beautiful moments, but that one sort of where we're told for sure, like definitively, this is what's going on. And whether you thought about it and thought maybe not, I don't know, or you hit the nail on the head, or if you were just like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, just tell me. It didn't really matter. For me personally, I think the coolest part about that was what art means to all of us. I mean, we're talking about this game for at least 3 hours, Sorry, listeners. I hope you drive into Utah from Ohio while you're listening to this.
Yeah.
But putting your soul into the work that you create, like they took it literally in this game in a good way. It wasn't just like in your face, like, oh, we're just going to this like magical realm and whatever. But no, I mean, the interactions between the characters, the people that in this world within the painting become very real, and they're very important to us. They obviously meant so much to us. Again, we're talking about this for a long time. And you really start to question what defines, like Matt said, his word was existence. What defines existence? What makes something real? And to me, friends of mine that don't care about video games, don't care about movies, don't care about storytelling, really, they're all about like real life, and that's it. And that's fine. Their family is the most important thing to them. That's wonderful. But for me, when I talk about these characters that I love, that I mean, being real, they don't exist in our world, except that they kind of do. I mean, they become real, they become alive. And this game somehow tapped into that like weird fucking meta thing without being pretentious. Like, at least again, in my opinion, I don't, again, it was like I hate all of you and I love you so much for giving this to me. Like I feel honored that I was in France when this game released. Because even though I didn't get to play it and I was a little behind, I was just like, yeah, but I was in the fucking motherland of this game. Like part of me is just like, I've got that going on. I was not in Montpellier where Sandfall Interactive is located, but it struck me so hard in such a way where I was like, this is like one of the best things that I've ever experienced. And I am just thankful to be around to do it. And if I wanted to explain to somebody what art could mean, I would tell them to play this game and be like,
Yeah.
like, even if you hate it the whole way through, finish it. And I think maybe you'll understand. Because also it helps with coping and grief and all the other themes. But like, what a wild moment, especially when everybody gets gommaged at the end, gets Thanos snapped. And you're just like, but like, I don't care if they're fake. They're not fake. Like they're real to me. And Maelle, as we know, comes out
Oh
with
my God.
that,
Well, I mean, you got to think, like in the Matrix, Morpheus is like, what is real?
Yeah.
And what defines real? And when I found out everyone's just all painted, I was like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, wait a second. We might all be painted, just living in a painting, because the painted people don't know they're painted. The outside of the painting is basically a fourth dimension, right? Because we can see 3 dimensions. Exactly. And they're literally, the painters outside, the Desandre family, are literally pouring their soul into their art. And they found out a way to enter their paintings and paint life like gods. And it really impacted me because, like I said, it's very heavily inspired by The Matrix and Tron, and these are some of my favorite movies.
For sure.
And it's just like that world within a world, and all of these people are just painted, but they exist and they have free will, and they're as real as the people that painted them, honestly.
And that impacts a choice that we'll talk about later. Later. So I won't get into that much, but it's very important to remember that feeling in this moment when the time comes. So
that's where I had to discover and explore that feeling. I was like, yeah. So
that's exactly it. Your guys, thank you, Matt and Caleb. You guys have given me a perspective on how you viewed this part of the game versus the way I viewed it, because I think it fundamentally has impacted my takeaway of what the message of this game is, as well as not only that, the choice we'll get into it later, but the very end. I think this is a critical moment that helps truly impact, because it was a Matrix moment for me, but it was also something else deeper from an emotional standpoint versus, oh, it's all what's really, what's real there, Neo. Is that really air you're breathing? This had more deeper meaning to it in that moment for me, but we'll get to that when we get to that segment.
Yeah. My digital name is literally Neo Charge, and Neo is derived from the Matrix. So it's one of my favorite movies. It is my favorite movie. The Matrix is my favorite movie of all time. And this definitely explores that theme. So, yep. What are your thoughts, Alex? I know this is kind of like fresh for you. What, this happened like?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this just happened
this morning.
Yeah. Shit. I don't know. I haven't fully had all the time in the world to like process all of it yet. It genuinely hurt, like, beating the Paintress, watching everybody get gommaged, because it gave me that feeling. Okay, why did we do this? Like, what was the reason behind it? And obviously, it was explained not even 30 seconds after I started questioning it. But it just, for some reason, for me, like, it didn't sit well. Because, like, you guys already said, like, what is reality? Like, do we care about these characters? Yeah. At that point, yeah, I was like, you know what? I love this world. And at that point, I'm like, oh, well, the game's done now. I didn't know there was more.
Right.
So I was like, well, this is the most bullshit ending in the planet. Everybody dies. The end. I'm like, what the hell is this, Saw? Like, like so there was no fulfillment there. And like I was on the phone with Bob, got off the phone with him, and then just sat outside for a minute and was just like trying to process everything.
Yeah.
And
this moment put me down for a while, and I
yeah,
was like, holy shit.
I didn't have time to be down. I had to finish.
Right.
Is it fair to say the word hollow? Did you feel hollow after that?
Yeah,
When it
I
happened?
felt hollow. Definitely felt empty. I was like, well, shit. Like, it's been a long time since the video games made me feel like that.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like a little bit of like an existential moment for myself. So I was like, well, damn. Where do we go from here?
I think the last game for me that made me feel that way was Final Fantasy X. Like when you get to the end and you do it, not quite as heavy. I mean, it was heavy, but it wasn't this. Like this was just on another level, you know? But with 10, boy, back in the day, getting to that ending, I was like, fuck, you know, I was bummed, even though I was happy. Like it was very mixed emotions, but that was also the actual end of the game. And in this one, you're like,
Right.
well, where the fuck do I go from here? Like, I don't know if I have the energy. I'm so upset and hollow. I mean, that, you know, my word was hollow when I got there. So
Yeah,
interesting
and
to
kind of
hear that.
betrayed a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I was like, man, I spent all this time to finish the game, and this is how it ends? This is my reward?
Right. And yeah, you're controlling Alicia, and lo and behold, another crazy twist and plot point comes into fruition. Alicia goes into the painting to save her mother, and then just gets basically mind wiped and reborn as a painted Maelle. Maelle's Alicia, reborn. And
Which was
crazy.
by that point, I was already dead set that was what was going on.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, it's too obvious. Like the two
Yeah.
of them always just like, I thought it was kind of tacky at some point. Like they see each other, they just stare at each other.
Right.
And I'm like,
I saw
okay,
that in the eyes.
yeah, I'm like the two of you are clearly the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then all of that goes on. I'm like, okay, well, it's good to know I was at least right about that. Like,
Right.
the only thing in the entire story I was right about.
Yep. And then, Maelle gets even stronger, and you realize she's an actual painter in this world.
Talk about plot armor. Come on, man.
That's what I wanted to say. Is this is one of the few things that I think, from a game perspective, this game struggles a little bit with. Is it does such a good job. Gustave is the main character. Then Gustave is not the main character. And Verso is the main character. And now Verso is not the main character. Psych, it was Maelle all along. And then we could talk about later. But if you're not using Maelle by late game with some of the super bosses, you're kind of you're kind of playing the game on hard difficulty. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the few things that I'm like, if you had really just taken and said, okay, story wise, Maelle is the main character, but don't give her that level 3 chromatic attack. I'm sorry.
Like, no, dude, that's fucking baller that they did it. You know, I mean, it's just like, oh, I can scrub too. Like, oh shit, that's so cool.
From a story perspective, I get it, but it kind of felt like if you're not using Maelle, you're trolling, so to speak.
Right. Yeah. It was a little foreshadowed when you beat the paintress, and then Maelle actually gomashes her.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh. And yeah, dude, when her painter powers open up in her skill tree, she just gets even more broken.
I was gonna say she was busted, and then they give you that, and it was like, you're gonna give me these tools to have fun with.
Right.
I love you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah. From a gameplay perspective.
Yeah. And this is our chance. You basically he's like, hey, you can return to Lumiere whenever you want, and this is our chance to explore the world, the entire world. In that moment, man, when Esquier flies up and you see everything, that's my high wind moment. And I cannot fucking wait to see that and experience that again in Final Fantasy VII Reborn.
You mean
the next one, yeah, Rethera. I love the high wind track, and when the high wind will go up, and hopefully they do that. I think they will, but yeah, it was just crazy. Like the perspective change, it was so impactful. And it showed you the breadth and the scale of this world. And then you realize the whole map is shaped as a painting. And you're like, holy shit. And then you just get to go anywhere. It's amazing.
Yeah, and starting with the flight, that was the exact moment where my bad mistakes started happening. I started ignoring all the red portals. I'm like, I'm going in here. I'm gonna try it. Got face checked, left. Like
Yep.
there was. I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing the Endless Tower right now. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing Dark Shores right now. Okay, 35 is way too low of a level for Flying Manor. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that.
Oh yeah. Yep. They give you free reign. And
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. They take off the shackles. They give you just all the freedom. And
Taking to the skies.
Yep.
God, what a great character. Like a weird fucking awesome whatever the hell he is. Like and also a beautiful thing of like, what would a child paint, like to make himself a friend. Like he's that, again, endless creativity, where the developers somehow were like, let's look at this from this angle, because I don't remember if they tell us how old Verso was when he started painting this. Like we know that certain things had happened along the way, and that he wanted to be a piano player and a musician, and but he was like sort of forced to paint. Like we know that. I might just be misremembering because I'm a little further removed if they said specifically like he was 7 when he made this. I don't know, but what would be something that came out of my head when I was 7 years old? It wouldn't be Esquier, but it would probably be similarly weird, And then of course, as he gets older, and he hides his wine in there, because of course, like that's not weird when you think about it from a creativity standpoint and an artistic standpoint. It just, again, like the level of brilliance in such a small detail. Really, like most players could go through the game and just be like, this guy's cool. He's my airship. He's my boat.
Right.
They might not really care, but I would find it hard pressed to meet a person that would give the game a chance and not care even about like this weird god thing that speaks funny and says awesome shit. It's just like every level was so well thought out and executed. Every layer, I mean, in the game, that even from that, at the very end, when Maelle brings back a few people to be like, I'm gonna need some help, and Esquier's there, he's gonna be part of the team.
Yeah. Why didn't we bring Gustave back there?
I know. Well, I mean,
honestly,
I can tell you
I have a theory on that one.
Yeah, I have a theory.
My guess is grief, but please.
Yep. Yeah, and maybe she was in acceptance and was like, but I mean, it doesn't make sense because we'll talk about the endings.
Sure.
So I want to say, Caleb, holy shit, I didn't think about it like that. SK from a 7-8-year-old kid's perspective of, hey, how do people get from XYZ? Well, I just give him a friend who can fly. Well, how does he fly? He just says, going through the skies. Like, I didn't think about it that way. So thank you. Of
course. I mean, an imaginary friend. I don't know if you guys had imaginary friends when you were kids.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that.
A lot of my friends did, and I didn't.
How old did you just assume I have real friends now?
Like I was jealous as a kid. I stayed with my grandparents in my third grade year because my parents were out working on a movie together in Arizona, and I remember like making up an imaginary friend because I thought I was like weird for not having one. So I just like made up this thing that did not exist in my mind, and my grandparents were like, really? And I was like, no, I don't know what my problem is. Like I thought there was something wrong with me that I didn't have an imaginary friend. For real. I made one up named Earl, and it was stupid. But like Esquier, if I was going to create something, this is like a literal creation of an imaginary friend that he brings to life for all of us. And I just thought, like, such a minor thing. And again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Sandfall Interactive, if they ever heard this, they'd be like, you're an idiot. That's not what we meant. But like, still, we all get out of things. We get something out of things, and art it's all different, you know, we all interpret things in a different way. But for me, that was just like every time I turned around, I thought of something else that they did that was so special. And I felt bad because Matt kept asking me, let's talk about this game. Like, we need to talk about it. And part of the reason that I didn't want to during the game was I didn't want anybody to give me any hints about what was going on. But even afterwards, he had talked about, like, you guys talked about your podcast. You talked about maybe doing a spoiler cast for this. Like, I got to talk about it. And part of me was like, I don't want to be a dick, but I really want to save this stuff for honest reactions. I didn't tell him this. I just kept it to myself for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. And so I'm so glad that we're finally here. And I know that the listeners can't see, but I can see your faces, you know, and it's just like, I'm so glad that at least it's resonating a little bit with you in that way, or you're thinking about things a little differently. Because that's another thing I think art can do, is make people see things differently and hear things differently and interpret things differently. So I guess that's my very long-winded way of saying you're welcome. And I'm glad that you listen. You know, that's cool.
I interpret it like that too. And I interpreted it like he painted these 3 guardians of the world to be saviors and save people when they were in trouble. And we actually find out he's the one that saved CL from drowning.
Yeah, it's such a cool.
I will also say,
go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, it's not directly, as far as I know. Like, I haven't done all the super bosses and everything, so I don't have the whole 100% complete picture. But as far as I know, like, it wasn't really directly stated how old I almost said SKA Verso was when he painted like SKA and the gestuals and everything. But through the fading boy throughout the entire duration of the game, it is very much hinted that he was a child.
Yeah, that's why I thought 7, because I thought the fading boy was like around 7 or 8 years old. But that was the only thing that I could muster up, and I couldn't remember if they were like, remember when Verso was 7 and he did this thing and then he died. You know, like I couldn't remember.
Yeah, the fading boy, it was Verso the entire game. The fading man was Renoir, and the fading woman that you could only talk to as Maelle in the battlefield, that was supposed to be Clea. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. You probably haven't fought Clea, have you?
I have.
No, he did.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you did. That's right. You haven't fought the other one.
I have not fought Simon yet.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that one yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no.
My brother let me know enough. Yeah, my brother let me know enough, and he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna be puckering your ass cheek the whole fight." I'm like,
"Oh yeah,
good to know."
Yep. I had to have a build that stun locked him the entire time, and we'll talk about that. I can't wait to talk about that. But yeah,
nothing like my build.
Oh, probably not. That's the beauty of this game. It gives you so much creative freedom on the builds. But yeah, we get the opportunity to have all the campfire stories and build all the relationships and go on those side quests, Lune's side quest, Minoko's side quest to revive Noko. So that was really cool. And all the campfire stories are so amazing. And then you reconnect with Alicia or Maelle. And we also learn in Act 3 that Verso's just a painted version of himself. He's not real. I mean, nobody's real, but he's actually the one painting, and this is the doppelganger, you could say. So we learn that, and we learn everyone's just painted. It's crazy. But then, I went back to Lumiere. I was pretty high level. I went back around 80, and that scene where she's like, I gotta get more chroma, and she like raises all the expeditioners from the grave.
Man.
And it's crazy. And there's just a war of the expeditioners and the Nevrons that Renoir has painted, and those Nevrons are tough. So, but yeah, I went there pretty high level, and that was just you're pretty low level. That's crazy.
Yeah, fighting. It was the Clairs and Obscures.
Yep,
had an insanely hard time. Yeah. I forget the name of it. I keep referring to it to my buddies as the horse.
Creation.
Yeah, Creation. Yeah, that was a bitch.
Yep.
And I think Creation was actually harder than Renoir was. For me, at least.
I could see that.
Just wait till you get to Renoir's drafts.
I've started exploring. I made the mistake of trying to fight the merchant, and I will not be going back there until I'm a way higher level.
Yeah, that level's made for like 80, 90. That's your in-game grind to get to 99. But yeah, we go through Lumiere again, and we get to Renoir, and we fight him.
Like real Renoir,
Real
like, so to speak.
Renoir. Yeah. And that's, dude, I was so high level that I was almost one-shotting stuff, and I had to like skip turns to see attacks and dialogue.
Yeah.
I really wish, and that's why I told you both, I was like, hey, don't go back to Lumiere, and it is not a point of no return, so you can go back and go there like around 70, so it's a little challenging because I made a mistake, and because it opens up the world to you, and you can just explore everything and do everything, and you could do the Reacher and Alicia's fight, and you can do pretty much
The crows.
Yep, the crows, and
I
oh
hated
man,
that
there's
one.
so many the Crimson Forest, so many side
There's
places.
a lot of fun stuff you can do.
There is.
just like narrative only, but man,
Right.
the extra stuff that you can do has narrative tied into. I mean, not all of it, but a lot of it does, and it's just more, which is another
Exactly.
thing I think they nailed in this game. And you'll find out, Alex, when you do it. I mean, I know we're talking about some of it now, but you've already done Clair, so you know that there was a pretty hefty story, small bits, but a pretty hefty story in that sequence that was just, it was just like,
Yeah,
how did you guys do this?
I did not expect that she was the one painting the
Neverons.
I almost said Reverons. The Nevrons the entire time.
Yep.
Like that did not make like I kind of started to get a little bit going around Flying Manor, and then I don't know what it was where it like fully clicked, where I was like, holy shit, yeah, she is the one doing all this. It might have been the fact that like literally all the cool bosses were there.
Mhm.
Yeah, they really were cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got a lot of abilities with Minoko from that. I wasn't using them in some boss battles, and I missed them, and it's awesome that you can just go back and get them. So, yeah.
Doesn't have legs, yes, then he can learn it.
Right. Right, exactly. Yeah, the last boss is Renoir. We take him down multiple phases, and then we're presented with a choice.
Yep.
You basically, as Verso and Maelle, you go out of the painting into, I guess, the void, right? And it's like, oh, you can't be here. Why are you able to be here? And he was painted in a way where he could go out there from, I think, his mom's gift, he said.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're like, okay, this is the end of the game. And then they give you a choice. You can either choose Verso's ending, where basically Verso is being forced to paint, and you say you can get him to stop painting, and basically erase everyone out of existence. Or you can choose Maelle's ending, where you can go back into the painting and just live in a fairy tale world, happy, and bring anyone you want back, and live basically in the Matrix. So Verso's ending is the red pill, and Maelle's ending is the blue pill. Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of a good comparison.
You didn't necessarily know that when the choice was presented to you. You
Right.
could like guess maybe.
That's
but
true.
Talk about staring at the screen for a long time. Now,
10 minutes.
I'll just say, so like as a big Matrix fan myself, the red pill, blue pill, I would always consider myself like, yeah, red pill, let's see what's out there. Let's do this thing. It was the only time in my life, and again, what I was talking about earlier, where seeing what Maelle was going through, seeing the stages of grief, and seeing like how these people were alive to me after this adventure, this expedition. And I'm just gonna spoil it for everybody else. Like I chose Maelle because for me, she actually was always the main character in my mind. I just felt like it. Even though you got to control Gustave and you got to control Verso, I just felt that she was the main character because she was special. You know, there was something about her. And the game did tell you that 100,000 times too, but like it, just felt that way.
Right.
And I, a lot of times as a gamer, I would probably be like, well, I'm going to win this fight with Maelle, so let me just like finish it, and then I can explore the other one later. But I knew that this choice was really important. And when I chose Maelle, and I realized that it was basically a blue pill ending, I was almost upset with myself because I was like, I never in a million years would have thought myself as a blue pill person. But this game like changed. Like, I can't let these people go. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fucking do it. I was like devastated. And then you had told me like, oh, like you should watch the other one, or play the other one.
Did
And I
you?
refused for like 2 weeks because I was like, I can't accept that yet. Like, I was just at this point where I couldn't do it. So I'm sorry if I jumped the gun, but I had to explain why.
You're good.
I didn't know at the time. When you're picking, you might have an idea, but it wasn't like the game straight up said like, what ending do you want? Which is also a beautiful way to make the choice, because it was like Verso. Like, I obviously understood where Verso was coming from. Absolutely. The dude has lost just as much as everybody else, and then he doesn't even feel real. Like, let him just die. Let him be at peace. But with Maelle, I was like, she's lost so much. I can't ask her to lose more. I just can't. She's still grieving for her brother. She's still grieving for Gustave. She's still grieving for all the things she's gone through. I can't
for herself.
Yeah. And it was just like wild to see the blue pill ending and be like, I don't know who I am anymore. I was broken for a bit. I really, really had a hard time with it.
It flipped the script. And yeah, we can go around and talk about the ending we chose and why we chose it. But yeah, you have Verso's ending or Maelle's ending. And what then, it's like you choose Maelle, you basically go back in the painting, or you choose Verso, you stop the painting, and if he stops painting, everyone just gets snapped out of existence, right? I can go into my ending if you want, and then
Please.
we'll go.
Cool. Please.
Yeah. So this decision came up on the screen, and I literally took 10 minutes. I was like, I think my controller disconnected because I was like, okay, like it's easy to choose Verso's ending when you just see everyone as fake creations in the painting, right? But this is where I really explored, what if we're just painted and living in someone else's creation? And in some religions, that's someone created us and we are basically just painted. And then I was like, well, okay. And they all have free will, right? They can do whatever they want. So who am I to pull that free will from them and make the choice for them? It's basically like snapping someone out of existence. But then I was like, well, on the same side of the coin, is oblivion not existing better than existing and feeling all the pain and all the suffering? And it's just a game for the ages that explores one of my favorite concepts, and that is existence a punishment or a gift?
Yeah.
And I was like, is oblivion a mercy, robbing someone of an experience, even if it's painful, though? Like, dude, I was like, ugh. And I ultimately chose Maelle because I couldn't do that to everyone. And Verso, even though he's my favorite character, for the happiness of a ton of people, someone has to suffer. And Verso, the little boy, had to suffer. And we don't know how long he suffers, right? Painting. But yeah, I inevitably chose Maelle.
It blew my mind that you didn't pick Verso when you told me,
right?
Like when we talked about this afterwards.
Me too.
Because I was like, I knew he was your favorite character, but also other things I know about you that we don't really have to go into on this. But I was just like, like, did he go through the same thing that I did? You know, and we of course talked about it a little bit, and then we decided to
Yeah.
save it for this podcast,
Right.
the Spoilercast. But I do have to say that really surprised me for you
It's
specifically, because I was like, I can't believe I did that to myself. And then when you told me, I was like,
yeah.
fuck, this game is incredible. You know, you're really,
Yeah.
really, really.
Yeah. And when I realized it was a blue pill ending, I was like, holy shit. But then, I mean, I was kind of thinking if it was me, right? Because that scene in The Matrix, he's like, you know, ignorance is bliss. So if you put me in a fake fairy tale world where everything is about to get better for everyone, the paintress is gone, but I mean, it will cycle. But you do have that age of the golden age, right? Everything is about to get better, and it's all fake. Man, I would love to live in a fake world any day than a broken world
Like a fake happy
outside.
utopia that everybody's
Exactly.
cool
It's
than
the
a
Matrix.
busted, ward torn hellscape.
Yeah. Exactly. It's fake. I know it's fake as Maelle, but I can also paint whatever the fuck I want in it. So you're essentially like a god, and you can create anything. You can bring anyone back. And so, yeah,
I
I
do,
chose Maelle.
before Bob and Alex answer, I do want to posit a question to you now. I mean, because we're further removed than the other two from this game. Do you stand by that decision? Like, are you
Good
okay
question.
with it now?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Because
and-
I just can't. I can't unpaint everyone. I can't unpaint Esquier, Lune,
right,
dude. No,
that's the
no,
thing.
they'll never exist ever again. It's they're very unique in Verso's painting, and if he stops painting, he dies. Essentially, he's gone.
Yeah.
Right. That part of his soul also disappears, and that's another thing. You're killing Verso too.
Right. And that's actually
And I
why I
couldn't do
stand
that.
by my decision as well.
Yeah.
Further removed, I stand by it because I'm like, again, what I said earlier about they've become real to me. You know, they're
Yes.
important to me. And
Yeah.
for Maelle and the rest of the world, they are important to each other. And that's the thing that actually gets me to be okay with it.
Exactly.
Which is still, and the thing that's very interesting, earlier I mentioned that Lune, in the very beginning with Gustave, basically like simplified the trolley problem and handled it the best. Until this moment, it's like reverse trolley problem, like one suffers for the rest to be happy. And now that I'm further away from it, I'm just like, yeah, that kind of sucks. But, and again, we've all at least seen this, Verso gets to play the piano. She at least, being the new paintress, being the, you know, Maelle being the one that's sort of in charge of everything now, she let her brother do what he always wanted to do, even if it's not her real brother. He gets to play the piano. Now, is that fucked up? Probably, because whose decision is it to make? Not mine. But like, that is why I'm more okay with it, because it's like, you know,
yeah, it's the relationships that you mend, and Ciel gets to see her husband
Yeah.
again, and Gustave.
I know
Gustave comes back.
Alex is like chomping at the bit to say something.
I know.
So you're up, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm
You're up
long-winded.
next.
I love this game. Go for
Before
it.
he gets into
Me
it,
too.
I will say the reason he's chomping at the bit is I know what everybody in this room, I know what everybody's decision was. So I'm going to leave it like that. Alex, please take it away because I have a lot to say at the end.
Okay, first of all, I know both endings.
Cool.
After I chose mine, was at peace with it and all that, and went to bed last night. I talked to Bob about it while I was at work today, and he told me watch the other ending. I chose Verso's ending. Point blank period. It was very cut and dry for me to make that decision because I looked at it from the perspective of this man has already suffered enough pain in his lifetime for 1,000 lifetimes.
Definitely.
Like the whole point, the whole precipice of the game is this is a family that is grieving. If you pick Verso's ending, and Verso has to stop painting, the family can grieve properly because it's over. In my eyes, that was the actual, honest to goodness, happy ending, because you get the whole Verso funeral thing. You get the family who is now more at peace with what happened in their family than before. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm loud enough or not. But you get the family that's now more at peace with things than they were before, because now they don't have, Aline clinging to this memory anymore.
Sure.
She's
Right.
not clinging to the canvas because it's got the last bit of Verso's soul, which was destroying her and destroying the family. That was the whole point of the whole game.
Yeah, of course.
So it was
Yeah.
very cut and dry for me to pick that ending. Like I looked at it like Verso has lived, as far as I'm tracking, 130 plus years.
But again, how does time move in this world? Kind of like when you're in the grid in Tron, it's moves way slower. Like that's another thing I wanted to know is how does time flow in this world, right?
Yeah.
And did you see the date on his gravestone, on Verso's gravestone?
I did not pay attention to that. I caught a light glimpse that it was like early 1900s.
1905, World War One.
Really, yep. Which makes sense for, the setting being how it is.
Yeah.
We didn't have coal trains yet. We had, old trains. There's no light rails in France in 1905. Yeah, no. For me, he had already suffered enough. Like, it was just clear cut, dry. Like, let him go.
Yeah.
Did it break my heart watching Luna on the other side of the portal? Yes, it
She
did.
just sits down and just stares into your eyes.
It did. It killed me, but it was just like, let the man die. Let him be at peace.
Yeah. And your question, Caleb, do I stand by it after I saw Verso's ending? 100%. I am very validified of my decision because no way I'm Dustin Lune.
But here's the thing.
So-
Here's the beauty of it. I actually, part of the reason it was a tough choice, I understand Alex's perspective 1,000%.
Yeah, me too.
I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not. Like that's another beautiful part of this game. That
Right.
like, because a lot of games, they'll give you like fake choices, artificial choices. And not to say earlier in the game when it was between like the Visages and Serene, that's, I don't want to say it's an artificial choice, but ultimately it doesn't matter. You do have to do both. Like you have to do both to continue the game. This choice fucking mattered, like big time.
Mhm.
It really, and both of them, I feel like, I mean, maybe not, but after hearing us give our diatribe about it, I would hope that Alex is like, no, I kind of get that. You disagree, fine, but that you're at least like, oh man, that does make a little bit of sense why somebody would do that. But with yours, with the Verso ending, like I get it. It was so difficult for me to choose.
Like,
Yeah.
I just innately. Bob, I'm gonna let you go before I say anything. Before I say anything else, because I can go on a whole rant about the Maelle ending and how much I hate it.
And that's also fair. It's totally
That's
fair.
awesome.
All right. Well, you good, Alex? You feeling?
For now, unless you picked it too.
All right. So this is why I'm laughing. Caleb, Matt, you guys chose Maelle. Alex, you chose Verso. It took me all of 5 seconds to make my decision. I chose Verso.
Yep.
I did go back later and review Maelle's ending, and Maelle's ending gave me confirmation bias to why I chose Verso. The line that really struck me to the core was when you're right up before when you're getting ready to make that decision, and Verso says, and it may be after you chose him, but he says the line of, "This painting has made us all basically double down in effectively say we're all liars. This painting has made fools of us all." That line really struck chord with me because I believe it was you earlier, Caleb, that said when you were asking about what does this game mean to you,
Yeah.
like if you could describe it in one word, you said grief, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
I said acceptance, because acceptance is the end of grief.
Yeah.
Remember, the 5 stages of grief do not have to come in a linear order, right? What Renoir, for me, and this is my perspective, what Renoir was trying to tell everybody is, if you do not accept reality, you will find yourself enveloped in a fantasy and you will lose yourself.
Yeah.
And that's what happens to Maelle. It's amazing that that Verso gets to play the piano at the end, but in the end of his in that cutscene, he hesitates before he plays the piano.
No, I'm so glad that you noticed that
Mhm.
too, because even though I definitely stand by my choice, and maybe it's just because I also am a piano player, and I thought he gets to do the thing that he truly loved, or some version of him does.
Right.
But that hesitation was enough for me to be like, was I wrong about that? Like maybe this Verso didn't want to do that. I don't fucking know, because he doesn't get to tell us. He doesn't get to tell us what he wants, because he's just had the 130 years of being pissed off that he exists, Um, but ultimately I had the wool pulled over my eyes, so to speak, of this fantasy world. It worked on me, and I never thought in a million years that it would.
Yeah, me too.
That was the thing that I was like, fuck, it's
Yeah,
That's what
and
I love about this, is because you guys are both. I see that perspective. Like 1,000% empathize with it is the best word I can way I can put it. But I think back to the visages. The visages is nothing more than another. It's an expression of Verso, ripping the mask off of who the world wants us to see to be who we truly are, is what Verso wanted. He just wanted to be himself.
Yeah.
And then he was being told like a child, oh, you really want to play the piano? Guess what? You get to play the piano now, but you get to play the piano all you want until the end of time,
Right.
which is another form of hell, if you will, right? He ultimately, that decision, that free will, is taken away from him. The little boy being trapped in the painting and his soul being damned is one thing, but literally you are just telling him, I'm sorry, you're being damned to hell, so Maelle can be happy. And at the very end, you see her eyes change as she slowly loses herself. And that was when I went,
Elaine
oh
did.
shit, this is that third oh shit, I was wrong moment, when I went, oh shit, Renoir was right from the beginning.
yeah, for me, and I just want to bring this up to maybe provoke a little bit of thought. Um, After watching the Maelle ending, to me, it seems like obviously, yeah, Verso is hesitant to play the piano. Um, but then we get the glimpse over at Maelle where her eyes have changed, which is indicative anytime the painters are doing something. Who's to say she didn't repaint reality to force him to play?
Yeah, no, I mean that's true. That's a
Yeah.
a good point.
And then my other, honestly, like the very beginning of Maelle's ending is what really confirmed it for me. Verso is begging her to let him die, that he doesn't want to keep living. And she forces him to do it, which makes her no better than Renoir was in the beginning.
Yeah, that's true.
To let everyone else exist, though. Right? So one person has to suffer to let everyone else exist. People that
Yes,
have
but
been painted have free will, like Minoko, Esquier. Like I couldn't unpaint them. I couldn't unpaint Lune, CL. I just I gained a connection with these
yeah,
characters.
I
And
get that. Yeah, I loved the characters too, but there was just like the humane side of him was like, let him die.
right, it's
Like
a mercy.
yeah, I hate to say that it's a mercy killing, but it is. Like, but
Yeah, it is
and
for sure.
then I wanted to. I sat and thought about it afterwards. I'm like, okay, well, on the Desandre family side of things, are they grieving now? Like,
Mhm.
is Aline going to try and go back in the painting to fix all this?
Nope, they moved on. The final part of that cutscene is what really sold me. When they're standing at Verso's grave and everybody was there, that means the family is finally moving on. But I totally get what you're saying, Matt. And that's what I love about this game. This right here, because
Yep.
it gives you a decision and it doesn't present it as neither right or wrong, but it creates a
Exactly.
conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah. And it's
they're
so divisive.
yeah, they're both phenomenal endings. Don't get me wrong, and it shows a lot about like what type of player each of us were when we were playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, Caleb, you mentioned that you had like the wool over your eyes and you fell in love with the characters and you just couldn't bring yourself to do it. I get it. Like, we all had the same experience. We just it's too thought provoking for a definitive answer.
Yeah,
on, like,
exactly.
what is
We
right,
interpret
what
it
is
in different ways, and
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And
amazing.
That's what art is.
exactly. Like it's kind of like modern art in a sense, where if it's a dot on the page, one person could say that it's beautiful, and another person could say this isn't art.
Right.
It's objective entirely. There's no right or wrong answer. I personally think my answer was right, but that's just me being
and
private.
that's fair. One of the crazier thoughts that I had like weeks after, even after coming to terms with my choice, I thought similarly when Maelle's eyes change a little bit, I was like, the only thing I really felt bad about was, well, fuck, she's just gonna go crazy like Aline. I mean, because she's still in that grief. Like, I know why a mother would enter this painting to be near her son that's been killed. Like, I get it, and I'm not a parent, but
Yeah,
like,
and she did it to be with her brother.
yeah, like that's just
Like,
I get that. So, but she's gonna go fucking nuts because she can't live in the painting forever. I mean, Renoir warned us about that.
Right.
And I was like, did I just doom everybody? Like, is she just gonna go fucking crazy and she's just gonna kill everybody in like 100 years and be like, sorry guys, my power's going away. Live your life and just start this expedition shit all over again? I don't know.
Right.
Probably. But
another
Renoir's already shown what he'd do to get his wife back.
Yeah.
Who knows what he'd do to get his daughter?
Right.
That's true. Another movie that has this theme. Another one of my favorite ones. It's a Nolan movie. Inception.
Oh well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I had a feeling you were going there.
Yeah. Because at the end, well, I won't spoil Inception.
But yeah, exactly. The end is
Right.
like as thought provoking as this, where some people would say, "Well, this is what happened," and others would be like, "Nah, I saw the thing," and you're like, neither one is right. And in that beautiful moment, I remember seeing it in theaters and thinking, like, that motherfucker just incepted the entire audience. He just think what we wanted to think, which is the whole point of the goddamn movie, which is like brilliant, and that, very much like this. It's just,
go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the beautiful part about this art is I will 1,000% stand behind my decision, just like Matt is willing to die on the hill of his decision. And it's not that either one is right, but it has put us into it based on our experiences. It has driven a perspective that has derived the outcome. And it's not the classic, oh, well, there's a renegade and there's a paragon ending. There's a good and there's a bad ending. This is a very much in the gray area, and I love it. I love it. I love it.
Now let me touch on a subject that's really going to bake your noodle. Okay, so if Maelle is painting everything and controlling everyone in this world, and she controls Verso, what makes her different than us, the player?
She doesn't have a controller or a keyboard.
Yeah, but if you break the fourth wall, are we painters as well?
Like, this is gonna
I didn't design the world, no.
I don't mean it in a creepy way, but I think she's a lot sexier than all of us.
But yeah,
I know she's a child, so that's like fucked up to say. But just as an objective person, that's the only thing I can come up with. Is that she's
I do think she was older in that last cut scene, the Maelle ending.
Yeah, she was.
She was older.
So it's less creepy, but
yeah, because Gustave had more gray in his hair and more gray in his beard, so he had definitely aged more.
Yeah, everyone was older, and Verso was definitely older too. So
yeah, Luna could still get it. It doesn't matter.
You're right, Matt, and that's the point I'm making is this game's theme underlying is acceptance. I think truly what this game is trying to say, and this is, I know it's my skewed perspective on my own background and my experiences, but we are almost 4 hours into this. We still haven't even talked about the end game. What the game is trying to tell you is there are dangers to not escaping the story and leveling yourself with reality. We still have to work in the morning. We still have to go do jobs. We still have to. This is the danger of doing that. So enjoy the moment while you can, because we went through the 5 stages of grief with Gustave all the way back in Act 1. Yeah. I was in denial that he was dead. I was then angry. Then I was like, well, maybe Verso's not as bad. And then I got depressed because guess what? We buried Gustave's arm. And then I finally came to acceptance.
That part.
We went through grief. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what this entire game was trying to lead us to.
Yeah, and it was very interesting being the first one to finish it. And that's why I was trying to keep a pulse on everyone. I wanted to see the temperature as the game flowed because I know what I experienced. I wanted to see different perspectives.
Oh
And
man,
yeah, I was just like, you want to talk about it?
I can't believe you still did that, you motherfucker.
Yep. Man, what a game. What a game.
What again?
And it sounds like we're pretty divisive with our endings. And yeah, I stand by my ending. And I would much rather be in the painting with everyone painted. And I can't rob everyone of their free will. Like they were painted with free will, and that's not my choice. That's theirs. If they want to not exist, that's their choice, not mine.
Well,
I can't
call
do
me
it.
a dictator because they're all getting executed every time. It's no, there was too much of a love for Verso come the end of the game. Like I spent the
I
entire
loved
game.
Verso. He was my favorite.
I spent almost the entire game hating him, and then towards the end, I was like, "Oh my god, I love him." And then already at that point, like by the time I even got to Renoir at the very end of the game, I had started hating Maelle.
Hmm.
I'm like, why is she this godlike character? Why does she get to be, super, super important? Why does she have all this plot armor? Like, I've seen enough anime to know OP when OP is present. Okay, she was Goku in this world, and nobody can deny that fact. Like, it got to the point where I'm like, she kind of sucks as a character. So I just couldn't side with her.
Interesting.
There was no way I could.
The subjective avenue of art. I love it.
Yeah.
And this game is dripping with it.
Oh yeah.
That was
we could go on about this for hours.
I know. Are we going to crack 4 hours on this podcast and talk about in-game and builds? We have to, right?
We have to.
I mean,
This is a special podcast. It was a like 60-hour game when you platinum it, and you can't cram all that in 2 hours, man. And people can listen to this in chunks or however they want.
Plus, this game was oozing with everything.
Yeah, it was
love, hate, grief, anger, rage, beauty. There's so many things, and it's. I mean, I enjoy talking about games. Obviously, you guys invited me here. I love it. But I would.
We love you.
I wouldn't want to do it with just anybody because I want them to experience it for themselves if they haven't, even if they don't have any interest. I would push them there strongly, but this is, again, I think I said it in the beginning of this episode, where games like this don't come along, stories like this don't come along very often. Some people never experience this kind of thing. I mean, in their own way, they might find a different form of art that they love. Some people live their whole lives and don't hear music that means anything to them. And that makes me very sad, generally, excuse me, genuinely. And with this game, it's like, I joke that I could talk about it for 12 hours and probably still not cover everything. And I think that's true. I really think that if I play through it again in French or in English again, I'm going to notice something. I mean, I definitely pick up on things pretty well first time through, but there's always something else that's I'm probably going to cry halfway through the second playthrough and just be like, I didn't even think about this thing. Oh my God, who knows? But yeah, let's get into some endgame builds and talk about how to fuck shit up with the damage cap broken. That's a little bit more fun than this depressing end of existence, or right?
Right. Yeah, in Act 3, they give you a Picto, the painted power that breaks your damage cap, and you can do just 999,999,999. And yeah, the build crafting in this game is amazing. As for combat perspective, I did play this on the edge, and I put parry on the left paddle or right paddle and dodge on the left paddle. And that was really beneficial because you usually dodge with circle and parry with, I think it was either R1.
It was R1 because I wanted it to be L1. I wanted to remap that so bad from my Sekiro.
Well, if you had a dual sense, you could.
I know,
dual sense edge.
Yeah.
So I was edging during this game.
Yeah, it was QWE. Q was dodge, W is gradient parry, and E is parry. Space is jump.
Gotcha.
Yep. Just the game's default controls for PC. And then the menus navigated with WASD. And then if you're in your abilities, it's WASD and R to switch over to the second stack of them.
That sounds confusing.
It's not actually. I mean, I guess it kind of is. You guys played with the controller, so like you guys are talking about controller controls. I'm like, oh, that sounds super convenient. I'm over here like, I've got a tiny blob on the keyboard I gotta use, like, for the whole game.
Acceptance is the first step to becoming a
Yeah.
console gamer.
Not gonna happen.
This is the first
No,
step
no.
to taking Verso's ending.
Right.
I will get a PS5 when you guys accept Verso's ending was right.
Absolutely not.
I mean, to get you to get a PS5, I feel like I'd be doing you a favor. Like, sure, go for it. It was right. That's fine.
No, my PC outperforms the PS5 extremely.
PS5 Pro, probably.
Yeah, I mean, probably. If he knows how to build them, sure.
Right. So yeah, Endgame super bosses. We got Sprong. We got the serpent hair or
Yeah, I can't
something.
remember what it's called,
Yeah.
but that fucking thing that flew around and annoyed me half the game when I'd look up and be like, I'm going to kill you someday.
Yeah. It actually shows up in flying waters in the skybox.
Yeah. Super
does,
dope.
Yeah. I actually I was stupid because the entire time I was going around the world map in the early game, I didn't even pay attention to the giant snake. I noticed the pink floating whale. And I was like, I want to fight the floating whale. And it turns out it's just a fucking casino for an outfit. I'm like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Right. We got Clea, and then we got Simon. And then we got all the chromatic enemies. There were some tough ones, but let's talk about Clea's fight and how we overcame that. She was hard, and she had some interesting mechanics to where you had to learn the parry, and you could dodge every once in a while, but she was just going to heal herself. It was crazy. And when you parried, you broke her chroma bubble, her shield, and then you could do damage on her with just the parry counterattack. And that's the only way you could do damage on her. It was a wall of a fight, and it flipped the script on the mechanics, and it's like, oh no, you're going to learn to parry now. So I know, Bob, you were struggling on this fight, and then you came over, you kind of sat back from it. You had some time away from it. You came over and you fucking annihilated her.
Yeah, that's the nice way to put it. She gave me a lot of trouble because I was building more defensively in this game, where I was using Lune as more of a healer backup / reviver. That all changed after the Clea fight because of the Picto that you get.
Yeah.
And
we're almost done.
And I remember sitting with you, Matt, trying to figure out, okay, well, you were explaining, well, have you tried this? And I'm like, no, but I'm using this. This is my build. And then eventually became well, let me show you the issue that I'm having, right? And somehow it lined up to where it was, she was stunned, she was marked, and I had level 3 gradient attack. And I was like, let me show you what happens. She just takes everything and gommaged her. And this is before I got the really broken stuff later on. And it was like, boom, she went from 2/3 health down to nothing. And I hit her for fucking 14 million damage in one shot. And it was like, oh, okay, that's one way to get around the fight. Because I had all of the parries down, but it was once you get to that lower half of her life bar, that if you don't know your parries, you're screwed. And I thought that fight was rough until I met somebody else, which we'll talk about later.
Oh yeah.
Caleb, I know you broke a lot of damage cap. How'd this work out for you?
So you're about to get mad. I ran into Clea with my grinding team. Like, I had stupid fucking Pictos on, and it wasn't even my main team. It's funny, we talked about the characters that we used a little bit, like when we started the game, the podcast Spoilercast. CL was like a silent assassin. Like she was so good when you figured out how to use her.
Mhm.
And I didn't use her as often as the others. Like it's nothing against her. I favored the others more.
Right.
And so she was always in my grind team just to try to like, oh, I don't want her to fall behind so much in level and stuff. But I always had like bullshit Pictos that I was like, I need to learn these. Let's just do some fights. And I didn't I mean, even they tell you like when you go through this door, you're going to find this thing, it's going to be, I knew it was going to be a boss fight, but I think I saved it and then had to quit for the night. So when I came back the next day, I was just like, let's just go through here and see what's up. And the fight started and I was like, shit, I have like a garbage team in. I don't know what to do. So I did like trash damage for a little bit. I was just learning to fight. Got her down a little bit because we talked about it earlier. I forgot that dodge existed in this game. I always just straight up parried. I was risk reward, She healed for like 500,000 or whatever that number was.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck. Like what do I do now? Like I had no idea. And then I was like, wait a minute. I can do this. Like I can come back from the brink. So I basically used my garbage party and like I one shot her. I mean I didn't kill her in one hit, but I got her the first try, and I was like really proud of myself. And I did think I was like, I wonder if that's the secret boss that everybody says is like an asshole. I don't know, because she wasn't easy, but she also wasn't like I wasn't that scared of like wiping. I was just scared I'm not going to be able to do it because she doesn't take that much damage from me. And eventually I had to like stun lock her and break her and just like keep her to get her down. And then I think I had texted Matt and he was like, no, not yet. And I was like, oh, good. It gets harder, but I was like, fuck, like, I was close. I was worried I was going to actually finally have to restart like a fight, cause I hadn't up at that point in the game. I was like, but I had my shitty team in with like bad Pictos. I think CL had like 1,600 health or something, like just a joke.
Oh, wow.
I had stupid Pictos on her, and I was like, well, let's see what happens. And but yeah, it was a good fight. I thought it was thematically appropriate. I loved the way that it fit. I felt like an idiot for not realizing like one of the rules that I've learned as I age. I try to make it before I quit a game for the night or for the day, so that the next time I start the game, I can just go instead of like, oh, let me log in or, log in, not that you log into this game, but you know what I mean? Let me load my save and then like fuck with my build forever. Like I'm not going to do that. And I actually became a hard rule for me with The Witcher 3, which was way too late in my life. But I knew
Okay.
that if I started the game and the mission was not like 2 feet in front of me, I was going to play for 16 hours and not do the one thing that I started to play for. I would end up on the other side of the map. And in this game, at this save, I just forgot to do it. I think it was late. I think I told my wife, like, I'll be up in an hour, and 3 hours pass. And I was like, shit. So I just, had the bad party in. But no, her fight was really cool. And I, again, felt bad. When you learn the story, you feel bad for what's going on. You're like, God, what a sad state of affairs. But
Yep.
I mean, Alex, you did it today, right? When you came home from work.
Yeah, you
Yep.
did.
And you were presumably a relatively low level. I don't know what my level was when I fought Clea. I can't remember, but probably not as low as yours.
Yeah, mid 60s right now.
Okay. Well done.
Yeah, so the whole build, this was the first time I ever brought CL in because she could buff. And she could apply all kinds of shit. So I brought it was CL Verso Maelle. You tweaking over there?
Get closer to the mic.
Oh, okay.
Amen.
Yeah, sorry, I'm used to like relaxing. I'm not used to being right up on my mic.
You're
I'll
good.
just
You're
act like
good.
I'm playing League. So my build or my team was CL Verso Maelle, and then just all of the first strike Pictos, energizing attack Pictos, whole 9 yards, and was just based around me buffing the shit out of Maelle so I can smack smack Clea with Stendhal.
Definitely.
And that's what did it for me. It took 4 hits.
Wow. Holy crap. It took me a while to get Clea. And I had to really, that's the beautiful thing about this game is you just keep breaking, and you're like, oh, this game can't break anymore. And then you
What a
break
bet.
it more. Yeah, you break it more. And during the end game, I found a lot of broken Pictos, and I like kept picking up ones, and I'm like, wait, that'll match with this, and that will complement this. And I eventually found one that fills the break bar upon death. And I put that on Lune, and I had her auto revive too. So I literally go into a fight, Lune dies, every break bar fills, and she revives, and I'm ready to go with Verso, and I have the break on base attack, or I can use Phantom Stars because I had the double AP from the Serpent Hair, and AP wasn't an issue, and I would just break them immediately, and it was great. And then I put Death Bomb on Lune. So I was literally having 1 second fights when I would just go and I would be exploring older, lower level areas. The fight would start, Lune would explode, and the fight would end. So, yeah.
So much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can-
lovely interaction that I found with the Pictos that helped me throughout the bulk of the game. Any of the damage increasing Pictos, obviously they stack. They also stack with roulette.
Yeah.
Which, like, when I first got it, I was like, oh, this. Yeah, when I first got it, I was like, oh, this is terrible. Like, I might do 50% damage. I might do 200% damage. But all of a sudden, it didn't matter when I was at minimum doing 100% damage.
Right.
And it became 100% to 300%. And I'm like, okay, this is really good. And then, obviously, Maelle just cracks all that, turns it up to 11. And
Oh, yeah.
it's just essentially just beating the brakes off of everybody. Before all of that, and I figured out all those synergies with the Pictos, it was just straight burn damage the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever Lune could do, whatever Maelle could do to just burn enemies to death was all I did.
Oh, yeah. The burn mechanic broke the game, and just the Picto building, and then the dropping the luminous in the characters. I mean, at the end of the game, Verso, I had him to 500 luminous. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Dude, so I usually like just dump all of the stat boosting items into the main character and just make them a beast. And Verso to me was my main character.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had him to 500. So he would do a base attack, and it would just all the perks would come up. It was crazy.
So what I'm hearing is he was your main character until the ending.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I see where you're going
That's
with
called
that.
commitment issues, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I mean, if I chose the Verso ending, he would not be my main character because he would die.
I love it. I love it.
I wanted to keep him alive, and
But
I
is
wanted
he-
him
but
to
is-
be the.
But is
What?
he truly living in the Maelle ending?
We don't know. That's the greatest part.
Yeah, because he's still painting. Part of his soul is living. The real Verso, and you get multiple Versos. I
Yeah.
wanted all the Versos I could get.
Oh, go ahead.
If you choose the Verso ending, you technically kill Verso,
That is true.
and then you
and
can
then-
argue, is he already dead? Because he technically died, and his soul's. God,
Damn it!
fuck
You see,
game.
you already got me going. I was about to say it, motherfucker. Yeah,
If you
it's
choose the Verso ending, though, you do get to force Maelle to suffer reality like the rest of us.
Right. Reality sucks.
I couldn't do that to Gustave. He was protecting her for a reason. She must be
Right.
protected forever.
Gustave will live on in her Gustave's remembrance attack.
That's true.
Oh yeah, you guys got that when you kept doing his journal. Every campfire scene, I would go and look at his journal. And what?
Speaking of journals, I'm sorry, we forgot to mention this earlier, or at least I forgot to mention it. I wanted to bring it up. I would like to mention and nominate that while Expedition 33 is the best expedition, or the disaster expedition, Expedition 60 is full of fucking chads.
Oh yeah.
Was that the drunk expedition?
No, that's
Nope.
that's the expedition. All right, so you probably, I don't know if you saw it. It's in Lumiere. Expedition 60 is the expedition that said, We don't need weapons. We don't need uniforms. We only need our bodies. They
They were the nudist ones.
they trained their bodies to be nothing more than just machines that worked with nothing but like 2% body fat, and
Yeah.
swam all the way to the paintress, found Renoir, and came all the way back buck ass naked.
It's so beautiful, honestly. It's so much beauty in that world.
Yeah. Shit, I don't remember where I was going with that one. Oh yeah, I remember, Matt. So you mentioned the death automatically having Lune drop. That's where I finally realized, oh, you can break the game. I did that
Oh, yeah.
exact same thing with the final super boss. Whenever you guys want to get into that, that's what I did. Is I finally just had everybody die, come back to life, and then oh shit, they came back to life and they're all buffed.
Right. So, yeah. I mean, we can get into that super boss if you want.
I mean, Alex, are you cool with that? Because you clearly haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm probably going to do it tonight.
So, what do we all think of Simon?
I'm gonna let Bob go first on this one.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. So Simon was the I had to finally accept that I'm getting old in video games moment. Because I could not parry him. And then anytime I was like, oh, I'm finally getting to where I understand his attack patterns and I think I'm good, the game cheats again. So eventually I broke down and I was like, all right, I'm not going to look up a guide on to beat him, but I need to know some tips. So that's when I eventually started looking and I was like, all right, what are some tips? What are some things that are going on? And then I understood if you stack up the pictos in the right way, you can one-shot them.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up just one shot him. And I did that exact same thing you said, Matt, where I had specifically I had Verso, I had Maelle, and I had Ciel, and Ciel and Verso automatically died and then came back to life and created buffs for Maelle, and then it was simple. As soon as I got that opportunity, Maelle did I don't remember the name of it, where she drops herself to 1 HP, she gives herself a bunch of shields, and then because she's at 1 HP, she stacks a bunch of Pictos. Oh, and she has inversion affinity, so she's inverted on top of that. All right, cool. She goes away. Verso comes back and marks or breaks Simon, then marks him, and then Ciel goes, all right, cool. I'm going to double the damage on Maelle. Oh, by the way, it's Maelle's turn. Let me go ahead and hit you with Stendhal. Congratulations. You did 79 million damage in one shot.
Holy crap. Yeah. Dang.
That was how I did Clea.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I got to Simon and saw some of his attacks, and I was like, nope. Just especially his third phase, dude. Oh my god. So I was like, I can't let this man attack me. So at first I just annihilated his first phase and was like, oh, this was the super boss. And then yeah, his second phase comes up. His sword just gets comically big, and he has like echoes of the attacks. It's nuts. And I was like, I can't let this man attack. So I came up with the build, basically stun locked him. Verso had Serum, the weapon that doesn't let him go above A, and I had all the combo Pictos on Verso, so he did 3 base attacks. One attack would bring him to A, and then I used Endbringer, which would reapply a stun to a stunned enemy. And he was stunned because he was broken at the beginning of the battle, right? From Lune, breaks the bar. Verso stuns him, and then Verso goes again because I had second turn on everyone. And then it stuns him with Endbringer again, reapplies stun, and then Lune was my main damage dealer, honestly. So I had second turn on her, and I had her using Kratom Cradium or something like that. It gave you 2 stains at the beginning of your turn.
Yeah.
And her luck was crazy high. I think it was above 100%. So she was getting all the stains she needed on Elemental Trick. And then on the second turn, Elemental Genesis, and I had her critting pretty much every attack. And then, so that was my main damage. And then it would go to Maelle, and she wouldn't be able to do a lot on her first turn. And then Simon would just kill me. So I had to be like, what the fuck am I going to do? So I saw CL had a ability that passes a turn to another person and gives them pretty much more AP. So that's what I did. I brought CL in to basically do her ability to apply Rush, Powerful, and Shell all at the same time, buff that, and then I used Lune's Crippling Tsunami to slow down Simon. And I got to a point where I would stun lock Lune damage, and then CL pass the turn to Verso so he could stun lock again. Lune damage, CL pass it, and I just had him stun lock the entire fight. He didn't hit me. He hit me once, but then I killed him with Skybreak, I think, Lune's.
Okay.
Level 3 gradient attack. So that was my stun lock build, and I used that for a lot. It was great. And Verso, dude, Phantom Stars would just break everyone because their break bar was full because of Lune's auto break upon death. Yeah, it was nuts. And then grinding to level 99, it was just, I was wiping people. The creations, the chromatic creations, just 3 turns, they're gone. I broke that game so heavily, but I like Simon because you break the game and you're like, haha, I broke the game. And then the devs are like, well, we're going to break the game on this side now. So yeah. I love Simon. And what a fucking Souls boss, dude. Holy shit.
And the music for it. I mean, you know,
And the music.
I can't talk about the music enough for this game. I really can't. It's just top tier.
Right.
So funny story about my Simon. One of the things, Matt was following my progression, you know, through trophies and whatnot, and but he didn't want to tell me specifics, and I appreciate it. He's like, have you know, done the super secret boss yet? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. The hardest thing I fought was Clair, but like I'm not, you told me that's not it, so I guess not. But he's like asking me, you know, like, where have you not visited, or where have you visited? And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure it went everywhere. But I knew that there were like 2 or 3 zones left within, or like areas within a zone. And sorry, I'm going to just tell you this, Alex, it's in Renoir's drafts.
I've gathered as much.
Yeah, I mean, where else would it be? But like, I was like, there's like 2 areas I need to go. And the only one I know for sure is like, there's this long hallway with light. And then there's this other one that I just haven't visited yet. And Matt's just like, okay. So he's telling me like, you're not prepared for this final big bad. And I don't remember if I said, I was like, what is this, like emerald weapon or ruby weapon? Like, what, you know, what are we talking here? For the first time, you know? And he's just like, nah, you'll see. So I had probably over prepared because I was like, what are we going to do? But I didn't, you know, I don't know the mechanics. I don't know. Maybe he inverts everybody as the fight starts and I'm just going to fucking die immediately. Like, I don't know. So after the fight, I'll get back to what I did for the fight. But after the fight, I had asked Matt, like, well, what was your strategy? And he told me about a stun lock build. And I was like, damn, that's pretty smart. You know, and, you know, that's cool. But he, during the fight, so I go down this long hallway and I stumble upon Simon and I'm just like, this guy looks cool as fuck. You know, like I'm just immediately like, all right, I'm ready to get destroyed. So I one-shot him in the first phase. I didn't know there were phases. Like I didn't have a clue. And like, you know, the splash screen comes up of like battle results and stuff. And I don't know, I hit him for 89 million. I don't even remember. It was just like a Stendhal thing. But my build was Verso and Mark, basically weaken the enemy with some shots, or a shot usually. And then CL would just like, she had 2 turns in a row. So she would buff Maelle, and then she would give Maelle the turn. Now I had this Picto build with Maelle, and I wish I knew all of them off the top of my head, but I should have looked earlier today and I didn't have time. Where I had loaded her up with first attack does a fuckload of damage. You get all the things for your very first turn. And I thought, the move where she goes to 1 health and then like gets shields. I did a little bit of the math for other fights too, not just this one, but this was my like I'm gonna kill you team in one shot. And if that doesn't work, then I guess I'll learn the mechanics of the game. Like that's fine. But I didn't want to waste her first turn to go down to 1 health to give her the other buffs because I had more damage output for turn 1. So I was like, how am I going to do this? And then I discovered with CL you could buff her and stuff. So I finished that. The splash screen comes up and I send a picture to Matt. And I was like, I thought you said this boss was hard. Like this was stupid. I mean, I did. I was like, whatever. And then I realized like I knew that I was going to get a trophy for the secret boss. No trophy pops. And then this like, and Matt was just like, are you fucking kidding me? And then the cutscene starts. And I was like, wait, I think there's more. And he goes, wait, you didn't know there was a phase 2? And I was like, oh no, like what have I done? I one-shot the second phase 2. I sent him a picture. I think I did 148 million or something. And I wrote, I may have over-prepared for this fight. Like, you didn't even get to see like his real moves.
Oh my God.
I just like killed him. So I looked up a fight afterward, like a normal fight, so that I could see. And I was like, oh yeah, I could see why this would be hard. Like I did beat him, but oops. Like that's how I was killing creation. That's how I was killing other things. Like I found this setup that was like, you're toast. And I was grinding. I was just trying to, get levels really fast.
Right.
So,
Right.
I don't know if I did it justice, I mean, really, but I took their toolbox and I made it work for me. And I still had a great time, like that was
Exactly.
awesome.
Yeah.
They recently patched the game that you can go back and fight Simon whenever you want.
I probably should do that with like my B team just to see, who, I don't know. It might be fun.
I kind of want to because I had him stun locked. He didn't attack me. I didn't even see the red phase or anything because I kind of want to go back and like learn him.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the videos of people that have really learned him?
No.
Yep.
No.
It is unreal. So to give you the idea, Caleb, so you know that first phase, he'll attack and it's like boom, boom, there's cadence to it. Well, then during the second battle, his attacks now have the shadow attack. So if it's let's say in his first fight, it's bop, bop, bop. Now it's bop, 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 bop. Well, the problem is, and I'm not going to spoil it, but the game cheats during the second battle drastically, and fuck it, it spoils it, right?
Yeah, no, go for it.
Spoilercast.
If you get him down to a third, like I want to say it's around 1/3% of his health, he gomages your primary party.
That's awesome. That's very cool.
So, and then he goes, oh, by the way, instead of being pop 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 pop, it's pop 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 pop. So you have to do it not twice, but 3 times on the shadow.
3 triplets. I'll take it. That's fine.
I've seen people who have locked in on that, and I don't have that level of weaponized autism.
I might have that level of weaponized autism.
You got this.
I want to try it now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think you could do it. I think you could definitely do it, Alex. It's unreal. Which is why I one-shot him, just like you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't know. I just did it because Matt scared the shit out of me, and I was like, I don't know if I'm like I figured because I'll just tell you the move I did. Part of my setup for it was to fill your level 3, and I was like trying to figure out is Stend Hall stronger than Gommage? I didn't know, and so I was like trying it on other bosses and stuff for my first attack with Maelle after buffing her, and like. I just still couldn't really figure out if it was the better choice until I fought, I want to say just like some creations. I was like changing my build all the time to fight those to see how fast I could go. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to just do Gommage on this guy. Also because it was thematically appropriate.
Can I say there is what you're saying right there? about the testing.
Yeah.
This is one of the few things about this game that I really hope later on, if we get a sequel, whatever their next creation is going to be, that was sorely missing with this game. And I please, maybe they can patch it in, which is please give us the ability to do loadouts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
did want loadouts very much when I was playing. And that was another thing that I kind of like, double A team, small studio, we got a masterpiece in this. I'm just going to sort of overlook that. But like, man, would it have been nice to be like, like 10 loadouts, just like, let me pick these teams for, I don't know, magic based or speed based or whatever. I do agree, I think. And elements, because elements play in this game. I feel that way about Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, like material loadouts. Fuck you guys for making me have to like redo every Chadley thing. I mean, yes,
Right.
it's fun, but also, just at a certain point, I think I've earned it, and I do agree for sure.
Yep. All right, cool. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one because I was screaming the entire time when I built a one-shot build, but I also had a build that allowed Lune to nuke pretty much anything on the map, because I was running I was running 100 over. It was like Matt saw it. It was like 113% crit chance
Oh yeah.
on her. So then it was all right. Cool. I'm going to do elemental trick. Get one of every elemental site, and then I'm going to do elemental genesis. Cool, congratulations, I win the match. But that doesn't work against Simon, so be a loadout.
I'm so excited to hear when Alex does when he tries it, like how this goes. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Please report back.
Yeah.
Bob will probably be the first one to hear about it. He'll probably get a phone call of me in tears or some shit if I'm doing terribly.
Excellent. Yeah, and if one person dies when you're fighting Simon, he just ejects them from the battlefield. He's like, nope, bye. If you don't revive him. Yeah.
That's perfect. That's great.
I know.
That's a secret super boss for sure.
Oh yeah, he's a wall for sure. And he is the one that killed Clea's Axon. He's the one that dropped all those swords on old Lumiere. So yep.
So he is the final boss.
He is indeed the final boss.
He's also
what? Oh yeah, he's yeah. I mean, it's a spoiler cast, and people.
He's well, it's for Alex's sake.
Right.
He's Clea in the real world. He's Clea's boyfriend.
Yeah, and he was part of Expedition
Zero
too.
Yep.
Yeah, he was Verso's friend.
I like to think that he's actually Simon Belmont, and he's just the thick crossover that we didn't know we needed.
He's berserk.
Yeah.
He's berserk.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That sword.
Yeah.
Dude, so many amazing inspirations. Wow. What a game. That man, our game of the year, a game for the ages, just wow. We had a lot to cover. And if you made it this far, thanks so much for hanging out with us for over 4 hours. I would recommend consuming this podcast in chunks, maybe.
It's too bad we can't say that in the beginning.
Right.
If they've gotten here, that's not helpful. But you're right.
I'll put it in the description.
There you go. I did want to say one thing I wanted to mention, but
yes, please.
Like at the very beginning, and I talked about like knowing certain French terms or being able to hear the lyrics and ask my wife for help and all that. One of the things that I found really, really interesting when Clair Obscure we all thought that the original name of the game was just like Expedition 33, and then in the trailer, announcement trailer reveal, it was like Clair Obscure. What does that mean?
Right.
And at the time, I remember thinking to myself, boy, that sounds a lot like this artistic, I guess it would be I don't even know what to call it, but for people who would know in art, chiaroscuro, that's what it sounded like to me. And for those that don't know, what it means is basically, it literally means light dark. We know that Clair Obscure also means light dark, but it's I think it's Italian. I'm not sure. Italian. Chiaroscuro is Italian. And that was actually when the game started, what made me wonder if we were in a painting earlier than was ever hinted, because it's all about art and we're talking about art. But it was, again, quite literal. And I just thought that was also amazing that chiaroscuro, I mean, that's what it means. That's a translation. The French version of that, light dark, is Italian's chiaroscuro. And that's, I remember asking my wife when the game finally got here, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that totally makes sense." And I was like, "They're in a fucking painting, like this is," it's just like freaking out.
That's crazy.
I wanted to let people know in case they didn't, or if they didn't care enough to look it up, because the game does speak for itself. But again, another one of those things where like naming conventions are important. You can pick up on
Right.
so much in a world just by paying attention to the terms. And I just thought that was cool. And I didn't want to say that in the beginning of the spoiler cast, because we were working our way through, and I didn't want to be like, if you've never played this game, bleh, obviously we're
Right.
listening to a spoiler cast, but 10 minutes in, they might change their mind and be like, damn, this game's that good. I'll come back later. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah. That's a good observation. And yeah, the little breadcrumbs and the foreshadowing they give throughout this game, it's incredible storytelling, and it's a lot of show don't tell. And yeah, it's just written beautifully, and it's dripping with passion and style, and it in itself is a incredible piece of art. And that's how I see video games. That's how a lot of us see video games, is art, and they really explore that. So yeah, I think that'll do it for this Clair Obscure Expedition 33 spoiler cast. Did any of you guys have any other closing thoughts on this wonderful, wonderful game that will definitely win Game of the Year?
Honestly, I just wanted to say, thanks for letting me join on this. Yes, you were kind enough to have me on episode 8. That was very cool. But this was a privilege to talk about it with other people who very clearly care about it. I would like to think on the same level that I did, maybe more, maybe slightly less,
Absolutely.
who knows? But it's very special. And I do think like years from now, like when I'm on my deathbed, there's going to be a few things that I think about artistically in my life. And I know that this is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
Thinking about death and grief and existence and all that stuff. But things that really affect you, and a lot of things that affected me as a child, I never thought I would really feel that way again as an adult. And I think that's part of growing up. And this game was one of those where I was like, damn, at the time, I'm almost 40, and this is like changing or making me feel more attuned to things I might feel. Like I went upstairs and just gave my wife a big old hug. And I'm like, thank you for not disappearing. And if you were fake, I would probably make the same decision to save you. Like that. It really made me think about stuff like that, which was really cool. So anyway, thank you guys for giving me the platform to at least blather on in my blovial, the words that won't stop. But I really appreciate it. It was cool. It was a great time.
It's great having you on, man. And I've wanted to talk about this game with you for a while. And I was just texting you, and I was like, let's talk about it. I was like, we got to have a spoiler cast for this. So yeah, thank you for joining.
It's very cool.
We really appreciate it. And thank you, Alex, for joining as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm happy that I was actually able to enjoy the game finally. Like, I don't have much time to play single player games. I game mostly with my wife. It's a lot of League of Legends, unfortunately. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah. But I was finally able to sit down after listening to Bob praise it and praise it and praise it. And I was like, Jesus, if it's this good, there's no way it's this good. So sat down and played it. And fell in love. Honestly, for me, this game felt like the first time I booted up Legend of Dragoon when I was 8 years old.
Hell yeah.
That was my first RPG, fun fact. And I loved, for me, there were so many parallels between this game and Legend of Dragoon, whether it be the mechanics, like LOD had the addition system. This game has a pseudo version of the addition system. Yeah. That I absolutely loved. A really in-depth story. Like if this was a PS1 title, it'd be across 4 or 5 discs, just like, the great PS1 RPGs. And like this feels like the last video game for me that felt like at least was art in its purest form with Shadow of the Colossus, and this kind of like re-hit that for me. So it gave me everything I loved about RPGs prior, aside from, the fact it's not Oblivion. And everything I've loved about like art in video games, soundtracks in video games, and just threw it all together in this really confusing and awesome story. And fuck, it came out brilliant.
I do have
Yeah.
an easy to answer question for you, real quick, just because you mentioned Legend of Dragoon. If you heard tomorrow that Legend of Dragoon was getting a full-on remake, PS5 exclusive, would you finally buy a PS5?
Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah, you would.
Glad to hear it because I've been clamoring. I was hoping that Point
Mhm.
was working on a Legend Dragoon, but anyway.
Yeah, there is actually somebody doing a fan game entirely on UE5 for
Oh
Legend
my
of Dragoon
God,
right
give
now.
it to me.
It started on
Very
UE4
cool.
and then transferred it over to UE5.
Sorry
Kinda
to
like any
derail.
other
I
game
just
we
needed
know.
to know.
Yeah.
Just to add on that concept, I invoking that feeling again of that game that holds a true place in your heart. And I was like, is nostalgia kind of the blinding factor here? Is anything ever going to go in the upper echelon of Final Fantasy VII? You know, Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, Legend of Zelda. Is anything ever going to go up there in this day and age, or was that time over? And experiencing this game, I was like, holy shit, it's happening again. This is amazing. And
Yeah.
this is incredible. It didn't top Final Fantasy VII, because that just, man, it I don't think anything ever will, but this got the closest that I thought anything ever could.
Yep.
And
Sure.
I was so concerned in my adulthood. Am I ever going to feel the way I felt playing Final Fantasy VII again? And it hit it. It hit it. So that's a really good point.
And I will say this game has slowly started to eclipse Dragon Age for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like once I have more time to process it, go through New Game Plus, like I think it very much will. It's not going to dethrone Oblivion or Legend of Dragoon. That's never going to happen. But yeah, it's up there now.
Awesome.
I'll give you this one, Alex. All right. So this is going to be this is actually for you, got all of you, is don't say never. Okay. In the realm of RPGs, I think at where I'm at in my life as a father, as a married man, as a middle-aged gentleman, I think this tops the RPG list. It doesn't top the video game list. Simply because I think there are some things fundamentally about it from a video game design perspective that need improvement.
Sure.
Which we've talked about, right? But from an RPG perspective and the ability to leverage, and like I felt for Gustave, I felt for Verso, I felt for Renoir by the end of it.
Mhm.
By the end of if I can go through that entire emotional cycle, I'm sorry, you're going to end up at the top of the list at the RPG realm. Now, as for video game, that's a different conversation. I will say this is my final closing thoughts. Once in a while, there comes along a game that makes you think about it for weeks on end, that makes you theorize, that calls to you, that makes you go, whenever you play another game, you go, this is a fun game, but this isn't XYZ. I think of things like Metal Gear Solid, the original. I think about things like Bioshock, Mass Effect, things of those games. I think, in my opinion, Clair Obscure is that level. Is that level? And it wasn't until very, very recently, and you and I talked offline, Matt and Caleb, that any other game that I played, it didn't taste the same. It didn't feel the same. Until today, today when I finally picked up another game, and we'll catch it on the next episode of Shapes, where I was like, holy shit, now I remember what makes games fun, right? Clair Obscure absolutely is so good, it makes everything else taste like pond water.
Yeah, I followed it up with Doom: The Dark Ages, and it kind of it hurt Doom a little bit for me, just because Yeah, it was.
I still need to finish Doom because of Claire. I don't know if I'm going to get to it now at this point.
It's a bummer
Yeah.
because you don't want to take away from the other good games. Like that's my problem. I didn't want to play anything else for a while because I was like, that's not right. It's not what it's about. So I played a bunch of comfort things that I've already played. Because I was like, this is fine. I can get through this. And then Death Stranding 2 will be the next one that's like for real, which is super exciting, by the way. But yeah, Claire was like that good that it was just like, man, I know I'm not going to do the next game service if I start it right away. Like that's just not fair. So I didn't. I waited.
Yeah. What a beautiful, wonderful game, and I'm so glad to exist in this time of being able to experience it. So, what a wonderful experience! Incredible. So, that's our deep, long thoughts on Clair Obscure Expedition 33. We talked about it for almost 5 hours. We're all very passionate about it. It's all of our game of the years. So what do you guys think of it? We want to hear from you. If you played it, we want to hear your thoughts. And the best way to do that is on Discord. If you're already part of the community, thank you so much for being part of the community. But if you're not, where can they find out how to be part of our awesome community, Bob?
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot. It's a long night, but anyways, you go to linktr.ee/shapes of gaming. That's a link tree. So linktr.ee/shapes of gaming. There you'll find all of the links to all of the podcasts, as well as the link to join our Discord server, and come along and be part of the community.
Yep. Awesome. We have a really cool community there. We're always talking about games, and we love talking about games clearly for hours and 43 minutes into this podcast. So again, thank you so much for listening. If you listen to this whole thing, you are a dedicated listener and you love Clair Obscure Expedition 33 as much as we did. So and thank you all. Thank you guys for being on here. And thank you to our guests, Caleb and Alex. We really enjoyed your presence
Hell yeah.
on the Spoilercast. And with that, we continue. And for those who come after. Shapes of Gaming is a podcast shaped around gaming and, most importantly, our community. That's you. It is written, created, and recorded in beautiful Colorado Springs, Colorado by me, Matt Stenson, and my good friend Bob Harriman. If you would like to be part of this amazing community, be sure to like, subscribe, or follow us on all the social media platforms or the podcast app of your choice. Thanks so much for listening, and always remember, keep the conversation going, and most importantly, keep gaming.